Chapter 136 Cursed Family. The system had given him an option at the most crucial time whether to make Peter into a blooded one or not. If the system had just asked him out of the blue, then Quinn probably would have said no. Peter had betrayed them, and although he might not do it again, there was no way to be sure. He would have much rather blooded Layla or Vorden when the time was right. The two of them had done nothing but help him out during these times. But right now it wasn't about loyalty, it wasn't about what was right or wrong, but about whether or not Quinn wanted to save his life. Surely becoming a vampire was better than dying, right? "I'll do it," Quinn said. Yes. After confirming he wanted to make Peter into a blooded one, a new screen had appeared in front of his face, one that had given him detailed instructions. "Quinn, what's up with your eyes?" Layla asked. Quinn didn't know it himself, but as soon as he had accepted to activate the skill of his blood ritual, his eyes started to glow. Faint red circles were seen around the iris, similar to when he activated his influence skill. Right after, he started to follow the instructions one by one. Please proceed by inserting the host's blood into the mouth of the target. Quinn unequipped his equipment and placed it back into the dimensional space. Then using one of the tips of Layla's arrow, he inflicted a cut on his hand, creating a brand new wound. He held his hand just above Peter's mouth, who was now barely breathing, and allowed for the blood to drip in. It touched the tip of his mouth, slowly started to fall inside his body. His fingers that were once unmoving now started to twitch, and a warm feeling had started in his body. Inside, the blood cells from Quinn's could be seen latching on to the blood cells of Peter's, and slowly, they were all starting to change throughout his body. Peter's eyes then opened wide, and now he had red rings around his eyes. Quinn couldn't quite explain it, but for a moment, he could feel a connection with Peter, and could see what was happening inside his body. "Quinn, this isn't enough. The transformation has only just begun, but he now needs the blood of the others to live," the system shouted. "Guys, please, I need you all to do the same," Quinn asked. Just then, Peter's body started shaking uncontrollably. His wound still hadn't healed, but he was moving as if he was back alive once again. Quinn quickly grabbed both of his hands. "Someone hold his mouth open," Quinn shouted. Vorden quickly moved to the top of Peter's head and held his mouth open wide. It was a struggle as Peter swung his head left and right. "What's happening to him, Quinn? It's like he's turned into a crazy beast." Just as he said those words, he started to realize what was happening. The look on Quinn's face said it all. Quinn was going to save his life by turning him into a vampire. The others did as instructed, and each one squeezed out the blood from the previous wound they had made before, reopening them. Finally, a result. The wound around Peter's stomach started to heal as his cells slowly patched them together. It was at a speed unseen unless one was to use a healing ability. "What magic is this?" Aaron said out loud. But the other two had a concerned look on their face as they knew exactly what was happening. Peter started to struggle less and less until he eventually calmed down and his eyes were finally closed. "Is he still alive?" Layla asked. Vorden then placed his head onto Peter's chest, and for a while a heartbeat wasn't heard, but then ever so faintly he could hear a beat. "I think so," Vorden said, half confused. Then when checking his breath, they realized he was indeed still alive. At that moment, Quinn received another message. The ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded one half. A vampire ghoul has been created. A new family has been created. "What would you like to name your family?" When seeing the notifications, there was a couple of things that had surprised him, and Quinn wanted immediate answers. But the first thing he needed to do was get rid of the screen in his face which wanted him to name his family. Family? Now that you have turned someone, he falls under your ranks, he has your blood, so he is a part of your family. Every vampire that turns someone has the responsibility to look after their family. The system explained. Right now Quinn could only think of one thing. Although he had gotten stronger thanks to the ability, he now relied on one thing: blood. Without it, he didn't know how he would survive. If he went 2 days without a human by his side, then what would he do? He couldn't eat the blood of beasts or animals, and if he started fighting using his blood abilities, it would only cause him to rely on it even more. Family name: the Cursed. This was how Quinn felt at this moment in time. Just then a loud crash was heard. As the group turned their head, they could see a Dalki on top of one of the mechs ripping off one of its arms. It was covered in more blood than before, and it no longer looked human, but just that of a pure beast. Well, looks like we lucked out, and it's only a single spike." A voice was heard from behind the group of students, and when they turned to look, they could see Leo standing there. Although he didn't look like his ordinary self, usually he would be wearing his military uniform and have his katana by his side. But right now, he had a light set of black and red beast gear on, and his chest had the design of a Japanese demon, an oni with horns. "There will be no need to call the others, or use my soul weapon for something like this." Chapter 137 Green Blood. At the second military base inside one of the schools, another meeting was taking place. Once again, the head general wasn't present, leaving Nathan and Duke to deal with things. "There has been a report of a Dalki ship crash landing on the planet Kaladi," Nathan reported. At that moment, the first-year sergeants had expressions of shock on their faces. Don't worry. It seems to be a stray ship from somewhere. The tower made communications with the Dalki, and of course, they said it was a member who had gone rogue. Damn those Dalki, Duke yelled, slamming the table. Every year they keep pushing and pushing into our territory. Luckily, it only seems to be a single ship, so at most there will be 2 there. Of course, the tower has asked us to send... Before Nathan could even finish his sentence, Leo stood up from his seat and bowed down in front of Nathan. Please allow me to go. Those students are too young to experience something like this, especially on their first outing. They must be protected. Nathan was quite shocked to see Leo suddenly volunteering. Usually, when something like this occurred, no one would willingly go and risk their lives against the Dalki. Hearing this made Nathan wonder if the rumors were actually true, that for some reason Leo had a stronger grudge against the Dalki than most people, or perhaps he just really cared about the students. One thing was for sure, though. He was sure that if they were to send Leo out, then there would be no need to send out any of the other teachers or sergeants. As long as the Dalki had no more than 3 spikes, then Nathan was confident in him. Well, I guess the matter is settled. Faye, Haley, I want the 2 of you on standby just outside the portal for their return. If any backup is needed, then you go straight through. Haley, heal anyone who needs immediate medical attention. The meeting had ended like that, and everyone did as they were asked. Leo quickly put on his gear while the 2 girls waited outside the green portal. It seems like Dell's class is having it tough this year, Haley said. I couldn't agree more. It's almost as if bad luck has been following them around wherever they go, Faye replied. Leo was eventually ready, unhesitatingly entering the portal soon after. The shelter had responded to the emergency response, and had closed all shelter gates. No citizens were allowed to leave the shelter at the moment without military clearance. 2 mechs had been sent out to look for the Dalki, with both of them arriving at the crash site. Unfortunately for them, there was no sign of the Dalki. This was the reason why it had taken so long for the mechs to discover the students in the Dalki. But once the mechs had discovered their location, they were able to tell Leo exactly where they were. Men, fall back, Leo shouted. The 2 guys in the mechs did as ordered. The Dalki was holding onto one of the mech's arms, and the guy had no choice but to allow it to be ripped off to break free. Afterward, they immediately backed away and went by the student's side. Another one, the Dalki said, as he saw Leo walking towards him with his hand on his sheath. You really are germs to this whole universe. Look how many of you there are on this planet already. The Dalki looked like he was heavily injured, but that didn't fool Leo. Using his ability, he could see the strong aura emanating off of him. The Dalki had not given up just yet. Why do you fight us? Leo asked. In response to his question, the Dalki ignored him and went in for a strike. Leo responded to his actions by pivoting forward and using a quick draw, pulling out the katana from its sheath and putting it back in an instant. The Dalki felt nothing as his arm had been cleanly sliced off. There was no resistance like everything else before had. It was as if the sword was able to ignore all attributes. The arm went flying up into the air and landed a distance behind Leo, while green blood spewed out from the open wound. You. The Dalki pointed with his other hand. I know who you are. The others had warned me about you. Unfortunately for him, before he could even finish talking, its head had also been cleanly cut off. Was this the only one? Leo asked. For a moment the students had forgotten to speak as they were too amazed at what they had just seen. The thing they struggled to defeat with all of them combined was killed just like that. Yes. That's the only one we saw, Layla replied. The 2 mechs soon ran forward and went down on their knees. Thank you for protecting us, Sergeant Leo. Don't thank me, Leo replied. Thankfully, the Dalki was already on its last legs. You 2 must have done a good job in injuring the Dalki before I got here. The 2 soldiers looked at each other in response. They knew that their skills hardly had any effect on the Dalki. In fact, they hadn't even managed to land a hit even once. Nearly all of the wounds that were on the Dalki were on it before they had even gotten there. It couldn't have been the students, could it? They simultaneously thought. If Leo was able to see the expressions on their face, he too would have realized that they were not the ones who had injured the Dalki. Leo and the 2 soldiers were busy inspecting the Dalki, seeing if they could find anything indicating why he was here. While they were doing that, the others were still tending to Peter, making sure he was okay. In contrast, Quinn's attention was focused on something else. His eyes were fixated on the Dalki's hand that was not too far away from them. He started walking over, and Vorden soon noticed what he was looking at as well. Inspect. Dalki, a half-human, half-beast race. Half-human, half-beast? Quinn looked at it with a confused expression. Aren't the Dalki aliens? Although he was curious about this, he inspected the arm, only to confirm something else. Inspect. Dalki blood. Consuming the blood will have unknown effects on the host. System, do you know what the Dalki blood will do? Quinn asked. No, the system replied rather bluntly. But I will tell you this. If it did any harm to your body, the system would warn you. Quinn then walked over to the arm and dipped his finger in the green blood. He sniffed it a little at first. It had a sweet scent with a hint of mint in it, reminding him of toothpaste. Should I? Quinn thought. The system said it wouldn't hurt me, right? Chapter 138. The Assessment's End. Looking at the green blood, Quinn was unsure of what it would do. The system had already confirmed it would have no negative side effects, or at least it wasn't poisonous. However, it came as a surprise to Quinn that the system didn't know what it did, unless it was keeping information from him, which again was possible. But if the system was telling the truth, did that mean none of the old or current vampires ever interacted with the Dalki race? But then how did the system know of beast weapons? Everything was suddenly getting confusing for Quinn, as the timelines just didn't make sense. Humans had discovered the use of teleporters in the beast planets in this solar system only once they had fought with the Dalki. The portal technology was originally theirs to begin with. Yet the vampires had never heard of them, yet still had access to beast weapons. Right now it was clear that Quinn didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, and just thinking about it would give him a headache. Well, here it goes. The temptation was too much. Quinn imagined anyone in his situation would have done the same thing. As the blood touched his tongue, a mint sensation entered his body. Similar to toothpaste, it wasn't nice, but it wasn't exactly bad. As it went down his throat, a weird tingling sensation could be felt in his body, and then it started to spread all over as if his body was on fire. Right now, Quinn wanted to do anything to let out the energy. Level 1 Dalki blood has been consumed. A 10% increase in all stats. Will last 1 hour. The tingling feeling Quinn felt through his body was hard to describe, and the buff that he got from obtaining it was amazing. It wasn't a set amount like those before it, but a percentage increase. Which meant as long as he got stronger, the buff increase went up along with it as well. Quinn looked at the arm again and thought if there was any way of him taking it back with him. Unfortunately, it seemed like non-living matter was unable to enter the dimensional space. When Quinn was back at the school, he decided to do some more tests. First, he had placed a flask into the space, and the object had gone in fine. Then, using some blood he had obtained from Layla, he had placed it into the flask, and tried to put it into the space again. But it refused to go in. Once taking out the blood, it would go in again. Quinn then did some more tests by trying it on certain animals and other things, and it looked like any type of living matter, including plants, were unable to be stored into the space. It was a shame, but he was unable to place the arm in the space. But by that time, Leo and the other two were already done with checking out the dead Dalki body. These two will escort you back to the school. Make sure that all your injuries are dealt with. Back to the school, Aaron complained. What about the assessment? It's cancelled. All the students in the shelter have already gone back to school, and anyone outside hunting has been brought back, Leo replied. At that point, Aaron knew there was nothing she could do but wait for the school to make an official announcement. As the others walked off with the soldiers, Leo grabbed onto Quinn's wrist. It looks like you stayed true to your word, and you protected them, Leo said. I guess you are on our side after all. Quinn didn't know what to say back. Leo's sudden words were a surprise to say the least. But as Leo looked past Quinn, he noticed Peter. And he looked slightly different, and had a slight tint of purple to his aura similar to Quinn. Although Leo had never taught Peter before, so he was unsure whether Peter always had this aura or not. I'm still keeping my eye on you two, Leo said. But for now, go rest. Quinn quickly rushed off and followed behind the others, but he couldn't help think back to the words that Leo had said. He was keeping an eye on us too. If he wasn't sure about it before, he was sure about it now. Leo knew he was different, and he could tell Peter was now too. But looking at Peter, Quinn was even unsure of what he was himself. When going through the blood ritual, Quinn had assumed that Peter would be changed into either a vampire or a halfling like he first was. But instead, Peter had turned into something called a vampire ghoul. Then, as the group continued to carry Peter on their shoulders, it seemed like he was just starting to wake up. Hey, Quinn, get over here, Layla shouted. It looks like he's waking up. As he opened his eyes, Vorden and Layla slowly allowed him to stand on his own 2 feet. What happened? He asked. Then images started to flash through his head of jumping in the way to save Quinn. He quickly looked down at his stomach, and noticed a big hole where his uniform should have been, but his stomach didn't have a single mark on it. I think you should talk to Quinn, once we have the time and this is all over, Vorden replied. Anyway, how are you feeling? Layla asked. I'm feeling good, Peter replied. Better than usual, actually, although I am a bit hungry. As Peter said those words, the three of them looked at each other. Somewhere in an unknown place in a large room, there was a large rectangle table that stretched out far and wide. On the table, there was a total of 13 seats, and each one had a person sitting in them, all apart from one. It, and all, was a mixture of men and women, and they looked all sorts of ages, but they had one thing in common as they sat in their seats, and that was their red-colored eyes. Behind each of the seats was a single purple-colored flame, just behind them up attached to the wall, and behind the empty seat there was one that had been lit up as well. A single man sat at the head of the table, and started off the conversation. As you can all see, the flame has been lit above the 10th chair. Does that mean he's back? But I thought he had died. Chatter started amongst the 12. in the chairs until the head spoke once again. No, I believe he managed to somehow find someone before he left this world, and they have officially blooded their first, creating a new family. But why now? It's been 100 years. A female shouted. I don't know, but what I do know is we must find this new family and bring them in as soon as possible. Make sure they uphold our laws, and if not, we shall get rid of them all. A curious boy. Inside a near-pitch black training hall, a certain boy was creeping his way forward towards the door. He stood just outside the entrance. Then he stuck his head through the door and peeked into the room, looking around to see if anyone could spot him. And just hovering above him was something that looked like a miniature bull, a little larger than a human's fist. Although this one also had tiny wings and 2 large fangs on the front of his face. Did you spot anyone, Ham? The kid asked. No, but are you really sure we should be doing this? You could get kicked out of the family? The little flying bull replied, fluttering around in the air, as if that could ever happen. My dad's one of the 13 family leaders, and I'm the one that's going to be his successor. The boy then walked into the large hall with Ham following in the air closely behind him. With his gelled-back black hair and his dark clothing, it was nearly impossible to spot him at night. But there was one distinctive thing that stood out about the boy. It would allow you to see him in the dark even if you were quite a distance away. It was his glowing red eyes, which gave the boy away as a vampire. His name was Fex, and today he had come to the hall inside his family's castle for one reason, to go to the human world. On his back, he carried a relatively large backpack, packed with all sorts of things. Clothes, toothpaste, a brush, and all sorts of essentials. After all, he didn't know how long he would be visiting the human world for. Just then, out of his backpack, Fex pulled a small silver ring which had 10 crystals embedded on the inside and all around. He lifted the ring into the air before kissing it. I have to thank you again, Blood Evolver, wherever you are. Because of you I can finally leave this place. He then placed the ring on the ring finger of his right hand and was finally ready to go. Come on, Ham, hurry up. Wait, I think I hear someone, Ham said. Just as Ham said it, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Fex quickly looked around the hall, which was filled with square-shaped machinery on the floor, each spaced in equal distance from each other. The gap between each one was quite far. Quickly rummaging through his backpack, Fex pulled out what looked like a piece of paper. Come on, where is it? I need to remember that access code. But the nerves were getting the better of him, and his fingers fumbled as he dropped the piece of paper onto the floor. Fex, there, right there, the bull said, now visibly sweating. Well, let's just hope I don't end up somewhere too bad. Fex then rushed over to one of the square machines on the floor and tapped on top of the machine. A bright display lit up, asking for an access code. Please input the correct access code for your destination. He closed his eyes and tried to remember one of the numbers formed the piece of paper, but he struggled to remember which one led to where. In the end, he had to just go for it, and type in the only one he could think of. Access code accepted. The contraption started to open, and mechanical sounds could be heard. From the hallway, one of the guards who was roaming could hear the mechanical sounds coming from the room. Is someone using the teleporters? I don't remember an outing planned for today, the man thought. He quickly ran into the room, and just then he could see Fex standing in front of the circular teleport device. Fex, what are you doing? Don't go in, the man shouted. Fex turned around and looked up at the man. He gave him a huge smile before saluting the man. He grabbed Ham and jumped backwards into the teleport circle. Once Fex had gone through, the machine had automatically closed down on its own. I knew that kid always did crazy things, but this has just gone too far, the man said. I must report this to the family leader immediately. Meanwhile, inside the teleporter, Fex's mind was being distorted, and all he could see around him was a bright array of different colors. Ham, you need to transform. The humans will have a fit if they see you flying above me. A small puff of black smoke appeared around Ham. When the black smoke went away, it was replaced with what looked like a black dangling earring. It was round at the top with a little symbol of a bull on it. In contrast, the dangling bit was long and rectangular on the bottom. Fex quickly grabbed it before putting it on his right ear. Finally, here I come, by dark gloomy world, Fex yelled excitedly. Just then, the tunnel of colors around him seemed to end, and now something felt like it was dragging him through to the other side. When Fex had opened his eyes, he found himself in a large dome, like building with digital signs going all across the walls showing all sorts of advertisements. But the biggest one of them all was one that said, Welcome to Taklan City. I finally made it, Fex thought. Fex was currently inside what was known as a city station on Earth. In the center of the city was a large circular device that glowed a bright white color, and every so often people would appear from it. Several different people were coming through, some wearing building equipment, others in suits, and some were even travelers wearing beast gear. City stations could usually be found on most shelters on other planets. Large factions also owned them as well as the top corporations. There were 2 types of city stations, an arrival station and a departure station. The departure stations were usually filled with all types of checks. Even those that were privately owned would receive regular checkups from the Human Federation, They would even send their own guys to work as security. If it didn't meet a certain standard, then it would simply be put out of commission. And of course, at each of these stations was an access code that needed to be imputed. This access code was usually given to only a couple of people who worked at city stations. Fex couldn't help but stare around and look in amazement at the place. "Can you believe it, Ham?" Fex said. "We made it, and there are so many humans. They look nearly the same as us, although there are some incredibly ugly ones." Fex said a little too loud. The people around him started to give Fex strange looks as they heard him say those words, but at the same time they couldn't help staring at him. Although he was a teenage boy who looked around 16, they could feel a certain charm pulling them in. "Fex, you need to suppress your abilities," Ham said. "Oh, that's right, I nearly forgot." Fex closed his eyes and focused, letting the aura that was surrounding his body shrink inside himself. Suddenly the people who were looking at him no longer felt an urge to stare. Unlike the departure station, the arrival station didn't have much security checks, apart from a few guards who stood by the doors to the exit. After all, the checks were done on the other end, and only when they sure it was safe would the access code be inputted. There were also several people that seemed to be waiting for their loved ones. Fex headed for the exit as if he didn't have a worry in the world, but just as he reached the exit, he could see the doors to the outside where the sun was glaring. "Time to put this ring to the test," Fex said. He closed his eyes and took one step out into the open sun, and nothing happened. There was no itching feeling or burning pain like when he had gone through his training. It was just the same as when he was in the dark. With a big smile on his face, he continued to walk forward and started to explore the city. From the city station, he was able to see the edge far away in the distance. The city was surrounded by a large wall that was nearly taller than all the skyscrapers around them. On the buildings there were also several advertisements for different things, but what he kept seeing the most were either companies selling ability books or those that were recruiting travelers to join their faction. After walking a while, Fex decided to stop by what looked like a food shop. He saw a man walk out with a bag full of food and drinks. "Perhaps I can get this thing called wine, the drink my grandpa was talking about, from this shop," Fex thought. As he went inside, he started to look around the shop in the drink section for an item labeled as wine. However, he noticed while he was walking around in the shop that others would still continually look at him. "I have my ability suppressed, right, Ham?" Fex asked. "Yes, I can no longer feel your presence. It must just be my natural good looks then." After ignoring the people giving him sideway glances, he had eventually found the drink labeled as wine. "There's so many, I guess they all taste the same, right?" He grabbed a random bottle and rushed over to the counter, waiting for his turn. "I would like to purchase this, please," Fex said as he started to get out his money. "Card. ID, please," the counter clerk asked. "ID?" Fex was confused. Unknown to him, every citizen of Earth was required to carry around an ID. If Fex had paid attention in his classes, then he would have known that he would obtain a fake one when he reached the age of 18. "How old are you, kid?" the clerk said as he looked Fex over from head to toe. 16. "Can I not purchase this drink then? I have the money," Fex said with an innocent smile on his face. "No, of course you can," the clerk said, smiling as he proceeded with the payment as usual. Then as Fex had left the shop, the clerk immediately opened up his screen and dialed the number 111. "Hello, I'd like to report someone on Beta Street." "Yeah, it looks like a student who is committing draft evasion, black hair, gelled back, with an earring." He didn't seem to have an ID on him either. Chapter 140. Sanguini's family. Walking down the street with his backpack in his hand, Fex was smiling broadly. His grandpa had looked after him nearly his whole life, and it was only a few years ago that he had decided to go into an eternal sleep and give control of the family over to Fex's father. But Fex never forgot the stories his grandpa used to tell him, the countless things Earth had to offer them as vampires. Of course, it had been many years since his grandpa had visited Earth, but the one thing he would never stop talking about was this drink called wine. This was why Fex put it at the top of his to-do list when he would finally visit Earth. "You're being followed, you know," Ham said. "Yeah, I can tell," Fex replied. "Did the family find us already?" Ham asked. Fex started to sniff the air when he noticed that there were at least 4 people following them from a distance. "No, they don't smell like vampires. Most likely they are humans." "But why are they following us?" Fex said. Although Fex didn't pay much attention during his lessons, there was one law that was hammered into his head. Never, under any circumstance, reveal yourself to humans. If they found out what you are, you only had 2 options. Bring them back with you to turn them into a blooded, or kill them. Right now, he was sure he hadn't done anything to make him look suspicious. Although there was a law against revealing that you're a vampire, there was no such law saying anything about fighting with humans. Fex decided to turn around a corner into a dark alleyway to confront the humans following him. "I know you're following me," Fex said. "Is it because I bought this?" He lifted up the plastic bag that contained the bottle of wine. "Look, I know times are rough, but I heard the cities were quite wealthy. If you want, I can buy another bottle for you," Fex offered. The 2 men stepped towards Fex. "Relax. We are not looking for trouble," one of them said. We just want to confirm your age, and if you have any ID on you. The other one said. It's about my age again. What's with this place? I already said I'm 16, and about the ID I must have lost it somewhere. Fex exclaimed. The two men then looked at each other. When people were trying to avoid the military draft, it was quite common for them to get rid of their IDs. They would try to live their life by other means, never showing their ID card. But Fex looked young, and he had also confirmed his age to them. No more questioning was needed. The actions they had to take were clear. Fire when you're ready. The first man said. Looks like I might have to fight my way out of this one, Fex thought. But he knew he had to be careful not to use any of his vampire abilities. But that didn't mean he had to hold back from using his regular abilities. He took a step forward, and a small sharp pain was felt in the side of his neck. What the? As he looked to the side, he noticed that something that looked like a dart had been shot into his neck. Inside the dart, a green liquid could be seen. Why am I suddenly feeling so slip? His eyes started to close and he had collapsed onto the floor. The two men walked up to the sleeping boy. Luckily, he didn't have a hardening ability. I was ready to get into a scrap there, one of the men said. Back at the castle, a certain man was sitting in a large throne-like chair. In his left hand, a single glass contained a red liquid inside, while his other hand was busy restlessly tapping on the arm of his chair. The man looked like the mature version of Fex. They were almost identical with the exception of the goatee that slightly covered his chin. While sitting in the chair, he had a deep frown on his face. This man was Fex's father Lee Sanguinis. Is there any update? He said. Kneeling down in front of him were 5 of his subordinates. Yes, Sir Lee, we discovered that Fex has arrived at the city of Toklan. Unfortunately, it seems like the humans have managed to get to him before we could, sir. One of the subordinates said. Just then, Lee slapped his hand across his forehead while continuing to shake his head. That boy will be the ruin of this family, Lee said. The silly boy never paid any attention to his classes, yet he always listened to my father's crazy stories. Do we know where they have taken him? Our resources say that he was taken to one of the military bases to be admitted into military school. When they found him, they thought he was a draft evader. The same subordinate replied. Lee was busy thinking about what to do. If the other families got word of what had happened, then his family would become the laughingstock of the vampire community. Even more worrisome was if their secret was discovered, then their family would also be punished. Luckily, it seemed like the news hadn't spread yet. The other vampire families were all too busy discussing the new family that had appeared. Lee then looked at the 5 subordinates in front of him and was deciding who it would be best to send. Silver, Lee said. Yes, sir. A female subordinate replied as she stood up. Just like her name suggested, she had bright long silver hair that was tied in a ponytail that nearly went down to her knees. As you are the faithful blood knight of the Sanguinis family, I task with retrieving and returning Fex back to us. Make sure nobody knows about this. You are free to use whatever resources from the family as you see fit. Sliver then bowed down once again. I shall complete my task without fail, she said, with confidence in her voice. The meeting had ended and each of them had left the room, leaving Lee with his own thoughts. The human world, huh? It has been a long time since I have ventured there. Perhaps this will be a good learning experience for him. Remembering his own time on Earth, a rage inside his body started to consume him, and the glass he held in his hand shattered to pieces. It will be to teach him just how cruel those damn humans are to the other worlds. Chapter 141 cancelled. All of the students from the expedition had been gathered and were taken to the first year assembly hall. They weren't allowed to go back to their dorms or put away their equipment. All they could do was talk to one another and speculate why the expedition had been cancelled. Slowly, a strange atmosphere started to fill the room. It wasn't normal for such a thing to happen, especially so sudden like that. I saw some of the mechs from the city leave the shelter, a student said. Seriously? Why would they mobilize those things? I thought they said the highest tier of beast on the planet was an intermediate tier. Didn't you hear? Another student chimed in. A student spotted black smoke off in the distance in the desert. It seemed like it was coming from a ship. You don't mean? The student gasped. That's right, I heard it might have been a Dalki. The other student replied. A head count was made, and it was made more than once. After the counting had been completed, it looked like the teachers had a worried look on their face as they talked with each other. Faye stood in front of all the first years, prepared to make the announcement, but she was still waiting for all the information to arrive. A soldier came up to her side and whispered something into her ear, after which they did several more head counts. Are you sure? Faye replied. Have you checked the school? Perhaps they have come back? The soldier nodded in response. All Faye could do was clench her fist. The report had stated that they had found both Hugo's and Ben's body out in the desert. They were able to confirm they had died from the Dalki, however. The other 3 in their group were never found. The only thing they could assume was that the Dalki had also killed them. The 5 of them were part of the group, so it was the most logical conclusion. Attention! Faye shouted. The students immediately got in line and saluted her. Then a holographic screen appeared behind them. It was the scoreboard with all the team's scores. First things first, as you may know, the expedition has been cancelled, Faye explained. What that means for all of you is that the points you had obtained in the first 2 days before the expedition ended will be your final score for this exam. What? Erin blurted out, and she wasn't the only one. Right now their group still had all the winged lizard crystals they had obtained from Berg's group. They hadn't had time to head back to the shelter to have them counted. As Erin looked at their team's position, they still had the same scores before, and were placed around the middle of every other group, while Berg's group still sat at the top. Enough. There are more important things than the test, Faye shouted, calming down the chatter among students. Right now there's a high possibility that some of your fellow students have died on this test, and worst of all, it was to the threat we have all been training against, the Dalki. The chatter started once again, and this time she slammed her weapon into the ground. It caused a loud banging noise to be heard, as its vibrations bounced from the walls and echoed around the entire hall. Swiftly dealt with. And it seems like this was not a planned attack but a stray ship. This was an unfortunate event, but these things happen from time to time. But this is a reminder to you all why we need to train so hard every single day, and I hope you will remember that. You will have the next 2 days off to rest. After that, classes will return to normal. Rest up for the night. You are dismissed. Ending her speech. Immediately after Faye had left, the noise in the hall returned to its peak. The students couldn't believe what had happened, and soon started to realize which group had most likely been killed by the Dalki. But Erin wasn't bothered about any of that. You! She shouted at Quinn. Why did you hide your strength? If you had fought with us that day instead of hiding under that umbrella, we would have gotten a better score. Wait, calm down, Erin, Layla said, as she tried getting in Batu. I'm not happy with you either, Layla. You knew all this, didn't you? Erin frowned at her before turning to Quinn. And what's with your strange power? How did you heal Peter? He should have died. No more excuses. I want answers for everything that happened, she screamed. Erin looked at the scoreboard once again, seeing that their position was in the middle, and then looked at Quinn back again, only this time her face was filled with tears. If you were that strong, then why didn't you help? Tears streamed down her face. Quinn knew this whole time from Erin's actions that this assessment was important to her, but the way she was acting now was almost obsessive. Everyone strived to be the best or come out on top, but not like this. These actions weren't normal. I think it's best if we all head back to our room, Layla said. We can explain everything there, and I'm sure Peter has a lot of questions of his own. While the first-year students were being informed of what happened, the 3 generals were having a meeting of their own. They were at the top floor of the academy, and each of them was sitting at a round table in the head general's office. The only chair that was left empty was that of the head general. Nathan, the head of the first years, Duke, the head of the second years, and the last general, Mike, who was head of communications. His job was to coordinate with the other military bases and plan either joint exercises or missions together. The 3 of them sat there in silence, and Nathan and Duke just couldn't help having a staring match with each other, until Duke finally broke the silence. I wonder how many of your students would have died on that expedition if it wasn't for that Sergeant Leo of yours, Duke said. I doubt you even have the strength to take on a Dalki yourself. Are you upset because you can't bribe him to come over to your side with one of those Earth ability books of yours? Nathan replied. It's a pity that your tactics of recruiting only works on those weak-minded fools. Duke then stood up from his chair, and looked like he was about to hit Nathan, but at the same time, Mike stepped in front of the 2. Guys, both of you calm down. I'm telling you now, if I see an injury on you when I leave this room, or when I walk around the academy, I won't be healing you, and I won't let you 2 go to my niece Haley either. Although Mike tried calming the 2 of them down, he knew most of his words would fall on deaf ears. These 2 had always hated each other. But then the one person who could calm them down entered the room. The door swung wide open, and a middle-aged man wearing a business suit came walking in. He had neatly cut hair and a suitcase in his hand. He didn't look like he was part of the army at all. But as soon as he had entered the room, all 3 of the men bowed in salute. We welcome the head general, they all said at once. Calm down, this whole situation has caused enough of a headache as it is. The head general proceeded to sit down in his seat as he brought up an initial report for all 3 of them to see. We all know these odd attacks have been happening on our beast planets for a while. It seems like these attacks are happening more frequently, but not just that. If we take a look at the beast solar system, every single time an attack takes place, they seem to be getting closer and closer to our starting planet. You think they're aiming for the city station? Mike asked. It would make sense, the head replied. For now, I believe these solo Dalki are just sent as scouts. They have no clue how strong we have become in this time frame, and they have no clue what security measures we have, but I fear this may mean that the war will be starting again soon. After speaking of these matters with the other generals, the head general went on to speak about a few other things. It was rare for him to actually be in the school, as he would often get called out for meetings, but after going through all the things that needed to be done, there was one last thing he needed to mention. In a couple of weeks, we have a visit from Mr. True Dream, which means I will need you to prepare some students for him. The three generals gave awkward glances at each other as they heard this piece of news. Duke, I expect you to do well like you always have. The head general said. You can count on me, sir, Duke replied. Chapter 142, Uria what? It was already night, but there was still some time left for the group to talk, before their curfew would start. Therefore, they all decided to head to the boys' room to discuss what on earth had happened during the fight with the Dalki. At this point, the tears had stopped falling from Aaron's anxious eyes, but nonetheless Layla continued to comfort and reassure her along the way. Quinn didn't know when it happened, but it seemed like the two of them were now closer than ever. It was strange seeing Layla being the one helping Aaron. When he first arrived at the academy, this was a scene that he'd never imagined he would see. The entire walk through the hallway going towards the boys' room, everybody kept silent. It was eerie. None of them knew exactly how to explain what had happened. Peter was especially curious about what had happened after he jumped between Quinn and the Dalki. Hey Quinn, Vorden whispered, as the two of them were walking in the front, leading the group. Are you really going to tell her everything? Can't you just keep it about the shadow ability, and forget about the other thing? Then how would I explain what happened to Peter? How about all the blood that Layla was collecting? Quinn replied. You have a good point, but what if she freaks out and starts telling everyone? Vorden asked. Quinn looked back at Aaron, who was behind him. To be honest, it seemed to him that her priorities weren't geared towards learning about Quinn or Peter, but on why he had to hide his strength from her in the first place. Actually, Quinn said, I'm more worried regarding how Peter will react about the whole thing. Eventually, they arrived at the boys' dormitory, and they were all able to enter the room in peace. The three boys promptly sat on Vorden's bed while the two girls sat on Quinn's. I suppose I should be the one who starts explaining first, Quinn said while standing up. He moved towards the center of the two groups. Recently, as you may all know, Vorden and I had entered the Red Portal planet. While we were there, I discovered a strange ability book, one that allowed me to control shadows. It was a strange book, because it disappeared the moment I learned the ability. Quinn then tapped the surface of his wristwatch 3 times. The number suddenly changed from a 1 to a 6. When he tapped it another 3 times, it changed back to 1 again. I knew it, Aaron said. But why did you have to hide it from us? If you wanted to keep it a secret from everyone, we could have just hidden and hunted away from others. Because of you, we probably would have lost our chance at becoming first. At that point, Quinn took in a deep breath. That's because I have an even bigger secret that I was hiding. Layla and Vorden stared at Quinn. They struggled to keep their gazes on him. They knew this must have been hard to say for him. Vorden wasn't too sure if it was the right thing to, but he had already prepared himself for whatever would come of this. He knew that Quinn was too kind, hearted to deal with this himself. If Aaron wasn't going to keep it a secret, then Vorden would be the one to do something about it. I'm a vampire, Quinn said, looking at Aaron and Peter with a nervous look on his face. Peter gave no reaction at all, but it wasn't because he had figured it out or anything. He just couldn't believe the words he was hearing. Still, it all started to make sense in a way, with the umbrella and Layla collecting the blood. However, he questioned himself if vampires were actually real, though Peter's train of thought was quickly interrupted by Aaron. What's a vampire? Aaron asked, the innocent ignorance showing on her face. The others then all turned their heads, now looking towards Aaron. That rare for someone not to know what a vampire was in this modern day and age. It wasn't a lot of entertainment products connected to vampires had lessened over the years. There weren't many films, books, or even games that had been made featuring them. However, on TV, there were plenty of times when old films would be shown, and this was where most of the others got their knowledge of what a vampire was. However, Aaron had been raised without a life of entertainment. There were no fantasy books, games, or movies provided for her. All her time and education only had to do with fighting or learning about the current state of the world. She wasn't the only one in this position, since a lot of them shared her ignorance. Quinn was in a similar situation himself. He had heard the term vampires, but didn't really know much about them, so he had to rely on Layla to explain it to him. With that confession, the others slowly started to explain what a vampire was to her, how they were weaker in the sunlight, and most of all, they required human blood to keep on living. All of this news was coming as quite a shock to Aaron because it sounded so fake in her mind. So this is what you guys came up with to try to give an excuse why Quinn didn't use his powers, she said. Well, I'm not buying it. I don't believe that a human that needs blood to survive exists. If there were such creatures as vampires, why haven't they revealed themselves to the world already? Aaron then went towards the door, pulling it open before saying her final words. You guys disappoint me. I was starting to think that we were a team, not a bunch of liars. With that, she closed the door behind her and stormed off. Do you think she'll tell anyone? Quinn asked. Are you kidding, with a reaction like that? Vorden replied. She didn't even believe it herself. She'll have an easier time convincing someone that she's a boy, rather than you being a vampire. Well, how did we expect her to react? Oh, it's okay. You can have my blood any time. She's not Layla, for goodness sake. Layla was annoyed at Vorden's remarks, but at the same time, she couldn't deny that she had the same reaction when she found out. I'm going to go check up on her, just to make sure she really doesn't tell anyone. I'll give you an update about it tomorrow, Quinn. Although Aaron didn't seem to believe it, Peter for some reason did. He didn't know how to explain it. But ever since he had left, his body felt different. His hearing was better, and he didn't feel as weak as before. There was some sort of connection that he felt between Quinn and him. It was as if the two of them were now connected somehow. The last thing that convinced him was the fact that he wasn't dead. He remembered seeing the Dalki's fist go through his own stomach. Quinn, does it mean that I'm a vampire now too? Peter asked. As Peter asked that question, Quinn didn't know what to reply because Peter wasn't the same as him. While Quinn was originally a halfling, Peter was something known as a ghoul. Just what was a vampire ghoul, Quinn thought? I'm afraid it isn't good news. The system said. Out of all the possibilities he could have turned into, this was the outcome I was hoping for the least. The system's words didn't give Quinn great hope, and what he was about to hear lessened his optimism even further. Chapter 143. Vampire Ghoul. Lately the system seemed to be the bearer of bad news, more than bringing good. Quinn already had a feeling that the word ghoul didn't have the best sound, but at the moment Peter seemed fine, and Quinn decided to put his worries behind him. What's with the look on your face? Peter said worriedly. Oh, it's nothing, I just think maybe we should note this down on a piece of paper or something, so you remember what I tell you, Quinn replied. He then went over to his desk and pulled out a piece of paper from his drawer. Vorden and Peter were hovering over his shoulder taking a look at what he was writing. First Quinn put his name at the top and by the side wrote down the word, vampire. He then listed all the strengths and weaknesses he had, super strength, abnormal healing, and the ability to see in darkness. He also listed down the powers he had along with it. Then underneath, with a line branching off from the top, he wrote down Peter's name and wrote the word ghoul. I'm a ghoul? Peter said, looking at the word. What does that mean? First, do you feel any different, Peter? Or has anything changed, like voices in your head or weird things in your vision? Quinn was trying to see if Peter also had a system, but he needed to tiptoe around the word. Other than my body feeling better, there haven't been any other changes. What about your ability? Vorden asked. I remember when Quinn asked me if I wanted to turn into a vampire, he said I would lose my ability. Peter then quickly went over to his desk, where he always had a small ball of earth to practice on. He held it on his hands and tried to do what he usually did, but there was nothing. What, it's not working? Do I really have no ability at all? Peter said, all panicky. Calm down. Quinn interrupted. Don't worry about it too much. Although your ability is gone, you can learn a new one. We just need to find one that's compatible, like my shadow book. You mean I can have the same ability as yours? Peter asked. Quinn started to laugh nervously. Unfortunately, after learning the ability has got destroyed by a beast. Vorden quickly interrupted. Anyway, let me try to explain everything I know, Quinn said as he grabbed the pencils and wrote a pros and cons list right next to Peter's name. Are you ready? The system asked. While the system explained the difference between a vampire and a vampire ghoul, Quinn would write it down on a piece of paper while explaining it out loud to the others. Why don't we start with the positives? The system said. First, unlike a vampire, a ghoul is not affected by sunlight. Peter breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. I thought I might have to start carrying an umbrella around everywhere. The system continued, and so did Quinn. Ghouls are stronger, faster, and can see better than a human. But their main strength is their incredible healing abilities. They are even more impressive than yours, Quinn. Broken bones, chunks of flesh will be instantly healed on the spot. That isn't too bad, Vorden said. Peter, this means we can just say you have a self-healing ability. There are a few of them out there, although we will have to keep it a secret from the school since they all think you have an earth ability. What if someone sees, or tries hurting me and finds out? Peter asked. Don't worry, not many people know of the other students' ability other than the staff, but if push comes to shove, I can try clearing their mind with my influence skill. Quinn replied. Now the next bit of information is more for you, Quinn, the system said. Ghouls are most loyal to their maker. The main reason for this is because your blood resides inside their body. Unfortunately, what this means is, you will need to supply Peter with your own blood, otherwise his body will start to deteriorate, and eventually will cease to exist. As long as he gets a supply of your blood, then he will live on forever by your side. What do you mean by loyal? Quinn asked. Similar to how your charm skill works, whatever you command, Peter will feel like he has no choice but to obey, although this does depend on the amount of your blood that remains inside his body. The longer he goes without a new dose of blood, the less inclined he will be to follow your orders. Right now, Quinn was feeling bad for Layla and Vorden. It seems like a bloody business was taking place. While Quinn would get his blood from Layla or Vorden, then Peter would need to get his blood from him, which would require Quinn to get more blood from the others. What about human blood? Will I need to drink that? Peter asked as he gulped, feeling a strange new hunger in his stomach. No, there is no need to drink human blood, Quinn replied. Actually, unlike me who gets stronger from human blood, it will have no effect on you. Right now it seemed like they were getting a clearer picture of how a ghoul worked. It had superhuman capabilities similar to a vampire, but had none of the vampire skills Quinn had at his disposal. But it did have supernatural healing that surpassed his own, as well as being able to retain his strength in the sun. Although he wasn't too strong now, once Peter had an ability, the others could see him becoming quite powerful. The only con so far was the fact that he needed Quinn's blood. Although Quinn decided to leave the loyalty part out of his explanation. The two of them already felt this strange connection without having to say anything, and Quinn had a feeling if he asked Peter to do something, he would. But Quinn knew the system wouldn't have said this was one of the worst options, if this was the only issue with being a ghoul. Now, time for the cons. The system said. Hearing these words made Quinn's hand shake a little, and the others could see this as he was getting ready to write down what the system was telling him. First off, the ability for Peter to eat regular food has completely disappeared. If he eats regular food, he will immediately throw it back up. This didn't sound too bad. After all, Quinn himself was only in a slightly better situation. At the moment, the only food he could enjoy was meat. Everything else seemed to give him quite the allergic reaction to things, similar to that time he had eaten the food pill. But as long as it was meat, and more specifically red meat, he could still enjoy the taste of it quite well. Then does he just have to live off my blood then? Quinn asked the system. No, the blood is a rare thing and will hardly be needed. I would more often feed Peter just to keep him loyal to you, but still, a ghoul needs a food source. The system replied. Well, just tell me already, what is it? Quinn responded in an annoyed way. A ghoul needs to feed on human flesh, the system said, sounding softer at the end. The pencil in Quinn's hands had dropped onto the table and rolled onto the floor. Quinn, is something wrong? Vorden asked. He then turned to look at Peter. Peter, you are not feeling hungry by any chance, are you? Quinn asked. I'm feeling a bit peckish. I haven't eaten since this morning after all. Peter replied honestly. Human blood was fine, but human flesh. It wasn't like Quinn could chop off Layla's finger and feed it to Peter every day, and more than anything, what would Peter think of all this? Chapter 144. Worst case. During this whole time, Quinn had basically been repeating to the others what the system had told him, making sure to leave out the parts that weren't needed. They had a right to know about the vampire stuff, especially since the two of them were closely involved, but there was no reason for them to know about the system. But when the system had said the last line, he couldn't hide the shock of the words that had been spoken, and now was thinking how to break the news to Peter. Peter, maybe it's best if you sat down for this, Quinn said. What, why? Peter looked at him, fidgeting. You're making me even more scared. Just sit down, Quinn said. But as he said these words, his eyes started to glow a little. Peter didn't know why, but he felt like he needed to complete the task immediately. After sitting on the bed, Quinn was trying to find the best way to put the bad news into words. I can see this is troublesome, so let me give you a solution for now, the system said. As a temporary measure, he might be able to last a few days on raw animal meat, but sooner or later you will have to grab him human flesh. He looked Peter in the eyes and finally found the courage to tell him. Being a ghoul means you can no longer eat regular food. You're going to have to eat raw meat from now on. Raw meat, as an uncooked food? Peter questioned. Won't I get sick from it, though? They carry so many diseases, and the human body isn't designed to process raw food. As Peter continued to speak, his words got faster as he panicked even more. Maybe you're wrong. Why don't I just try eating some normal food and see how it goes? For goodness sake, Peter, listen to yourself, Vorden shouted. I know this must be a scary thing, but listen. Quinn is just trying to help you here. Just then, Vorden and Quinn decided to head to the nearby convenience store to grab some things as a test, while they asked Peter to stay in the room. Once again, although Peter was scared and wanted to come with them, a certain feeling was passing from Quinn and onto Peter, making him feel like he had to obey. I guess this is what the system was talking about. I can feel a connection between the two of us, Quinn thought. As the two of them walked to the convenience store, Quinn was keeping awfully quiet, which made Vorden suspicious that Quinn was holding something else back. Go on, tell me then, Vorden said. You could have gone to the shop on your own, but you wanted me to come along. It's about Peter, Quinn said quietly. I didn't tell Peter everything. Being a ghoul doesn't mean he has to eat raw meat. He needs to eat raw human meat. Raw animal meat will only work for a short time. Suddenly, Vorden stopped in his tracks. Quinn, I'm being serious when I suggest this here, but wouldn't it be better to just kill Peter? And before you say anything, hear me out. He already tried taking our lives, and we know the reason behind it now. But I'm afraid this will just cause you more problems in the future. He saved your life, and you saved his. And if I kept a scoreboard, he still needs to save you one more time to make it even. He's not the type of guy who can handle this, and if he gets caught, then don't think he won't give you in. He won't. He can't, Quinn replied. How can you be so sure? Vorden asked, a bit surprised by Quinn's sudden answer. It was hard for Quinn to explain, but he could feel the connection between the two of them now. Essentially, Peter's whole existence now depended on him, and as long as Quinn asked for it, Peter would do it. Well, I can tell you won't take my suggestion, but let me tell you this then, Vorden said. Taking a life isn't as easy as you think. Although Quinn knew the weight behind Vorden's words, what Vorden didn't know was Quinn had already done just that, and it was easier than he had expected. Perhaps for a human, it wasn't so easy, but the same couldn't be said for a vampire like Quinn now. Especially those people that deserved it. The two continued to go to the shop and bought all sorts of packs of meat. Vorden was ready to use his wristwatch, but Quinn just straight up paid for it instead. When did you become so wealthy? Vorden asked. I have my ways. Quinn winked back with a smile. Finally, the two had returned to the dorm room where Peter had stayed waiting for them. He was in the same spot as when the two had left him. That smells nice, Peter said. What did you bring? Quinn then pulled out the packs of food. Some were raw pieces of steak and pork, while the others were pre-packed food that had already been cooked. Peter didn't need to see anything, because his nose was already telling him which one smelled better. It was one of the first clear signs that he had changed. Immediately when they entered the room, the sweet scent had filled the entire room, and it wasn't coming from the cooked meat. Well, do you want to try the packed pre-cooked meat first? Quinn asked. But I'm telling you, you're going to get sick from this. No, it's okay, Peter said, with the sound of resignation in his voice. Just give me the other stuff. They placed the raw steak out on a plate and put it right in front of Peter. Is he really going to eat it? Vorden said. I don't know, it looks pretty good to me as well, Quinn replied. I can't tell if you're trying to be funny or what, man, Vorden said, with a disgusted look on his face. It didn't take long for Peter to dive in. Seeing the raw steak in front of him suddenly caused his hunger to grow more and more to the point he couldn't hold back, and without even using the knife and fork by his side, he picked up the steak with his 2 hands and started biting into it. His once dull teeth had turned sharp like a lion's, helping him rip the meat to pieces, and after only a couple of minutes, the whole steak had been devoured. Sobbing then could be heard from his chair. I'm a monster, he cried. Peter, Vorden said. You're less of a monster now than you were before. At least you know what you are, and what you did before was wrong. How do you think Quinn feels after saving your life, and you saying that right in front of him? Peter knew Vorden was right, so he wiped his tears, and stood up smiling at Quinn. As he did, his teeth were all bloody from the meal. Thank you, Quinn. I'm sorry for being so selfish. With the experiment done, and the other two feeling a bit better, they placed the remainder of the raw meat in their fridge. But the only one that got a good night's sleep was Peter. The other two were lost in thought. Vorden couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was sleeping in a room with a cannibal. At least Quinn would only suck his blood, but with Peter, he might wake up with an arm missing. While Quinn was thinking along similar lines. System, do you know how long until he starts craving for human flesh, and will I still be able to control him? Quinn asked. His hunger will outgrow your commands, but he will not attack you. However, about a time frame I am unsure. Best case scenario is a week. And worst case? Quinn asked. Tomorrow? Chapter 145, The Crystals. The next day had arrived, and when Vorden had woken up, he had faint bags under his eyes. Quinn eventually managed to get some sleep, but he didn't seem to have fared much better. Either. Didn't get much sleep? Quinn asked. Vorden shook his head while looking at Peter, who seemed to still be sleeping peacefully away. At least still looks like a human. All of the first-year students had gotten the next 2 days off after the expedition. With the next 2 days off, Quinn knew he needed to hurry and find a solution for Peter's situation. That not only had the people from the school, but the workers and soldiers outside as well. There was bound to be a morgue in the city. Although crimes that lead to death did not occur, like in a regular city since most of the citizens were soldiers, but that didn't mean there weren't any. One thing was for sure, they didn't want to get a body from the morgue in the school they were in, and another investigation would be carried out. While Quinn was thinking about what to do, a knock was heard at the door. When they opened the door, they were surprised to see Layla there. She was on her own, though, but came to update them on the situation with Aaron. It seems like she has calmed down a bit, Layla said. And I'll be honest, it was strange. She really wasn't upset by the fact you were a vampire even after I tried explaining it to her, but just that you could have helped us out more during the assessment. Anyway, what about him? Quinn then went on to explain about what had happened to Peter, and how he had turned into a ghoul. When Quinn mentioned this, her face immediately dropped. She had read enough books to know some of the downsides of being in close proximity to a ghoul. Some of them were blood-hungry, starved creatures, while others constantly craved human flesh. And after hearing Quinn's explanation, it seemed like she was right. You know, after seeing you turn Peter, I thought you were hiding something from me, but I guess this was something you were afraid of. And honestly, being a vampire is cool and all, but being a ghoul not so much, Layla said. Quinn started to think about what Layla had just said. Before everything had happened, he was seriously considering turning Layla into a vampire. However, the system had stated that this outcome, someone turning into a ghoul, was one of the options. System, If I was to use the blood ritual on Layla, would it be the same result? Quinn asked. Honestly, I'm not sure. It depends on the person and the situation they were in. Perhaps Peter had turned because of how close to death he was when the ritual was formed, but maybe he would have turned into one anyway considering how weak his mind was. I can't say that it won't happen, but I believe that Layla would have a higher chance of turning into something else. For now, Quinn decided to keep the words of the system to himself. He already had enough problems to deal with, and he didn't need another one if Layla was to turn into something else even more problematic than a ghoul. Oh, I almost forgot, Vorden said as he went under his bed and pulled out a small bag before throwing it over to Quinn, who caught it. Quinn opened the bag and noticed that it seemed to be full of crystals. Since the expedition ended early, we got to keep all of those. You mean these are? Quinn asked, with a look of excitement on his face. Yep, the winged lizard crystals you asked for, Vorden replied, with a smile. Looking in the bag, there looked to be around 30 of them. Quinn couldn't imagine what the group must have done to be able to obtain this many. But now he realized why Aaron was incredibly upset. With this amount of crystals, their group would have come out on top of the whole leaderboard. Right now, though, he had enough crystals to create a costume for himself. The cape that Sam used was hard enough to block Quinn's blood swipes, while also being flexible. If he could use this to create a full set of clothing, then he would finally be able to fight during the day. Although at first he wasn't sure who he could go to for help to design a costume, suddenly someone came to mind. Logan. If there was anyone who was good at creating things and knowing if something was possible or not, he would be the one to go to. Still, he couldn't just leave Peter as he was, not with the chance of him turning into a flesh-hungry monster. Vorden could see that Quinn seemed to be struggling with something. There must have been a reason why he had told him and Layla to gather as many of those crystals as possible. Just go do whatever you need to do, Vorden said. Layla and I can deal with the problem. I have an idea anyway. Are you sure? What about the others? Do you want me to pay you guys for these? Quinn asked. Are you joking? Layla said. Quinn, if it wasn't for you back then when the Dalki attacked, we would have all lost our lives, and that includes Aaron. As much as she says she's angry at you, she can't deny that you saved our lives. The least we could do is give you these crystals for free. Quinn looked at them one more time, and knew that if there was anyone he could rely on, it would be Vorden, and even more so with Layla helping him. All right, just let me know if there are any problems. I should be in the very important person area just above. After that, Quinn quickly rushed out of the room with the crystals in his hand. In the very important person area? Layla said. I wonder what he's doing there. Who knows? Vorden said as he shrugged his shoulders. Just then Peter was starting to wake up and rub his eyes. But right now, we have a bigger problem to deal with. Inside the second-year building, Duke was sitting down at his desk smoking a cigar in his office. He wasn't much of a smoker, but when he was under immense pressure, he found that he tended to smoke a lot more cigars than normal. Damn, that True Dream guy is coming again, Duke said to himself. The door to the room then swung open as one of the sergeants with an afro on the top of his head and sunglasses on came walking in. His name was Raphael and was one of the teachers for the second-year students. Sir, I've brought the list of names that you asked for. Raphael then came forward and handed over a little stick to Duke. When placing it on the table, a digital display of students had appeared. Let's see. It looks like we have a good mix of abilities here, Duke said. And you've checked the background of all of these. There will be no complaints from important families if something was to go wrong, correct? Yes, sir. At the top of the list of names, one of the students' picture was being displayed. It was of a picture of Peter Chuck, Chapter 146, A Ghoul's Power. It was their day off, and early in the morning, Quinn was going out to meet up with Logan. He had left both Layla and Vorden behind to keep an eye on Peter. Quinn had told them that at some point Peter would be required to eat human flesh. It could take up to a week, but it could also be tomorrow. There was no way to know for sure. It could also be as soon as today, Vorden thought to himself. We can't be that unlucky, right? He certainly hoped this was not the case. Unfortunately, the tasks that Quinn had given to them were quite difficult. Not only did they need to look out for Peter's safety, but they also had to find a way to get human flesh without letting him find out about it. Come on, Peter, Vorden said. Let's head outside. Outside? Peter asked, his tone slightly confused. Well, if I were you, the first thing I'd want to do was to test out my new powers. Quinn said that you are some kind of superhuman, right? Well, why don't we take a look at what you can do now? I think that's a great idea, Layla said while bobbing up and down. Although she didn't like the sound of being turned into a ghoul, perhaps it also had its good sides. The three of them grabbed a few things and got ready to go outside. Layla even took her beast equipment with her. A lot of the students carried around their beast weapons as they walked through the city, but some chose not to. Mainly because currently they were in one of the safest places on the planet. However, since the Dalki had attacked some students during the planar expedition, everyone seemed to be more on edge and always ready for battle. Just as they were about to leave, Peter stopped by the entrance. Don't worry, Layla said. Even Quinn doesn't burn under the sunlight, he just feels weak and sluggish. Besides, just in case Quinn was wrong, I brought an umbrella with me. What are you doing, Peter thought to himself. You spent your whole life as a weakling, and now, just maybe, it can start to change. After convincing himself, Peter closed his eyes and stepped outside to where the sun could touch his skin. Just as Quinn had said, he didn't feel any weaker than before. He felt the same on the inside as he did outside. With this information, a smile appeared on Peter's face. At the least, he could live a somewhat normal life without having to hide in the shadows all the time. The group walked towards the park, and once they arrived, they headed deeper into the park woods. They followed the man-made trail that was often used for people to hike through, until eventually leaving the trail, as they traveled farther away from the beaten path. They continued to walk until they had finally found a quiet and clear area in the woods that was devoid of trees. It was also hidden from view. This place is perfect. Besides, if anyone comes close, we will be able to hear them in time, Vorden said. What should we test first? Layla asked. How about strength and speed? Vorden said as he walked up to Layla, holding out his hand. Do you mind? Layla looked at Vorden. These days, he seemed to be more reliable than before. She still felt that he was a bit crazy in the head, but couldn't call him an outright bad person, not without any evidence anyway. Fine. She held out her hand and allowed Vorden to copy her abilities. The two of them then lifted a bunch of branches and sticks off of the ground. Because Layla's ability was quite weak, the maximum they could lift was 2 each, making it 4. Just do your best to avoid the sticks as much as you can, Vorden shouted as the two stood around 5 meters away from Peter. Looks like not only has his speed gotten better, but his reflexes as well, Vorden said. But he's still Peter. Peter nodded when he was ready, and the two of them immediately started to hover the sticks up in the air, aiming to hit Peter with them. The sticks were light, allowing Vorden and Layla to move them quite fast. They were easily as fast as regular attacks, and with 4 of them coming from different directions, it was like 2 people were fighting against Peter at the same time. For Peter, it was the first time that he felt confident during a practice. It was like he could see the attacks coming towards him. When he told his body to move, it followed what he wanted to do, avoiding the branches of sticks. It was amazing since whatever Peter thought in his head, his body reacted and did it, unlike when his body didn't respond to his thoughts against other people before. Just then, Vorden timed both sticks at the right time. When one went in for the attack, if Peter was to avoid it, the other one would be right in time to strike him. Peter pulled his body back, avoiding the first stick. Then, the second one from behind came right at his face, but he still managed to catch the second stick out of the air at the last second just as he pulled his face back. However, the tip of the stick still managed to cut his cheek, drawing the smallest amount of blood. Oh, sorry, Peter, Vorden yelled as the two of them rushed over. But by the time they reached him, the blood had fallen on the ground, and the cut that was once on Peter's cheek was no longer there. Looks like the super healing can be checked as well, Vorden said with a smile on his face. He was actually glad that this had happened, because he was afraid that if they were to test out the super healing any other way, then it would cause Peter to grow hungrier even quicker. The next test they had for Peter was his strength. For this trial they used a simple tree. Although Vorden was considered one of the students at the peak physical fitness for his height and age, even he wouldn't be able to damage a tree with his bare hands. That was unless he was wearing beast gear, or had some type of ability to help him. So you want me to just punch the tree? Peter asked, looking at it carefully. The tree was mighty, and its trunk was thicker than Peter himself. Just imagining punching the thing, he could already feel the pain in his knuckles. Just go for it, Layla said. You already know that you have super healing. But that doesn't mean that I don't feel any pain, Peter said. But he was also curious to see how much stronger he had gotten. He readied himself and looked at the tree, then pulling back his fist, he swung it outward. However, at the last second, he tried pulling back his power for fear of hurting himself. As he hit the tree, he had done so at an odd angle, causing his wrist to bend on impact. He screamed out in pain. As the two went to take a look, they could see that a part of his bone had come out and pierced through his skin, but at the same time, it was healing then and there in an instant. When they looked at the tree, there was a large dent that had been made. Not one large enough to cause the tree to fall over, but one that would be impossible for most humans by using their bare hands. Once Peter's wrist was healed, he started to twist it around and move it about. It seemed to be working just like normal. Well, we know you have abnormal strength, that's for sure, but I think there's a clear difference between you and Quinn, Layla said. What do you mean? Peter asked, still rolling his wrist around, making sure everything worked okay. Well, let's say if Quinn was to do the same thing, even if he didn't punch the tree dead on, his wrist probably would have been fine. I think that's because his body is stronger than that of a regular human, Layla explained. While yours, although you have super strength, your body is still just like ours, made of regular bones and flesh. If you attack at full power, you will probably end up hurting yourself, breaking a bone just like what you did back then. Heck, even humans break their bones when they fight. So for you with your extra strength, it's a little worse. You're going to have to learn to control it. As soon as Layla had finished explaining, the wristwatch on Peter's arm started to light up. When he looked at it, he could see a voice message that had been left. This is General Duke. Peter Chuck, you are required to come to my office in the second-year building immediately. I have some important things to discuss with you. As soon as Vorden heard the message, there was no longer any need for him to ask Peter who was behind everything. He had already figured it out. Why else would the head of the second years have anything to do with the first year? The only problem now was, how could he go up against the general of a military base? Chapter 147, Bite Me or Love Me. An order from the general was absolute, and a strict punishment awaited those who disobeyed them. Although there weren't many rules when it came to what happened between the students themselves, the same couldn't be said for those who were above them. If you broke the rules enough times, then you would be led to an underground dungeon. The school couldn't just kick you out. Those who went in almost never came back out, and the ones who did come back came as different people. There was also a rumor that had been going around that the students who were sent into the dungeon came back without any abilities at all. Because of this, even Vorden was worried about going up against the general of the school. Perhaps he could use his family's power to influence the military's decision about Duke, but that would require evidence and a lot more than a single testimony from Peter. So the group had no choice but to follow Duke's command. I do, Peter asked as he walked back to the military base with the other two. What should we'll follow along as far as we can go, but if they see you with us, then they'll think you're no longer on their side. Just agree to whatever they ask of you for now, and we can figure it out later, Vorden said. Just then, as they were about to exit the forest, Vorden suggested that Peter walk up ahead while they followed him from behind. They needed to be extra careful just in case, but before Peter left the forest, Vorden had a few words to say. Peter, I'm taking my chances with you this time. I don't know why, but Quinn seems to completely trust you, and while I have forgiven you, it doesn't mean I trust you. Not yet, or maybe ever. Layla nudged Vorden in the ribs. Give the guy a break, will you? She whispered. He went through a near-death experience, and now he's just been told that he's a ghoul. You don't have to say out loud what he already knows. She gave Peter an encouraging smile. However, Vorden was dead serious. He still saw Peter as a liability, and if it wasn't for Quinn, he would have gotten rid of him by now. They had finally arrived at the second-year building, which was stationed on the east side of the school. From this point on, Vorden and Layla could no longer follow as there were second-year students standing just outside, and they didn't have a good reason. Still, Peter managed to walk straight past the two second-year students, as they had been expecting him, but Vorden and Layla knew they couldn't because they would be stopped. Peter entered the building and walked into Duke's office. Please, come and sit down, Peter, Duke said as he closed the door behind him before sitting back in his seat. It seems the two of us haven't been able to talk since the last task I had set for you. Duke then went under his desk and pulled out several books and placed them on the table. There were 3 Earth ability books numbered from 2 up to 4. Although things didn't go quite according to plan, you still held up your end of the bargain, and I don't want to seem like a person who doesn't keep his promises, he said, smiling. If Peter didn't notice it before, he could definitely notice it now. There was something sinister about Duke's smile. Just why was he trying so hard to get rid of Vorden in the first place? Peter thought. Isn't everyone on the same side to fight against the Dalki? But Peter remembered Vorden's words and grabbed the books. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like me to do? Peter asked. We have a visitor next week, and I'm going to need you to learn the Earth ability up to level 4. It's why I also gave you books 2 and 3. It should be easier for you to learn the abilities quickly if you do them step by step. In a couple of weeks, come back and report to me. You are dismissed. Peter then bowed down to the general before leaving the room. Looks like I've been able to convert another one. In the end, everyone wants to be at the top, the Duke thought. As Peter left the room, he spotted Earl waiting just outside to be called in. What are you looking at, you dog? He snapped back. Earl still hadn't recovered from what Vorden had done to him before the outing, and because he was weaker than Vorden, he couldn't take it out on him. So he decided to take it out on Peter instead. Hearing those words and seeing Earl again, sudden images started to appear in his head. Unpleasant images. Very unpleasant. Hey, I know. Why don't you wait for me out back after this? Me and the boys have a little surprise for you, Earl said. Whatever you say, Earl. Peter replied, secretly smiling on the inside. As Peter walked down the hallway and towards the back exit of the school, he couldn't suppress the smile that suddenly appeared on his face. I'll be waiting for you all right. While the others were busy doing their own thing, Erin had eventually calmed down from it all. She thought back and had to admit that even if Quinn had hidden his powers in the end, he had saved their lives from the Dalki, she couldn't stay upset about not coming first. Comprehend. It didn't sound like an ability, but more like an entirely different species altogether. But the strangest thing of it all was what species could survive only on the blood of humans. vampires, as vicious killers. But the one thing they all had in common was the theme around. When she thought back to the image of the Dalki, her body started to shiver uncontrollably. Calm down, Aaron, deep breaths, she thought to herself. She had regained her composure, but now she started to think about Quinn a bit more. Just what was a vampire, actually? Even though Layla had tried her best to explain it, it really wasn't something she could. Maybe I can think of them as humanoid mosquitoes. Yeah, that sounds right. They're humanoid mosquitoes, Aaron thought to convince herself. If there were no humans, how would vampires survive, and what would happen to Quinn if he didn't get any blood? While she was fine with keeping Quinn's identity a secret, she was nervous about covering her own back, and curious to see just how dangerous this vampire thing actually was. That led her to the library. Aaron went down the non-fiction aisle to see if there was anything she could find, but there was nothing. There were no vampires, and there didn't seem to be anything close to describing them in the first place. If it wasn't in any of the official records, it was slowly starting to make sense to her why everyone wanted her to keep it a secret. This left her with no choice but to head to the fiction section, and nearly instantly, she found several novels about vampires. But just from looking at the covers, she found it really hard to tell what vampires were. Vampire. The Last Blood. Bite Me or Love Me. Thicker Than Blood. Some of the covers even seemed to have men in suggestive poses, while other books deemed. Aaron decided to just pick up one of the books at random. She picked up the book titled Bite Me or Love Me. She stood there in the aisle and started reading it, but before she knew it, she couldn't put the book down. My word, what are they doing? Just from reading the novel, her face started to go red. So you're interested in vampires, huh? A boy's voice said, coming from her left side. As she turned her head to see who it was, she could see a student, one she hadn't come across before, or maybe she had. Aaron had a bad habit of only remembering people she cared about. But when looking at this boy, she had a feeling if she had seen him, she would have remembered him, as something was pulling her towards him. I didn't expect to see a beautiful girl like you here, the boy said as he swept back his black hair. The name's Fex. Nice to meet you. Chapter 148, A Problem. Outside the second-year building, out in the open field, Layla and Vorden were still patiently waiting. Peter had gone in a while ago, but now they started to wonder what was taking Peter so long. Do you think something might have happened to him? Layla asked, looking at the 2 second-years that stood directly outside the building, like they were guard dogs. I'm not sure. He doesn't look like the type that's good at lying, Vorden replied to her question. Then again, he did fool me and Quinn before, without us having a clue. Would you stop being so salty about that? It's getting annoying, Layla said, getting sick of the fact that Vorden seemed to be putting Peter down whenever they talked about him. Right now, all of us are trying to help each other. That's how it should be. That's how this world should have been in the first place before the introduction of powers came and changed everything. Vorden could tell that there seemed to be some sort of pain behind Layla's words. Then again, it was normal for people who were of the lower class to be unhappy with the current system. Before the war with the Dalki, everyone had a voice in some way. They had a right to vote, and they had the chance to change things. But after the war, that all changed. Now, if you are of a lower class, the people in power don't care about what you think. It's not the powers themselves that are at fault, Vorden replied. It's the people at the top who made the current system who are at fault. Eventually, the two of them felt they had waited for far too long. They came to the conclusion that it wasn't likely that Peter was going to come out anytime soon. They had a feeling something might have happened. With that in mind, the two of them decided to stop waiting out front and started to head around the back. There was no entrance to get into the school from the back since the second-year building was up against the school walls which surrounded the entire military camp. But perhaps they could find some other entrance, either by climbing some walls or through some other means. The two of them needed to be careful that they weren't seen while they were sneaking around, so the two of them would be using Layla's abilities to make sure of that. When they got around to the back side of the building, they could see another student standing guard there. Using Layla's powers, they both lifted up a couple of stones and threw them to distract the student. Are you ready? Layla asked with a smile on her face. When she realized what kind of face she was making, she quickly stopped. She couldn't believe she was actually having fun sneaking around and causing trouble. And with Vorden of all people. As I thought, you do look a little cute when you are smiling, Vorden said as a response. Peter was patiently waiting outside the place where he had suggested. While waiting, Peter started to look around the place. Since there were no exits, there weren't many students moving about back here. There was also a plain wall, but it was nearly impossible for someone to scale unless they had some type of ability. As Peter continued to look at the wall, he was wondering if he, in his current state, could do such a thing. But just as he was in the middle of this thought, he heard a voice from behind. Hey, Peter. It's been a while, hasn't it? Earl said, as he walked closer before adding, You know, lately, Duke has been blaming me for all of the failed attempts against Vorden, so I haven't been getting any rewards. How are you going to solve that for me? While walking closer towards Peter, Earl looked at what was in Peter's hands, which were the level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books. Although Earl was already a level 4 Earth user, and had no need for the books himself, he could always sell them on the market to earn some money. "Hand them over, you piece of crap," Earl said as he slapped Peter across the face, leaving a red mark. The truth was, Earl didn't really care about the books, and if he asked for them, then Peter was likely to give them to him. All he wanted to do was vent out his pent-up frustrations on someone, and Peter was the perfect target. Just a few moments ago, Duke did not give him any reward for his efforts, unlike what he had promised. Did he fail his task? Earl pondered. Not at all. He managed to convince Peter to push his friend, just like they had asked. With that in mind, why wasn't he being rewarded for it? On top of that, after everything he had gone through, he had been beaten up by Aaron. Soon after that, his friends had abandoned him, saying they no longer wanted to help him. To them, it was too dangerous, and they didn't want to get hurt by Aaron as well. Then, later on, he was further punished by Vorden. He still couldn't sleep right after what Vorden had done to him. Peter looked at the mark on his face. Usually, in a situation like this, his hands would be shaking. In the past, he had been so mentally broken that even Earl raising his hands would make him flinch. But not today. Something felt different. After the scenes of Earl's neck being ripped out had appeared in his head, strange thoughts started to appear in his mind. What if I could make that a reality? Peter thought. Earl then proceeded to kick Peter in the stomach before grabbing him by the collar and throwing him onto the ground. Peter was now in a space between two buildings, namely the second-year building and one of the storage rooms. It was a place that was quite dark, and unless someone purposely went around the back to find them, no one would find out. Well then, isn't this a quiet little place for the two of us to carry on our usual business? Earl asked with a smile. Peter then stood up and responded with a smile. Indeed it is. After distracting the students who were standing by the side of the building, using the floating stones, they were able to gradually make their way towards the back of the second-year building without being seen. When they arrived, they didn't see anything. It was totally empty. Nothing was there. Even the set of windows they saw was too high for them to climb up to. Come on. Let's keep looking, Layla said. There must be some way to get into the school. They looked around, but unfortunately they didn't find anything. Until Vorden spotted a little alleyway just between the second-year building and the storage room. Maybe there's a pipe or something we can use to climb up to the windows. You've been watching way too many martial arts movies, Layla said. Still, they decided to check it out now that they were here anyway. They had already come this far, and the least they could do is try everything before giving up. As they made their way to the space between the two buildings, they started to hear strange sounds. Certain cracking and gobbling noises were made, as if some type of wild dog was wolfing down its meal. Finally, they turned the corner, only to see Peter there. However, he wasn't alone. His hands and mouth were covered in blood while a dead body wearing a student's uniform laid in front of him. The student's body had parts of its limbs torn off. Also some bones with little bits of flesh still attached could be seen, and they looked as if someone had hungrily ripped the meat right off the bone. Peter, Layla said. What have you done? Chapter 149, Strange Device. The very important person dorm rooms of the first year's building were on the third floor. Quinn had decided to head here to meet someone. That someone was, of course, Logan, as he was the only very important person Quinn knew, although he wasn't sure if Logan could even help him or not. Quinn's plan was to use the winged lizard crystals to create some type of costume or suit that would cover his entire body. He needed a flexible material, so it could wrap around him, but he also needed it to be strong enough to survive in a fight. It was easy enough for him to find a black suit that covered his entire body that would help him avoid the sunlight. The problem was the second Quinn would be hit, and the suit ripped, then he would be weakened by the sun again. That's why, when he learned of Sam's cape through the VR game, he had come up with an idea. Now that he had the materials, the only problem left was to craft a costume out of them. Most blacksmiths and tailors had a blueprint they would follow. These blueprints specify the techniques used, and which materials needed to be mixed when creating weapons and armor. But because Quinn was asking for something that hadn't been made before, he would have to ask someone at the expert designer level to custom make one for him. This would be very costly, and even if he sold all the crystals and used up the ones in his hand, he wouldn't have enough to pay the cost. This led him to Logan. He saw how many crazy things Logan seemed to create for himself in his room. He thought perhaps he might have an idea, or, if not, he might be able to introduce him to someone who could do it at a lower price. At first Quinn knocked on the door, but there seemed to be no answer. It was strange because for the week that Quinn trained using Logan's machine, he hadn't seen him leave the room once. When trying to push the door open, he was surprised to see that it wasn't locked nor shut properly. Hello? Quinn asked as he crept into the room. Just at the other end of the room, he could see Logan in his chair. He had some sort of metallic tool glove in his right hand, while a giant pair of goggles seemed to be hovering over his eyes. Oh, he was just busy as usual, Quinn thought to himself. Quinn then started to look around the room at all the gadgets around him. He knew when Logan was in his concentration mode, no matter what you did, you wouldn't get his attention. So the best thing to do was just to wait until he was done. While walking around the room, Quinn continued to look at all the storage devices, and whenever he found something interesting, he could use his inspect skill. What he noticed was, some of the devices the system didn't seem to have any clue what it was. While for other items, it would give basic descriptions, such as what materials the item was made from. For the others, it would simply show a line of, these were items that Logan had uniquely created and didn't exist in the world. But there was one thing they all had in common, and that was the name of the creator, Logan Dyson. But as Quinn was looking around, he spotted a strange circular object on one of the shelves. It stood out compared to the rest, because most of the things in the room seemed to be covered in dust, but not this one. It was a square-shaped device no bigger than a laptop, and on the top it seemed to have some type of digital display. Inspect, creator Richard Eno. A return portal device. When the correct access code has been entered, it will return you to the destination that has been preset. Quinn moved in to take a closer look. It seemed to be the only item that wasn't made by Logan, and on top of that, it was a teleporter, but it was one that he had never seen before. The portal teleporters they currently carried were quite large devices, but this one was small and compact, as if the technology was ahead of their current time. Quinn reached out to grab it, but just then a voice from behind spoke to him. "Hey, if you want to get your fingers blown off, then please, be my guest, carry on and touch it," Logan said sarcastically. His seat was turned around, and he was staring at Quinn. "Then again, I would love to see which ability is stronger, mine or yours," he continued. "Sorry about that," Quinn said as he pulled back his hand. "It looks kind of interesting. What is it exactly?" When Quinn finished talking, the robotic gauntlet that was on one of Logan's hands started to break down. It appeared to break into smaller parts, until they looked like little bugs. Then the bugs went over to where Quinn was. They grabbed the case and brought it over to Logan. "This thing has been the bane of me and my family's life," Logan said, looking around it. "As you know, my family are originals who hid their abilities from the world. Before the war started, they were researchers who worked privately for different corporations, sometimes even governments, different armies, and all sorts of companies. Anyway, on one of their trips around 50 years ago, they discovered this device. At the time, no one knew what it was, and it seemed like our ability didn't work on it either. Of course, my family tried to research it, and eventually when we discovered the Dalki technology, we found similarities between this and the Dalki technology. It appears to be some type of teleporter. But the question is, why Dalki technology would exist on Earth before they even arrived? Then that just brings us even more questions. Why did the Dalki attack us? Were they here before? But did we just never know about it? Hearing all of these questions were causing Quinn to think about it. Perhaps Logan was on to something before he would have taken everything the government had told him as fact. He knew they hid things. Governments always did. But just like his vampire system, were they hiding even bigger secrets from the public? Anyway, Logan said, "It's not like I'm expecting you to know any of these answers. The one thing we do know is whoever was able to create a compact teleporter such as this is a genius. Oh, how I wish I could meet him one day." "Wait, what did you say?" Quinn replied. "Did you say you don't know who created it?" "Of course I don't. If I did, my family and I would have been chasing him for generations." This made Quinn sink even deeper in thought. Richard Eno was a well-known scientist, the person who had discovered not only the power of beast crystals, but also how the Dalki portals worked. Could he have really known everything all along? Right now, though, this was too big of a problem to solve, especially for someone like him. He was just one person in this whole thing, and he had his own problems to deal with. "Anyway," Logan said, "what did you visit me here for? Did you want to play the game again?" "Actually," Quinn said, "I was wondering if you could help make me a suit." Chapter 1. 50 Special Mask. Quinn had explained the specifics of the suit he wanted to Logan. He elaborated on how it needed to be made, using the crystals he had obtained, and how he needed it to completely cover him from head to toe, making sure that no sunlight could touch him. At first, Logan had some good news for Quinn. "Well, it seems you've come to the right person," said Logan. "I can design you one myself." "Really?" Quinn asked, surprised. "Of course, it will be easier than making some of my other contraptions, since most of them are powered by beast crystals anyway. I know my way around them. The fusion process I am using is also one of a kind," he said, smiling. Logan was clearly proud of his work, and Quinn could see this. Whenever he used to come by for his training, he would often praise his inventions, even if some of them seemed pointless or a bit out there. Because of this, Logan started to have more than just professional interest in Quinn, but also started to like him more as a friend. However, like with everything, there was also a slight problem. "What about breathing and seeing?" Logan asked. "If you're going to be covered from head to toe, you won't be able to breathe. Judging from the cape you described, the material won't be breathable, and if you cover the eyes, you won't be able to see anything either. I can place a sensory display in front of your eyes. It will work like the VR game and allow you to see outside, but that doesn't solve the problem that you won't be able to breathe." Quinn then started to look around the room while trying to come up with an idea. It looked like creating this suit wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. He proceeded to spot a small figurine with a type of gas mask on it in the corner of the room. It reminded him of the mask he first used when he went out hunting. Could we create something like this? Maybe if we put some tubes sticking out from the side or something, I can still breathe. Yeah, that could work, but you definitely won't get any points in the fashion department, Logan replied. Oh, and one more thing. If we could make the mask open and close, that would be great, Just in case I wanted to grab myself a quick snack while on the move, Quinn said, smiling. The two of them then sat down together. The crystals were placed in a seemingly special container while they were going through some type of melting process. Out of the 39 crystals obtained, Logan had said they would only need 30, leaving the rest for Quinn. Quinn had offered to pay for the process, or even give the remaining crystals to Logan, but he kept refusing, stating that he could earn in a minute the amount of money used to create such a thing, so there was no loss on his side. On top of Logan's desk, a large metal sheet was placed. Logan then placed his hand on the sheet and closed his eyes. Just like with the gauntlet before, the metal started to break down and move, eventually turning into little metal bugs again. The metal bugs started to form a human figure until it molded something that vaguely resembled Quinn. The two of them continued to go through the design process, altering what the metal model looked like. Each time Quinn would give a suggestion, the robots would move in place. There was not much that could be done with the suit. It had to be black in color and fit skin tight. However, the mask could be altered greatly. When using the outfit and mask, Quinn wanted to strike fear into his opponent's hearts. He wanted something quite scary looking. They went through several designs until it was finally done. Soon after, went straight to work. The beast crystals that were in the container had been liquefied, and now Logan had once again put on his tool glove. He went over to his workbench and started working straight away. Listening to every detail and simultaneously thinking so much was starting to make Quinn tired. He eventually drifted off at the desk until finally he fell asleep. After a while, Logan nudged the young man to wake up. Hey, wake up, sleepyhead, Logan said. It's done. As Quinn opened up his eyes, he was greeted with a metallic life-size model of him. It was in the same height and the same body proportions to him, although it had none of his facial features. But the big difference between the creation and him was the fact that it was wearing both the outfit and the mask they had designed together. It's amazing, Quinn said as he walked over to it and started to stroke the model. The black suit was skin tight but had a scaled pattern like that of a snake throughout its entire surface. However, there were a few design touches added to it from Logan that Quinn hadn't asked for. Do you like the additions that I made? Logan asked. On the forearms going up to the shoulder, 3 red claw-like marks could be seen on both sides. Although it looked nice, Quinn was hoping for the suit to be all black in color. If he was to also use this at night, he probably would have been seen. Nevertheless, when he looked at Logan's bags and his tired face, he found it hard to say no. It's great, Quinn replied. Still, what looked the best out of all to Quinn was the mask. It was made out of a metallic material that went over the black suit. It covered the mouth all the way to the top of the nose. On the outside, by the cheeks, 2 squares could be seen that stuck out slightly. Over the mouth, a pattern of teeth could be seen protruding. The teeth were molded outwards to look more realistic, like that of a beast. It wasn't painted on the outside, and when opened, it would look like a large beast was about to hold you in its jaws. Now, I do have to warn you. Although expensive metals were used when making this, there is a limit to how much it can endure. Logan explained. They were only basic tier crystals after all. It will fare well against intermediate weapons, but anything stronger than that and it will be cut. Quinn made sure to make note of that, for it would be the same when facing against beasts. If he was fighting during the day, he would be sure to pick and choose his opponents. Although suddenly, Quinn's body started to feel a strange sensation. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, only a tad different. His eyes started to glow once again. A strange power was surging through his body. What the hell is happening? Quinn thought. Hey, are you okay? Logan said. Do you need me to go get a doctor or something? As Logan stood in front of Quinn, he could see the color in his eyes change, and even Logan stepped back a bit. At the same time, little metallic bugs started to come over and built a metallic suit of his own over his body. Eventually, the bugs had completely formed a metallic suit that looked like that of a small mech suite, only without all the clunky parts, and more in line with the shape of a human. These were all precautions that Logan took, just in case Quinn was to go out of control. But then the feeling died down and his eyes returned to normal, but a message had appeared. A family member has grown stronger. What is this? Quinn said. Does this have anything to do with Peter? Then a dreaded thought hit his head. Chapter 151, another one. Standing alone in the fantasy section of the library was Erin and a strange boy known as Fex. Erin was still holding a vampire love story in her hand, and her face had gone bright red as she couldn't believe someone had just caught her reading such a dirty book. How could they describe such intimate scenes in such a strange way, although the boy in front of me seemed to have some idea of what the book was? Could it be that the boy was interested in the same type of things? She thought. Quickly hoping to avoid further embarrassment, Aaron put the book back where it was placed and started to walk over towards the boy. As Fex saw her walking towards him, he started to lick his lips. What a tasty-looking person, Fex thought. Looks like most of the human minds in this school are pretty weak. Aaron continued to walk forward with her head down, and when she was finally close enough, she halted her steps. Fex started to smile. Now, why don't you lift your head so I can take another look at your pretty face? Aaron lifted her head, but dashed forward in an instant. A type of ice sword was forming in her right hand. Using her forearm, she pushed Fex up against the wall right by his neck. The area started to freeze, and now an ice sword was pointed right at his throat. If you tell anyone about what you saw today, you're dead, you hear me? What's with this girl? How can you just attack someone like that? Fex cried. Aaron proceeded to slowly freeze both of his hands to the wall as well as made sure that he couldn't retaliate. Gradually, the ice from Aaron's forearm was starting to spread, and was freezing Fex's neck as well. Look, I don't want to cause any trouble, he said. Aaron looked at him carefully, noticing all the features that he had. Good, I will remember you, and if anyone finds out about what you saw today, I'll be coming back for you, Aaron said as she took away the ice sword. She then started her exit, leaving Fex in this sticky situation, frozen to the wall with the ice still confining his body. Wait, he shouted. Aren't you going to let me go? Aaron continued to walk off towards the center of the library. Without turning back, she said, It's just a little reminder of what can happen if you don't listen. Eventually, Aaron had left the library. The other people who were nearby went to look at the commotion down the aisle, wondering what was going on. However, all they could see was a single man stuck up against the wall. A few laughed and giggled, as it wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. After all, few of the braver boys among the first-year students had tried to confess their love to Aaron. But she hated it when people would waste her time. They would always ask to meet in a quiet or a secret place, and Aaron would always think that it was for a matter of importance to her, yet it was the same every time. They would confess their love for Aaron and ask her out on a date. The usual reply she would give was to stick these, in their own eyes, love interests to the wall. She would often leave them there frozen in place while waiting for the ice to melt. She did this as a warning for other suitors in the future. Slowly, people started to get the message and stopped approaching her, so it had been a while since the other students had seen such a thing. After having a giggle, most of the students continued with what they were doing, going back to reading books or chatting away in the library. Then while no one was looking, Fex used his strength, and to break free both of his arms from the ice. He then used his hands to crack the ice that was around his neck as well. Looks like someone was able to resist my charm already, Fex said. Well, now that just makes me want to go after her more. I will remember you, Ice Girl. Perhaps this place won't be so bad after all. Fex's original plan was to travel and explore the human world, to experience all the things his grandpa had told him, but his plans were quickly stopped once he was caught. When he woke up, he was in front of General Nathan. They had explained to him what had happened and why he was brought there, how he had become a suspect of draft evasion. However, Nathan did say that as long as he contacts his guardians, inform them, and show proof of his age, they would let him go free. But this was not an option for Fex. He was a lot more scared of his father and the others than he was off the humans. If he was to be found right now, he couldn't imagine the horrible things that his father would do to him. Besides, this was his only chance to experience what life was like as a human. When Fex thought all things were going well, Nathan had asked a question which was difficult for him to answer. Well, since you claim to no longer have any parents or such, there is just one thing I need you to do. Fill out this form for me, and we will get you starting your lessons as soon as possible, Nathan said. A digital display then appeared in front of Fex's face with a little digital keyboard. It asked for basic details such as name and date of birth. For both of these things, Fex didn't use his real information. But then, there was one more question that was asked that caused him to pause. It asked him what type of ability he had. For this question, he had a plan. After checking over the details and seeing Fex's ability, there was no more work that needed to be done. A wristwatch was given to Fex before leaving. The display on the device was showing a number 1. After seeing this, Nathan no longer had any interest in him. He would leave the scouting job to Duke, to entice him with higher-level ability books. The whole method Duke used didn't really sit well with Nathan, but he knew the base had a quota to hit. Not knowing what to do, and knowing nearly no one at the base, Fex decided to head to the library to update himself on current events. Although, after entering the library, he soon got distracted. He was wondering what the people of Earth had thought about vampires. He wondered if they even had any new information on them. This led him to his first real encounter with another student, Aaron. The rest of the story was what got him frozen to a wall. After looking at a few books about vampires, he quickly realized that most of it was just a bunch of nonsense. They hadn't learned much about how vampires actually operated, which meant Fex had to be even more careful not to reveal their secrets. As Fex was leaving the library, he had no idea what to do. He decided that he would just have to go to his dorm room. While walking down the hallway towards the staircase, a student ran past him. As this student passed him, he caught a whiff of scent with his nose and a familiar smell registered in his mind. It took him a while to figure out what this smell was, but when he recognized it, he realized it was very familiar to him. It was the smell of another vampire. However, he had realized this too late. When he turned his head, the student who had run past was already gone. Now this is interesting. I wonder what family he belongs to. What on earth is he doing at this base? Chapter 152, Fake Peter. In the dark alley away from the prying eyes of others, the two of them stood there in shock as they watched Peter feasting on a human body. Even though they were now only a few feet away from them, Peter continued to rip chunks of flesh from the body and shoving it in his mouth, as if he had been deprived of food for weeks. Seeing the shocking sight, Layla could no longer stomach it. She turned her head away and felt like she was about to throw up, but before she did, Vorden grabbed her, turning her back around and looked her in the eye. Don't throw up, keep it in. We can't leave anything behind. It would leave clues for them to find out we were here. As Vorden said these words, there was a look on his face. It almost looked like panic. Seeing the near panic on Vorden's face, Layla closed her eyes and started to imagine. Think of your happy place, Layla. Just think of your happy places. The uneasiness in her stomach started to settle, and when she opened her eyes once again, she could see Vorden was now heading over towards Peter. But when the sight of the ripped-up body came into view once again, the feeling in her stomach returned. I think I'm just going to step out of the alley for a bit and keep watch, Layla said as she quickly rushed out. Layla seemed to be experiencing more and more gruesome things lately. When she saw that head the Dalki threw at them, she didn't really have time to take it in before the fear of being killed herself took over. But this was different. She was able to fully take in the sight of Peter eating another person in front of her. Seeing what Peter was doing, suddenly she was starting to get second ideas about Quinn turning her into a vampire. Was it something she could really handle? The books made it seem so much easier. Peter! Vorden said in an aggressive but quiet voice. Peter. Suddenly, Peter seemed to snap out of whatever daze he was in. He looked at the body on the floor, and in his hand was a piece of reddish-pink flesh. He had no idea which part of the body it had come from. He immediately dropped what was in his hand and started to scurry away backwards into the alley. Was this me? Peter said as he thought back to what had happened just moments ago. When Earl had called out to him and had kicked him down the alley, a type of rage had consumed him. As Peter stood there looking at Earl's face, all the memories of what had been done to him started to surface once again. Everything that happened to him, just because he was weak. Well, Peter wasn't weak anymore. Earl readied his arm and went in for another slap to the face. Peter grabbed it mid-air and using all his strength crushed Earl's fingers. As Earl yelled in pain, the image Peter had earlier came true, making his hand into a claw-like shape, and using all the supernatural strength he had, he clawed towards Earl's neck, ripping out the jugular in one go. Then soon after, Earl had become a tasty snack for Peter. Peter would have liked to say his mind was out of it. He didn't know what he was doing, but he knew that was all a lie. For every step of the way, Peter knew exactly what he was doing. The second Earl had hit him, he knew what he had planned to do. For once he could get his sweet revenge, all the people that betrayed him, he would get rid of. They weren't needed in human society anyway. The only thing Peter didn't plan for was what happened after. When seeing Earl's body on the floor, his eyes seemed to be attracted to something. It wasn't the blood, but what laid beneath it. The pink line of muscle fiber and fatty cells. Before he knew it, he was digging in. Right now, in front of Vorden, Peter to keep up his act, as a weak-minded boy. He was too worried what the others would think of him, if they found out he knew exactly what he had just done. I just killed someone, Peter said. Cut the crap, Vorden said. Now is not the time to act like this. How long has he been dead for? What do you mean? Peter replied. I said how long. It's important, Peter. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The panic in Vorden's voice seemed to be getting urgent. I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes, I would say. Peter answered. Vorden then rushed over to the body, if you could still call it that, as it was now complete ripped up into little pieces. It was hard to recognize what was what, apart from the main body parts. But then Vorden found what he was looking for. The wristwatch. Using his powers, he lifted the watch into the air before throwing it in a random direction as far as he could. Wasting no time, he then grabbed Peter by the arm and dragged him out of the alley. We have to get out of here now, he said with urgency in his voice. As the two were running, they quickly saw Layla, and she too could see Peter with blood all over his uniform. What's happening? Layla asked. We have to go now, Vorden shouted. She didn't ask any more questions, and the three of them quickly ran away from the second-year building. Once they were out of there, they quickly headed towards the park where they were before, but they weren't rushing this time. Vorden stayed in front, going out from time to time while asking the other two to stay back. When the area was clear, they would walk again until they finally returned to the open spot in the forest where they were practicing a while ago. Take off your clothes now, Vorden said. What, but then everyone will see me naked? Peter replied. Vorden then walked over to Peter and started ripping the clothes off him. By now he had lost his patience with Peter. He knew something like this would happen sooner or later. "Get off," Peter said. "I can do it myself." Using both of his hands, he shoved Vorden with quite some strength, but Vorden stayed on his feet. Taking a step back, Vorden then allowed Peter to take off his own clothes. "What was the big rush back there? We just left the body in the alleyway. Won't the school find out that a student died?" Layla asked. "We had no choice," Vorden replied. "Maybe if we had gotten there a little earlier, we could have done something, taken the body with us. But once the watch is taken off of, or detects no sign of life, it pings a message to the school. Fortunately for us, the watch waits a full 5 minutes before sending this type of thing. That's why I was in a rush. If we were seen, there's nothing we can do. At least now we won't be caught." "But what about the body? Won't they search for whoever did this?" Just as Layla said this, the sound of leaves ruffling on the floor could be heard as another person entered this part of the forest. It was a student holding an umbrella in his hand. "What body are you guys talking about?" Quinn asked. Chapter 153, No Evidence. Once the strange feeling that had come over Quinn's body had disappeared, a message appeared, one stating that a family member of his had gotten stronger. There was no need to ask the system what the message meant, because he could feel it. The strange sensation and connection between him and Peter. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, but it wasn't him getting stronger, it was Peter. "I'm sorry, Logan. Thanks for all your help, but I don't have time to talk now. I've got to go," Quinn shouted. He went up to the mannequin that contained the mask and the suit and immediately put them into his dimensional void, and just like with his other beast equipment, they had been registered with his shadow equip, so he was able to put the costume on and off whenever he wanted. Just as Quinn was about to leave the door, he turned and looked at the workbench. On top there were several different mask designs, all a little different from each other. They were the different designs he and Logan had come up with until they felt like one of them was best. "Hey Logan, if it's not too much trouble, do you think you could complete the other mask designs for me?" Logan chuckled to himself. "Are you kidding me? I could finish them all by the end of today if I wanted to." Quinn smiled back and looked at the bags under his eyes. He could tell that Logan had worked hard on the costume and hadn't even rested since finishing it. "Logan, I promise I'll pay you back for all one day. Out about this situation, I'll let you know. This, as soon as I find anything." With that, Quinn ran down the hallway and down the staircase, rushing over to where Peter was. Although he had no clue where Layla and Vorden had taken him, it felt like the system, or a part inside of him, was telling him where Peter was. If he went towards the right direction, the connection grew stronger. If he headed in the wrong direction, it felt weaker. It was similar to playing a game of hot and cold. Without slowing down, Quinn ran down the stairs and out the hallway, ignoring everyone he went past. But for the first time, a strange scent entered his nose. It was unusual for Quinn, as he had never smelt this before. Ever since he had turned into a vampire, all of his senses seemed to improve apart from his taste, but he could also say it was just heightened in other areas. Still, this smell was completely different to everyone else around him, and he didn't know why. If he wasn't in such a rush and panic, he would have turned around to see just who was giving off such a strange smell. Before leaving the school, he grabbed a random umbrella at the entrance. Often people would forget their umbrellas after a day of rain, leaving it out to dry. This made things a lot easier for Quinn. Once he had left the academy, he continued to listen to his body, following the connection, which eventually led him to the park, and finally inside the forest. As he arrived, he managed to hear the last few words that Layla had said. However, there wasn't much to ask. Judging by the system's message, Quinn could guess what had already happened. And seeing the bloody clothes in Vorden's hands, and the marks of dried blood on Peter's hands and mouth, he already knew. Peter had eaten human flesh, and most likely killed someone in the process. While Quinn wanted to blame Peter for his actions, he really couldn't. Quinn was the one who turned him into this creature, and he knew exactly what it was like. When Quinn had turned into a vampire, he too was unable to control his lust for blood and ended up biting Layla in the process. It was just unfortunate that for Peter his needs were human flesh, which usually turns out fatal for the person being eaten. As Vorden was exiting the forest from where Quinn had gone, he whispered into Quinn's ear, "You need to do something about him, and fast." As soon as he said those words, he continued to exit the forest with the clothes in his hands while shouting, "I'll get rid of these, you guys look after Peter." "Now can one of you please tell me what happened?" Quinn asked. Meanwhile, Vorden made sure to cover the clothes as best as he could. When wrapped and piled in a bundle, it was easy to cover most of the blood marks. He entered the school without being seen, and headed back to the dorm room, where he put all of the bloody clothes into a plastic bag, including his own. Then, from his and Peter's closets, he grabbed a change of clothing. Luckily, the school supplied them with plenty of uniforms, mainly because of how much fighting went on at the school. Although if you went through too many, you would eventually have to pay for it yourself. With the new set of clothes for Peter in one bag and the bloody clothes in the other, he needed to find a way to get rid of the evidence. Just as he was walking down the hall and thinking what to do about it, he spotted someone who would make his life a lot easier for him. "Hey Berg," Vorden said. "How are you doing?" Placing the bag in his left hand into his other hand, he touched Berg on the shoulder and successfully copied his flame abilities. "Oh, Vorden," with a fake smile on his face. "It's so nice to see you. Arm about those crystals, you don't have to worry about giving them back. Think of it as a gift from my family to yours." "Oh, thanks, I was just coming to check if that was okay with you," Vorden replied. But while Vorden was doing his best to fake a conversation, he noticed that many of the students in the hallway were gossiping about something. "Did you hear about what they found?" one of the students said. "You mean that thing they found behind the second-year building?" another replied. "Yeah, all the students are outside while the school's investigation team is trying to find out what happened. I think maybe a student got killed. Inside the school? Isn't this like the second case this year? Maybe we should start worrying if a beast got through the portals or something." Vorden took this opportunity to break away from Berg and head to a place where he wouldn't be seen. It was quieter around the first-year building now since most of the students had moved to the second-year building. They tried to see what was going on, or if they couldn't get close, they were asking other students about it. Using this opportunity, Vorden was able to sneak off into a secluded area and burn all of the evidence without anyone noticing. I just hope there wasn't anything we forgot about. Chapter 154, a solution? Several soldiers were standing outside the second-year building. They were blocking all the entrances both at the front and back side of the building. During the investigation, all the second-year students were ordered to gather outside on the field in front of the second-year building. A lot of rumors were going around in the crowd of students. They were all wondering what was going on. The second-year teachers started the investigation because they were the first on the scene. When they discovered that it was actually a first-year student who had died, they called in the first-year teacher and handed over the investigation to them. At the back of the building, in the alley, Faye and Haley were currently investigating the scene together. Looking around the gruesome scene of the murder, Haley and Faye were reminded of things they had seen on the battlefield during the war. That's how bad it looked to them. Because they were both war veterans, they had become immune to this kind of blood and gore. As Haley was kneeling on the floor and examining body parts, she seemed to be unaffected by the whole thing. She was picking up bloody bones and bits of flesh, like she was checking out some clothes in a fashion store. After she had looked around for a while, it seemed like she had spotted something interesting. She started to pick up body parts one by one, and place them in a specific order. Some of them she lined up in a row, so she could examine them in more detail. Looking at what Haley was doing, Faye said, "Are you trying to piece them back together or something?" "I noticed something strange about all the parts I've gathered and lined up. They all have one thing in common," Haley replied. "As far as I can see, the only thing they have in common is that they are spattered with blood all over." "So what did you notice? Do you think it was some type of beast that came through a portal? Or maybe it is a student with an unusual ability?" Faye asked as she looked around. She was trying to see what Haley had noticed. Haley picked up one of the body parts which looked like part of a leg. She then showed it to Faye and said, "You see this here?" while she pointed at 2 puncture marks. "For the most part, it looks like who or whatever did this used some type of claw to dig into this student's flesh. But on some body parts, I noticed those puncture wounds that look like teeth marks." Haley continued, "Sometimes the flesh is ripped from the body in whole chunks, but sometimes it looks like something chewed on it." In a soft voice, she whispered to herself, "It probably wasn't. To taste the blood." "Okay, I see what you're saying," Faye said with confusion on her face. "But doesn't that only confirm our theory that it was a beast that did this?" "Well, the thing is, this isn't the first time that I've seen these kinds of marks. Do you remember when we went through the red portal and we discovered the true dream member?" Haley asked. "Well, he wasn't the only one. I've seen the same marks on other students in the sickbay before." "You're not saying those 2 students could have anything to do with it, are you?" Faye asked incredulously. "I'm not saying that they are the culprit, but whatever it is, it's clearly following them around, or linked to them in some way," Haley replied. "Once this investigation is over, it looks like we will have to call the 2 of them in for some more questioning." Once Vorden had returned to the park, he also explained what had happened on the way there, such as how the news had already spread and regarding the investigation of the scene. After cleaning Peter up with a few bottles of water and changing his clothes, they all went back to the dorm room together. Inside the first-year building dorm room, the group had gathered. Vorden, Peter, Quinn were all sitting down. Layla, on the other hand, couldn't stop pacing around and was nervously fidgeting with her hair. "Damn it," Layla shouted. "Now that I've witnessed everything, I'll be called an accomplice. If they find out about this, we could be put in the dungeon. What will I tell my parents then?" It was the first time the group had seen Layla so freaked out. Although she tended to overreact to things at times, it never seemed like she couldn't deal with the situation. However, this time she was very worried and agitated. "Peter, I think you owe us an explanation," Vorden said. "Fair enough. If you were hungry and needed to eat something, but why didn't you come to us? You knew we were waiting for you outside. This is the second time that you've done something like this." "I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me," Peter said. "When the hunger grew and Earl slapped me, I just lost control. When I finally regained control, I was already eating his corpse. I don't know what happened in between." Peter turned out to be quite an impressive actor. He looked frightened and worried, and everyone there bought it. Even Vorden believed him in the end, even though he was unsure at first. Although, there was one exception. He's lying, the system said. What do you mean? Quinn asked. Remember how I said that he would be required to eat human flesh? The worst-case scenario would be him losing control tomorrow. Even then the process would have been slower than this. He would have gotten hunger pangs first, and later he would slowly become unstable. You would have also felt the connection between the two of you grow weaker as he got more hungry. If you want to find out the truth, here is my advice. This is what you need to do. Quinn then stepped forward, in front of the others, with a serious look on his face as he confronted Peter. You need to tell me the truth, Peter. Why did you kill him? As Quinn asked this question, he bit down on his thumb using his fang. He then lifted his hand, and like some type of magnet, Peter was attracted to it. Peter immediately leapt up from where he was and started to suck on Quinn's thumb, absorbing the blood into his body. The connection between the two started to grow stronger again, and both of their eyes started to glow. Stop, stand back, Quinn said in an authoritative voice, making Peter do as he was told and stand back. Now tell me, why did you kill that student? Quinn again used that authoritative voice. Peter's eyes lit up red and he felt like an urge to answer truthfully. It was like a magic truth spell. It forced Peter to be truthful with his master. He immediately started telling Quinn the truth. Earl, if it was anyone that deserved to die, it was him. Any day, whenever I was on my own and when your backs were turned from me, he would come to torture me. If I didn't obey, he would snap my fingers. Then they had a healer come by and heal it again, proceeding to repeat the process of torturing me. Peter articulated his reasoning, sighing before continuing. He saw me as an easy target. If I wanted to get away from the pain, I had no choice but to follow his orders. After I met with Duke, I got rewarded with the ability books, but he didn't get anything from Duke, so he wanted to take his anger out on me. He took me to that alley with a plan to beat me, just to satisfy his own need to be in control. But this time I finally had the power to fight back, so I decided to show him he can't mess with me anymore. He had it coming, and he deserved everything he got. Just a little bonus, and I might have overdone it a bit. Hearing the truth come out of Peter's mouth made Quinn feel a lot better. If he had done it for pleasure, or because his mind had been overcome with the hunger for human flesh, it would have made Quinn truly fearful. However, Peter had a good reason, even though it was a bit extreme. At the moment, the way the school and the whole world worked, anyone who suddenly rose in power drastically would stand up and retaliate to their suppressors. It was just the way the system worked. Of course, this didn't happen very often because most people didn't have a way to grow in power faster than their oppressors. Not like Quinn and Peter anyhow. Peter, your actions aren't wrong, and if I was in your shoes, I would have done the same thing, Vorden said. But here's where you and I are different. Your actions also put Quinn in danger. If you're caught, there is always a chance that it could lead back to him. And what's even more, we are involved as well. Vorden glared at Peter before continuing. I plan to take my revenge on Duke and Momo in our second year, but when I do, I will do it carefully, so no one else gets hurt. When Vorden said this, he was also talking about himself. What happened to Peter made him feel like it was a reflection of his own actions. It was only because Vorden chose to hang out with them, which upset the order of things at the school, and then started to target the second years, that Duke seemed to have it out for him. And to get close to Vorden, he targeted his friends first. It was the reason why he couldn't completely blame Peter for his actions. With everything out in the open, there was no more use talking about it. It was best if they never spoke of what happened again, but all of them knew that it would have to be brought up soon. System, is there any way for Peter to stop consuming meat? Any way at all? Quinn asked. Of course there is, but you're not going to like the answer I'm about to give you. The system said. Just like yourself, when you consume blood, you grow stronger. The same goes for Peter, when he eats human flesh. Although for him there is a limit. Eventually, he will grow so strong that he will be able to evolve, and will no longer require human flesh. As the system said, Quinn didn't like this answer at all. The solution to Peter, no longer requiring to eat human flesh, was to eat more human flesh. Chapter 155, Plan B. The next day seemed to be more regular than the others thought it would be. The students still talked about the events that happened at the second-year building, but the area was quickly cleared up and the second-year students were allowed to enter the building once again. Although it didn't stop from rumors spreading between the students, and eventually an announcement had been made updating everyone on the situation. It was an emergency announcement, so each student got sent the same voice message via their watch. The message said that a beast had escaped through one of the portals, and it has been dealt with. They are investigating how a beast was able to get through such a thing, so the same mistakes were to not occur again in the future. Luckily for the military, Earl had come from a no-name family, and his death wouldn't have any direct consequences whatsoever on the school. The next day had arrived, and the usual suspects were inside the same room once again, all deciding on what to do with Peter. So do you feel hungry right now? Layla asked. Not any more than usual when I wake up, Peter replied. Vorden and Quinn had already brought plenty of raw food for him to eat, and for now, it seemed to have been working in suppressing his hunger. The only problem was the system's word seemed to worry Quinn even more. Now that Peter has had a taste for human flesh, the chances of his hunger for it would come back even quicker. The only problem was, they didn't know how long Peter would have lasted before eating human flesh. If it was a week until he went crazy, then the system would have been able to give a good estimate of when Peter would need food again. But because Peter had chosen to kill out of his own choice and had eaten before starving, it was unable to give a good estimate. This thought was on the back of everyone's minds. "Guys, relax," Peter said nervously. "I won't be doing anything like that again, and Quinn can testify to that as well. I promise, as soon as I get hungry again, I'll let you guys know straight away." "Still," Borden said, "that doesn't solve our problem of feeding you when you do need to be fed. We may have gotten away with it this time, but we need something consistent." The other three thought long and hard of what their options could be. Honestly, though, Borden did have a plan, but it was a last resort. He still didn't trust Peter and wanted to see just how loyal he would be, and only then, if all the options had been thought of, would he tell them his plan. "Have you tried drinking coffee?" "Coffee?" The others thought of a random suggestion. "Oh well, don't worry, I just read about it in a book once. Don't mind me," Layla said, smiling away. "What about the cemetery or even a morgue? The city has one." Quinn had actually thought of these suggestions early, but once again the system had informed him of bad news. The meat being used had to be fairly fresh, to the point where it was being eaten off the bone, or if someone had died recently. But there weren't many people who would die in the military city just like that. It wasn't like a regular city which had high levels of crime and an old population. Also, the consequences of getting caught just trying to do that didn't sit well with the others, but it was much better than getting caught in the middle of killing another student. The pressure was getting to Quinn. It felt like he was about to pull his hair out no matter what. He couldn't think of a good way. The only solution he could come up with was killing more people, and if he was to do so, he needed to start making a list of those who deserved it. "Quinn, relax," Borden said. "I have an emergency situation if it comes to it. For now, spend your day like normal while Layla and I will try to come up with something. If it doesn't work out, then we can use my backup plan." "What is the backup plan?" Layla asked. Borden then called Quinn over and whispered into his ear while looking at Layla out of the corner of his eye. It was clear he was doing this just to get one up on her. He had a plan that would help Quinn out while she didn't. Layla couldn't help but tap her foot and stare at Peter angrily in the corner of the room. "Borden, I can't let you do that," Quinn said. "As I said, only if it comes to it. It's the only thing that won't put us in any danger," Borden replied. Although Borden had helped Quinn through this process, what he was suggesting was just too much. While Borden and Layla were basically babysitting Peter, Quinn was left to do his own thing. Whatever happened, he didn't want Borden to go through with his plan. So the only thing he could think of was the hospital. There were plenty of cases where soldiers would get injured in mock battles or out on expeditions during portal training, and sometimes there would be lethal damage. Some might also catch a disease of some sort. It was the only place Quinn could think of which would have the freshest, but at the same time almost dead people in the city. But while Quinn was outside, he decided to stop off at a certain spot. He was back in the park at the open area in the forest, where the others had trained with Peter. The reason for him being here was because before doing anything, Quinn needed to make sure he was fine first. He threw his umbrella that was hanging over his head on the ground. As the light touched his skin, the normal system message had appeared. "You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. Shadow equip," Quinn called out. The shadow started to wrap around his whole body this time, and after a few seconds later, the black suit that Logan had designed covered his entire body, and the demon-like mask was planted on his face. "You are no longer being affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal." It was a success. The outfit had worked and had done what it was designed for, but there was still one thing Quinn needed to get used to. The outfit covered his whole body from head to toe, and that included his eyes. As a replacement, Logan had installed some virtual eyes, and the outside looked like that of an evil demon. Logan wanted the outfit to match Quinn's shadow ability, so he thought there was nothing better than to make him look like a shadow demon, with his white glaring eyes and demon-like mask. Then the red claws running up the side of his arms. He truly did look like something out of a kid's nightmare. The vision the eyes gave was nearly just as good as a regular human eyesight, but it seemed to be a little slow compared to Quinn's. If it was him before, then it would have been fine, but right now, the virtual eyes clearly put him at a slight disadvantage compared to him at night. Although the suit also had a night mode which allowed Quinn to lower the top half of the suit, so his head could get some fresh air, while his face was still mostly covered by the metallic mask. Even though the suit wasn't needed at night, it still gave him extra protection, so it was best to use it when he could. Quinn was over the moon, as now there was no longer any need to hide his shadow ability from others. Chapter 156, it's starting. After testing out his new suit, Quinn tried using his shadow abilities and blood abilities to check if they worked as normal as possible. Everything seemed to be just as good and strong as he was usually. On top of that, it didn't seem to slow down his movements at all as the material was very flexible. He was very happy with the suit and end result. He just couldn't thank Logan enough for making it. He put it back away in his shadow void and decided to start heading towards the hospital. Luckily for him, he was able to enter the hospital with no problems. He could walk around as if he was a normal citizen heading to the certain room. But as he did walk around, there was something that Quinn noticed that the hospital had that the school didn't. In nearly every corner of the room, there was a round object with a blinking red light. They were cameras. The schools weren't allowed to install cameras due to the originals fearing that their ability might get copied or their technique stolen. However, that wasn't the same for around the city. The student wouldn't be practicing their skills in the hospital, so there wasn't any reason why cameras couldn't be installed there. This was a major problem. If Quinn or the others were to try to take anything, they would be caught on camera. And he couldn't use the suit, otherwise when he revealed himself, everyone would know it was him. There was the option of using Shadow Cloak. Although that made him invisible, the same couldn't be said for objects he or others were touching. The camera would pick up a floating figure and then report it, which would lead to another investigation. Still, it was an option, but right now it looked like Vorden's plan was looking like the best one. With nothing else to see, Quinn decided to head back. Although while doing so, he couldn't help but notice all the blood bags around him. Imagine finding that room, it would be an instant power increase, although for now he couldn't think about it. Maybe if there was ever an emergency that required him to get stronger, regardless if he was caught or not, he would come back here. Just as Quinn was leaving the hospital, a voice message seemed to appear on his watch. There wasn't even an option for him to listen to it or not, as it immediately started to play. Quinn Talon, you are to report to General Nathan's office immediately. If you are not here in the next 30 minutes, then we shall have guards come and escort you here immediately. The message ended and Quinn couldn't help but feel nervous. Had they found out about him being a vampire? Or maybe Peter had been found and he had been ratted. Although he had all these thoughts, at the end of the day he had no choice but to comply. It was impossible to escape from the military base. Doing his best to make it back to the school as quick as he could, Quinn had finally made it in time. He stood in front of Nathan's office and gave a knock before entering. "Come in," Nathan said. As Quinn entered through the door, he could see Nathan standing there with Haley and Faye in the room. But that wasn't what worried him. The person that worried him the most was the female who sat at the desk in front, for he had seen her once before a while ago. It was a person whose abilities could tell if one was lying or not. "Please, Quinn, take a seat," Nathan said. While Quinn was at Nathan's office, the other three were still in the room together. "I'm going to head out for a bit. There's something I need to do, just in case we can't come up with anything," Vorden said. "Do you mind telling me what this backup plan is?" Layla asked. "Trust me, even if you did know, it wouldn't be possible for you and I don't think you would want to do it." "Why don't you try me?" she said with a smug look on her face. Vorden then walked towards the door to leave the room where Layla was standing. And as he walked past, he whispered the plan into her ear. After hearing Vorden's plans, her eyes opened wide and her face dropped to the floor. At that moment, her whole opinion of Vorden had changed. In fact, what he said was true. If it was her in his situation, she was unsure if she could do the same thing. With Vorden gone to make sure his backup plan was ready if all else failed, this left Peter and Layla alone in the room together. The two of them weren't exactly the closest, but the problem was with what had happened last time when the two of them had talked. Layla had told Peter off, and even called him disappointing, but she saw him in a different light ever since he had sacrificed himself for Quinn. As the two of them sat there awkwardly in silence, Layla was starting to miss the crazy boy a bit. At least he was a conversation starter. Some time had passed and the two of them started doing the things they would usually do. Layla brought out a book and started reading while Peter laid there thinking about how much he changed. All the pain he had suffered from Earl had gone just like that. In an instant, Peter was able to get rid of him. And Peter didn't feel bad for killing him, but instead felt like he had done something good. If Quinn had this power all along, why didn't he do anything? It's wasted on him, Peter thought. As they continued to do their own thing, a rumbling sound was heard. It immediately made Layla jump from the bed she was on and look for the door. Peter. She eyed him warily. "You're not getting hungry, are you?" Peter wanted to lie. He wanted to tell her it was okay that nothing was happening. But the force of Quinn's blood ran deep into his veins and he felt compelled to keep his word to Quinn about telling them if he was feeling a certain hunger. "I think it's starting," Peter admitted. Chapter 157, Questioning. It was late in the afternoon, and the sun was still shining outside. However, soon it would be dinner time for most of the students. While some were outside having dinner with their friends, others chose to have a meal at the school canteen. It was in the canteen that Vorden was at this moment. He had already done what he needed to do, to complete his plan. After gathering some information from the other students, it had led him to the canteen. And now all he needed to do was head back to Peter. Although Quinn said it was unlikely he would get hungry within one day after feeding, there was still a possibility that something could happen today. Which meant Vorden would have to make sure his backup plan was ready each and every day. After grabbing a snack for himself to eat from the canteen, he headed back up to the dorm room to check on the others. As he opened the door, though, he was surprised to see Layla standing in the corner of the room while having her bow pointed at Peter. Peter himself had both of his hands up and was as far away from Layla as possible inside the little room. "Whoa, what is going on here?" Vorden asked. But before either of the two could say anything, a message was received on Vorden's watch. "Vorden Blade, you are to head to Nathan's office immediately. Judging by your location, you should be able to reach us in 5 minutes. If you are not here, then prepare to face the consequences." "What is this about?" Vorden said. "You heard the message, I've got to go. And you two, stop fighting and make up. We have enough problems as it is." "No, wait," Layla cried, but the door had already shut, and Vorden was rushing off to the office. "I'm sorry, Peter," Layla said. "Let's just keep it like this for now. I'll stay by the door, and if anything happens, I'll leave first." "Well, why don't you let me head over to the fridge and see if I can try to make the hunger go away?" Peter asked. Layla took a deep breath before replying. "Fine." Using her telepathic ability, she opened the fridge door and pulled out a piece of meat for Peter, making sure Peter kept his hands up while she was doing this. After seeing what he was capable of and what happened to Earl, she wasn't taking any chances. When Peter asked if he could use his hands to eat, Layla allowed it, but she kept her arrow slightly drawn and facing Peter the whole time. "Quinn, where the hell are you?" Layla thought. Inside the office, Quinn did as asked and sat down in the seat opposite the lady. He was still unsure exactly why they had called him here. "Now, Quinn, I'm sure you're thinking why we called you here, right?" Nathan said. "Well, as you may know, there was a death yesterday, and we're trying to find out who's responsible." "Wait, you're saying it wasn't a beast?" Quinn said, trying to act surprised. "Well, it might be, who knows. All we do know is there have been quite a few cases like this before. Do you remember how we called you into questioning a while ago? Well, back then we didn't ask you many questions because a level 1 couldn't possibly be able to kill higher levels. So after asking whether you did it or not, we let you go. However, death seems to be following you around lately, and we need to know if it's bad luck, or maybe it's someone with bad luck that is following you around. So please, if you could touch the pretty lady's hand, we can begin the questioning." Quinn did as asked, and the two touched hands. At first, there was no reaction as the woman had yet to activate her ability. All Quinn could hope for now was that they would ask him simple questions like last time. If they just asked him if he was the one responsible for Earl's death, then he could answer truthfully. It seemed like he had gotten away with it the last time due to him only being a level 1. They never really considered him a suspect in the first place. But this time was different. It was the second time he was being interrogated, so they must have found some type of link, linking him to the others. But the truth was, he really did have no clue about what happened to Brandon. He only knew about Loop. "Now, Quinn, do you know the truth of Earl Hampton yesterday?" the lady asked. This was it, Quinn thought. They had asked a question, and in an instant she would know if he was lying or not. Her hands started to glow, and energy started to enter Quinn through his hands. Then a message from the system appeared. "An ability has been detected. User's mental strength and charm is strong enough to block the ability. Would you like to block the ability?" To his surprise, a new message had appeared, unlike what happened last time. It was an unexpected but welcome result. When the ability was used on him last time, it had completely gone through. The only difference between now and before was he had evolved into a full vampire and obtained the charm stat. It seemed like the charm stat was becoming more useful with every new problem he faced. The issue now was if he blocked the girl's ability, would she be able to tell it was blocked? Or would it feel like he was telling the truth? It depended on how her ability would react to him blocking it. Quinn was unsure of this as well. It was a total gamble. Still, he decided there was nothing to lose right now, so his best option was to block the ability and see how she would react. After confirming with the system that he wished to block her ability, Quinn answered the question, "No." She then let go of Quinn's hands. "He's telling the truth," she said. The reason why she believed this was because of how her ability worked. It couldn't actually tell if someone was telling the truth or if someone was lying. The ability could actually only determine if someone was lying. When someone she was touching was lying, she would feel a reaction from her ability, but there was no reaction when someone was telling the truth. This meant if no reaction was felt, then that person wasn't lying. What she didn't know was that Quinn was able to block her ability entirely, ultimately causing no reaction to happen whatsoever. The interrogation went on after the girl touched Quinn's hands again. Nathan was asking Quinn questions about the missing students from before, and eventually this line of questioning led to the bite marks. Quinn answered the questions he could as truthfully as possible, but whenever he wanted something to stay hidden, he would use the system to block the girl's ability. "All right, the interrogation is over, Quinn," Nathan said. "It seems like you were innocent, just like we thought." "Oh, then why did you try to question me?" Quinn asked. "Just to be absolutely certain," Nathan replied. "This time, we have decided to be thorough, since there has now been more than one case, and it seems that they are following the same pattern. Still, we can now be sure that you are not the culprit, just like we expected. Quinn was then asked to stand next to Faye and Haley, to the side of the interrogation room. They stood there for a while as they stared at the door, waiting for the one they truly thought was the culprit. Then a few moments later, a knock at the door was heard. "Come in!" Nathan shouted. Vorden had walked through the door, and to his surprise, Quinn was there with them. "Please, Vorden, is it? If you could sit in this chair, we would like to ask you a few questions." This was bad, Quinn thought. Although he had gotten through the integration due to his system's ability, the same couldn't be said for Vorden. If they asked him the same questions they had asked Quinn, then he, or even all of them, would be caught. Chapter 158, Hello, Quinn. As soon as Vorden had entered the room and saw Quinn and the others, he was trying his best to figure out what was going on. Judging by the fact the head of the first years, General Nathan, was here would suggest it was very serious. However, Vorden couldn't make the link between him and Quinn. How had he come to the conclusion the two of them were involved in something? If someone had spotted them when they were escaping with Peter, it would make more sense for them to call Layla and Peter, not Quinn. The only thing that the two of them had done together was head to the red portal planet. Unknown to both of them, the thing that had linked the two together were the bite marks. It was too much of a coincidence to see bite marks on multiple students, as well as one on the red portal planet. The one connection they all had was Quinn. But they had their doubts it could be him, so now their number one suspect was the person who was with Quinn at the time of these events. "Please sit down," Nathan said politely. One thing was for sure, Vorden was happy that it was Nathan in the room and not Duke, after learning everything that Duke had done to try and get rid of him for some reason. Vorden would have been tempted to attack him right there and then. Vorden sat down in the chair opposite the girl. While he was sitting, he would give the odd glance towards Quinn. He could see that Quinn had a worried look on his face, which meant something was going to happen that they didn't like. "Now we're just here to ask you a few questions, Vorden. Simple, right?" Nathan said with a smile. Usually Vorden was quite good at reading people, but for some reason Nathan creeped him out with that smile. Because it was nearly impossible for him to tell if it was genuine or not. "But I warn you to answer truthfully now, for our beautiful girl here can tell when you are lying, or when you are telling the truth." Suddenly, Vorden realized why Quinn was fidgeting about so much, and why he looked so worried. They were clearly questioning Vorden about some type of event. Had they found out what he was, and just wanted him to confirm it? Or did it have something to do with Peter? The problem was, Vorden himself didn't know how much information Quinn had revealed. The woman then held out her hand for Vorden to touch it. When the two of them touched hands, Vorden had copied the women's abilities, but he didn't really know how it worked, and it wasn't something he could figure out right now. If he could, perhaps there was a way he could use it against her. "Did you have anything to do related to death of the student named Earl Hampton?" she asked. Vorden didn't answer immediately because he was trying to think. Hearing that name, Vorden finally knew why they had called him. He didn't know why Quinn had been asked to come here, or what Quinn had said, but the best thing to do now was to lie and not get caught. All Vorden could do was hope that Quinn had done the same. The teachers had made one mistake before interrogating Vorden, and that was telling him the abilities of the female in front of him. If her ability worked similar to the lie detectors of the past, then as long as the person answering believed their own answer, or if they really didn't know the even, then it would still be seen as the truth. Although Vorden was there, the same couldn't be said for Sil. He couldn't rely on Ratton because Ratton often stood by Vorden's side when he was in the chair watching everything he did while criticizing him and also giving him advice. But it was different for Sil. Sil spent most of his time sleeping in the room or just sitting in the back staring blankly in front of him. This was the only option he had and he hoped it would work. He closed his eyes and left the chair. As he did, he walked over toward Sil, who was in a fetal position, rocking backwards and forwards like he usually did. "Sil, there is some lady who wants to ask you some questions," Vorden said. "All you need to do is answer them and then we can go play." "Play?" Sil replied back, staring at Vorden. "Yeah, Quinn is in the room as well, and they asked him the same question. So I need you to do the best you can to answer for me no." "Okay?" Whenever Vorden spoke to Sil, he would speak in a slow, patient voice, like a mother did when talking to their child. This was because Sil's mind was quite childlike. One wrong word could set him off on a tantrum. Usually parents were stronger than their kids, though, and if this were to happen, they could control them. But in this case, Sil was both stronger than Ratton and Vorden, so they always had to speak to Sil in a careful manner. "Okay, and then Quinn and I can play together, right?" Sil asked. "Yeah, but maybe only for a little bit, okay?" Vorden replied. Sil sat there as if he was thinking about it, meanwhile outside Vorden's mind. "If you don't reply, Vorden, we have to take your silence as a confession that you were involved somehow," Nathan said. Just as Vorden was about to give up and go back into the chair, Sil replied. "Deal," Sil said with a smile on his face. Sil stood up and ran over to the chair with a smile on his face. Back outside, Sil was happily smiling away, looking at the people around him. when he spotted Quinn. He started to wave. Quinn found the actions weird, especially when they were in a tough situation like this. This behavior was unlike how Vorden usually acted. "You have a question for me," Sil said, pointing at himself. But while doing so, Sil couldn't help but keep smiling at Quinn. Still, Quinn decided to wave back, which put an even bigger smile on Sil's face. Even the woman was a little taken aback by the change in attitude, but decided to press on. She repeated the question and asked again. "No, I wasn't there," Sil replied. "I don't even know who this Earl is. The only person I know is Quinn," Sil said, pointing in Quinn's direction. The women continued to ask questions that Nathan had presented, and Sil continued to answer in a naive, childlike manner. He's telling the truth. Not a single time did either of them lie. Nathan then went to adjust the glasses on his face, a habit of his when he was stressed out. "Maybe we really do have a beast roaming around the school." Nathan then looked at the two of them. His gut feeling was telling him something was wrong. But it was impossible. The girl's ability was clearly telling them they were looking in the wrong direction. "You two stay here for now," Nathan said. "We're going to keep you here for a while, and pull up some people who were around the scene at the time, see if anyone spotted you there too." "Huh, but we already answered your questions," Quinn complained. "Look, if you're not guilty, then you have nothing to worry about, right?" Nathan replied. "All I ask is that you stay here a little longer." With that, most of the sergeants had left the room to try and gather more information. The only ones left inside were them with Faye and the girl. Now that the two of them were no longer under interrogation, they were free to sit on the couch and relax together. Right now, Faye was busy looking over some documents with the girl while the two boys were sitting next to each other. Vorden, are you okay?" Quinn asked. Sil then turned his head to the left and right to check if anyone was nearby, before placing his hand over his mouth and whispered, "Oh, I'm not Vorden, my name is Sil." Chapter 159. Too hungry. "Will you calm the heck down?" Ratton shouted. Vorden was continuously pacing up and down as he saw Sil take control of the seat in the black room. It was a rare occurrence. Sil usually came out in times of danger, and even then, once the danger was over, he would return back to his dark corner. Yet for some reason, Sil seemed to be slightly changing ever since Vorden had first met Quinn. Vorden liked the change and thought Quinn would eventually be a good influence on him. But now was not the time. They were in a tense situation and Quinn had enough on his mind. Vorden could do nothing but stand there. He was afraid if he was to approach Sil, he might freak out and remain in control for the whole time. "Vorden, are you okay?" Quinn whispered back. Sil quickly shook his head rapidly. "I told you, my name is Sil. I've been waiting to meet you, Quinn." Quinn did not know how to react to this. He calmed down and started to think. How did Vorden manage to escape the interrogation with the girl? Was it something to do with his power, or something entirely different? Right now, Vorden was claiming to be a different person. If the person before him didn't look exactly like Vorden, he would have believed him. Maybe it is an ability he copied before coming here, Quinn thought. A mind swap ability which allowed Vorden to fool the girl. "Vorden, you are a genius." "Nice to meet you, Sil." Quinn smiled back. "Thanks for helping us back there. We really owe you one." "No problem at all," Sil said. He lifted his hand and started rubbing Quinn's curly hair, as if he was a cute dog. Quinn was starting to have odd feelings about this. If it was just the two of them in a room, he would have pulled away or even pushed Vorden. No Sil back. But they were still under watch, and he didn't want to cause a scene. "If you ever need any help, you can always call me." Inside the black room, Sil left the chair and walked away. As he crossed Vorden, he said, "Thank you, it looks like you won't become another caser after all." Hearing that name brought back bad memories for Vorden and Rotten. But now was not the time to think about it. Vorden quickly rushed over to the chair and took control. To Vorden's side was Quinn, however. His hand was still on top of Quinn's hair. His face went bright red as he pulled his hand back. "Sorry about that. That was... Vorden started to stumble on his words. "That wasn't you, I could tell," Quinn replied. "Good thinking on the mind swap thing. For now, as long as none of us were seen that day, we have nothing to worry about." As the words left Quinn, he felt something fade away from his body. He was losing an important part of himself. The connection with something was being lost, and he knew exactly what it was. "What's wrong?" asked Vorden. Grabbing his chest, Quinn replied, "I think it's Peter. He is hungry. I can't control him for much longer. I'm already losing the connection." "But it was only yesterday that he had his fill," said Vorden, making sure to keep his voice down. "I know. Guess we are just unlucky. At this rate, if he doesn't get it every day, he will continue to starve. And I'm afraid when he is hungry, I can't control him like I did earlier." When Vorden heard Quinn's words, his mind went back to the time before he came to Nathan's office. When he entered the room, he remembered seeing Layla pointing an arrow at Peter. Did it already start back then? Vorden thought. They had been in the interrogation room for nearly 2 hours now. As they looked outside, the sun had already set and was replaced with the dark night sky. Quinn, we have to get out of here, Vorden said, grabbing him by the hand. I think Layla's in trouble. A beep was heard in the room as the door slid open, and in came Nathan, followed by Faye and Haley. Looks like we are in luck and someone found something, Nathan said with a smile. Just behind them, another student entered the room. Inside the dorm room, Peter had eaten every single bit of raw meat he could find in the fridge. But it didn't help his hunger at all, and the pains in his stomach was starting to get worse. Peter, please, you are really starting to scare me, Layla said. He was now hunched over the floor, grabbing his stomach. Layla, please, just leave, Peter shouted. I can't. What if you go kill someone again? Come on, you can fight it. I've been on diets 10 times worse than this. Once I only drank juice with no food. Would you believe that? Layla continued rambling on, in the hope of calming both Peter's nerves as well as her own. I would rather it be someone who deserved it than you, Peter said as he looked up at her from the ground. You were the one who taught me how much of a scumbag I was, but I'm different now. At that moment, he felt as if someone was reaching down into his stomach with their hand, and were trying to pull all the food he just ate up and onto the floor. A few seconds later, everything that Peter ate came back up along with some greenish liquid. Peter, are you okay? Layla asked, with a concerned look on her face. As Peter raised his head, his eyes were glowing a bright red. His 2 front fangs grew larger. They were sticking out over his lower lip now. He slowly got up from the ground and made his way towards Layla. Peter, I'm sorry, Layla said as Peter edged closer towards her. She let go of the drawn arrow, aiming for Peter's knee. The arrow hit the mark. It made no difference as Peter didn't even try to dodge the arrow. He pulled the arrow out from his knee and broke it with a snap. The mark left by the arrow healed instantly. This was it. She tried her best to control him, but it was clear that Peter was no longer present. He was just another monster now. She reached for the door and tried opening it, but a loud crash, as if someone had just broken a glass, made her pause. Turning around, she saw the bedroom window was broken. She rushed to the window, avoiding the broken glass. As she looked outside, there was no sign of Peter. They were currently in a 3-story building. If a human was to jump from here without any support, they would break their legs. But Peter was no longer human. Peter limped in the darkness towards the forest. The fall broke his legs, but even as he walked, they continued to heal. I won't hurt any of you guys, I promise, Peter told himself. But I have to do something to get rid of this hunger. Chapter 160, Mysterious Family. Out from behind the teachers came a student. One that Quinn wasn't familiar with. However, Vorden knew him quite well. As soon as the student entered and looked at the two of them, he also noticed Vorden. The student was Berg Sunshield. At the sight of Vorden, his palms suddenly started to sweat. After seeing him on planet Kaladi, Berg had decided to try to gather more information about him and his family. He had informed his family members that he had met up with one of the Blades. Immediately their tone of voice had changed, and his father said to do whatever he could to make sure the Blades wouldn't get upset with them. It was a strange reaction. Although his father didn't carry a high rank in his family, he was still respected as a member of one of the Big Four. It was the first time he had seen him act like this at the mention of anyone's name. The even stranger thing was, when Berg had tried to search information about the Blade family, he couldn't find anything. Nothing at all about what type of ability they had, nothing about their contributions in the war. Even when asking his friends, none of them seemed to have ever heard about the Blade family, so it made the reaction his father had all the more strange. Soon enough, though, his father's fear became his fear, and the mystery behind Vorden grew within his mind. Now Berg here said on the day of the event he saw a student running through the halls looking quite panicked. Nathan said, Humans are strange things, you see, and they love a little bit of gossip. While everyone else was heading to the second-year building to see what was going on, a single student was running in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, though, Berg's description seems to match one of you. A curly black-haired boy. Quinn remained silent. There was no way they could convict him just for having a suspicion. The problem was that they now had a witness, and because they were suspicious of him, they would probably keep a closer eye on him from now on. This would only cause more problems in the future, especially now he had Peter running wild in his ranks. He decided the best thing to do for now was to just keep his mouth shut. If he said anything, it would be easy to slip up and make everything worse. Vorden then started to laugh by his side. You really think Quinn did it? Vorden said. Come on, the two of them don't even share the same classes. Besides, do you know how many curly-haired students with black hair there are in this school? Well, you see, Vorden, that's why we brought him here, so he could confirm who he saw that day. That day, Berg had seen Quinn running through the halls. As soon as he entered the room, he recognized him, but seeing Vorden defend him so suddenly like that, he knew something was up. This isn't the kid I saw that day, Berg said. I'm pretty sure it was someone else. What? Nathan said. Are you sure? Come closer and take another look. Berg did as asked and stepped closer and looked at Quinn, carefully trying to act the best he could. He took a quick glance at Vorden. He must have been imagining things, because he was seeing and feeling a strange power coming from him, but that can't be possible. I'm sure it's definitely not him, Berg said. Do you mind if I go now? Nathan then went down to sit in his large office chair. He looked outside and could see the sky was now completely black, and only the moonlight was out. After letting out a big sigh, he leaned back and put his legs on the desk. Let's call it a day. It looks like I've wasted everyone's time here for no reason, Nathan said. You're all free to go home, and remember to get a good rest. Quinn was unsure what had just happened. Perhaps Berg really did see someone else running through those halls, and it wasn't him, but whatever the case was, they were now free to go. Quinn and Vorden looked at each other and walked quickly out of the room. They had the urge to run, but they tried to walk in a slow and normal way. Otherwise the others would notice that something was up. Before leaving, Vorden turned and said, Thank you, Berg. I owe you one. Just remember this for the future, Berg replied. Outside, Peter was walking through the forest. He was no longer limping, as his legs were now fully healed. However, the pain in his stomach still hadn't disappeared. It was a strange feeling. Peter's mind was all there. It was him and he could control his body. But all he could think about was eating raw human flesh. He kept thinking about how delicious Earl had tasted. Not wanting to hurt any of his friends, he tried to go as far away from the school as possible. And before he released it, he had ended up in the park forest once again. Am I going to die if I don't find anything? Anyone? He slowly made his way through the woods until eventually he had reached a pathway. The pathway went around the outskirts of the woods and park until it eventually had an entrance and an exit. One leading to the city, and the other leading back to the direction of the school. But it was late at night, and not many people would be walking through the park to head to the center of the city, as all the shops would be closed by now. The only thing that was still open were convenience shops that were stationed just a little bit before the park. Should I head to the convenience store? Maybe I can find someone and follow them back, pull them into the woods. Peter was saying to himself. Just as Peter was thinking of going through with his own suggestion, he spotted someone walking down the path. His body wanted to lunge out at the person, but Peter tried to fight against it, staying in the woods. Suddenly the person stopped and stood still. I can feel your bloodlust from here, the boy said. Come out, you ghoul, and tell me where the hell your master is. The boy's eyes glowed red in the dark as he stared right into Peter's eyes. Chapter 1-61, right side? Quinn and Vorden started to head back to their dorm room, making sure not to go too fast. They didn't want another situation where a student would see them running through the halls, which would draw attention and make them look suspicious. But as they walked through the halls, several thoughts were running through both of their minds. Quinn could no longer feel the connection between himself and Peter, while Vorden was kicking himself for not making sure that Peter and Layla were okay. He just never thought Peter would get hungry so quickly. He only ate Earl yesterday. They had finally arrived just outside the room, and when they opened the door, the first thing they saw was the broken window and glass shards all over the floor. Where's Layla? Quinn asked. You don't think Peter already ate her, do you? But if that was the case, Quinn would have gotten a message from the system, and also there was no blood to be seen in the room. That's when they heard a small little sobbing sound coming from one of the corners. As they turned their heads to see where the sound was coming from, they could see Layla curled up into a ball sobbing in the corner. Oh, Quinn said with a sigh of relief. You're still alive. Layla looked up and noticed the two had arrived back together. Where were you guys? Layla said with an angry tone. I can't believe you left me on my own. You know I'm not strong enough to deal with something like this. It was clear Layla had been given quite a shock. Quinn did his best to calm her down. He looked at her sobbing away and didn't know what to do in this type of situation. He had never encountered a girl crying before. Then a memory came into his head, one that he had almost forgotten. When he was only 3 years old, Quinn had gotten lost from his mother in the supermarket. The place seemed to be a whole different world to him at the time. He felt alone, frightened, and when his mom finally found him, she had given him a big hug that made all the bad feelings go away. Just then, Quinn wrapped his hands around Layla tightly. It's okay, don't worry, Layla, I'm sorry about all of this. It's all my fault. I should have known better, Quinn said. Although Layla was frightened, she had expected Quinn to do something like this. The hug felt nice and warm and reminded her of her family. But what actually made everything even better was the look on Vorden's face. For some reason, when Vorden saw this, he had the look of worry on his face. Layla thought that perhaps it was jealousy because she was getting closer to Quinn. But actually, Vorden worried about Syl. Luckily, Syl was quietly sleeping inside the dark room and didn't get to see this scene. The hug went on for a while to the point where it seemed to be getting awkward for Layla. This was because Quinn was unsure about the appropriate amount of time to hug someone. Quinn, I'm okay now, you can let go, Layla said as she made sure to wipe away the remaining tears from her face. Layla, you need to tell us what happened. Where's Peter? Vorden asked. Layla recalled the events of what happened while the two of them were away, saying that it hadn't happened that long ago. Around 15 minutes had passed. This coincided with when Quinn had felt the connection between the two of them got lost. If he's outside, I have to go find him before we have another Earl situation on our hands, Quinn said. This is bad, Vorden said. Especially since they already suspect us. We can't deal with a situation like this right now. Quinn then started to get ready to leave the room. You two stay here. If worst comes to worst, I can use my shadow skill to hide myself. Besides, even if someone saw me, they won't know who I am. Wait, Vorden shouted. I'm coming with you. If Peter is like Layla says he is, then you're going to need me. We're just going to have to go through with Plan B. Quinn didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. Whatever happened, he didn't want to go through with Plan B no matter what. But right now, what choice did they have? All right, come on, let's go, Quinn said. Layla, it might be best if you head back to your own room. Also, if you can prepare some blood for me, I might need it when I come back. Layla nodded as the two of them went off downstairs. Quinn, sometimes, I think you're too nice for this world, Layla thought. After clearing away the broken pieces of glass, Layla decided to head towards her own dorm room. She knocked a few times before entering, pondering if Aaron was already back or not. There was no answer, and when she entered the room, Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Underneath her bed, she pulled out a little chest with a digital lock. After entering the authorization code, the chest opened, and she took out a sphere-shaped object. She then brought the ball with her over to the room door. That way she could hear if anyone was coming in, and she could quickly put it away again. Pressing the top of the ball caused it to light up, and she waited for a few moments as the light dimmed in and out. Hello, Agent 84. Do you have another report to give? A female voice said, coming from the communication ball. Yes, ma'am. I wish to give you an update on the report I gave you earlier. It turns out what I believed would be good for our cause turned out not to be so good for us after all. I will send you the full details later. That is a shame to hear. The female voice coming from the orb said. I hope you do get to enjoy your time left at the school. Continue on with the original mission. Also, on another note, Mr. True Dream will be visiting the base soon. We are unsure of which candidates will be selected this time, but don't worry too much if you are selected. Noted, Layla replied. May Pure be with you, the woman said. May Pure be with you, Layla replied in a way that made it sound forced. Quinn, I hope I'm doing the right thing not just for my sake but for everyone's, she thought to herself. As soon as the Quinn and Vorden went past the school gate, they were free to rush off and run about, now that they were away from the eyes of the soldiers and guards. They had just entered the path, and it seemed the place was empty of people, probably because the curfew was coming up. Vorden, I'm going to go on up ahead. I think I got Peter's scent, Quinn said. Peter's scent? What are you, a dog? Vorden said sarcastically. But the next second a shadow had gone under Quinn's body, and soon after it was replaced with a black figure, a mask on his face and his beast equipment on his arms and legs. Into the night he sped away, rushing into the forest. Chapter 162, Starved Ghoul. Peter's senses were all over the place. He couldn't even tell what was in front of him. Everything just seemed on high alert, and his vision was quite blurry, while the smells all around him were overwhelming. The grass underneath his feet, the wood sap formed the trees. It was hard to keep them all separate in his mind. In the end, the only thing he could concentrate on was the human-shaped figure in front of him. The pain had gotten the better of him, and he would now do anything to get rid of that hunger. As Fex saw the ghoul leap out from the forest, he prepared himself by getting into a fighting stance. It had leapt quite a distance from the forest, and out onto the path. While it was in the air, it had stuck out all of its limbs very wide, like it was some type of beast. Then at the right moment, Fex lifted his head of the ground and swung it outward like a whip, hitting Peter right in the center of his body. He went flying through the air quite a distance away until his body banged on the floor and skittered away. Well, that should keep it down for a while, Fex said to himself. However, nearly instantly Peter was standing up once again. A few of his ribs had been broken in the process, but they regenerated almost instantly. Even though Peter was a ghoul, Fex was sure he had used enough force to take one out. Is he starved? Now who would be stupid enough to turn someone and not have everything prepared beforehand? Fex thought, not knowing how Peter came to be a ghoul. A starved ghoul healed a lot quicker than usual, and they were dangerous to go up against even for vampires. Still, this also came with their own downsides. The more times it would heal itself, the more energy it would use. It was basically starving itself more each time it healed. And eventually, there wouldn't be any energy left, and healing would come to an end. Peter came rushing forward once again, but Fex didn't look too worried. I'm really not into killing other people's family members. If I did, then it could start a civil war, and I don't want to be the one to blame for that. Fex then started to fiddle about with his fingers, pulling them in and out as if he was making something, but when looking at his hands, nothing could be seen. With Peter coming closer to him, he was finally ready. He ran towards Peter, and just when Peter was about to swing for his head, Fex ducked at the right moment. He dashed forward, not touching Peter but swiping his hands around him in the process. This continued onward for a while. Peter would strike while Fex would dodge, staying close to him, moving his hands but not touching. Then Peter started to notice something. His own movements were getting slower and slower as the fight continued. His arms were the first to slow down, and eventually it was his legs. When he looked down and noticed what was happening, it was too late. Peter had fallen to the ground and was now completely tangled and tied up in some type of string. "It's a shame. If you worked for me, I could turn you into a really good puppet. You're quite strong for a ghoul. It took more strength than I thought to slow you down." As Fex started to think of puppets, another person came into his mind. The girl who had frozen him to the wall. Now, she would make a perfect human puppet. I wonder if she would accept. Fex then knelt down and looked at Peter, who was trying his best to break free, but the string was almost indestructible and was being powered by Fex's MC. He then lifted Peter's head off the ground and looked into his eyes, casting some type of spell. "Suppress the hunger within yourself, calm down." After saying those words, Peter felt something inside his body change. The hunger suddenly didn't feel as bad as before, and he was slowly starting to get a hold of himself a bit more. He could now see the person in front of him clearly. He also noticed that this person smelt different to other people anyway. "I didn't create you so the spell won't last for long," Fex explained. "Now tell me, which family do you belong to? If you're a crazed ghoul, you couldn't have been turned too long ago, otherwise you would have evolved by now. Are you even registered? Is that why you won't speak?" Although Fex was saying these words, Peter didn't understand any of it. He understood the words individually but had no clue what was happening. Seeing that Peter would no longer answer, Fex let go of his head, allowing it to fall to the ground. These damn ghouls, they're always loyal to their leader. It was a waste trying to get anything out of him. "Hey, you know if you don't eat something soon, you will get us caught. And you know when that happens, your whole family will be punished for it." Fex was now sitting on the floor calmly talking to Peter. Even though Peter had just tried to attacking him, he was wondering why this person wasn't angry with him. This was a first in Peter's whole life. If he ever tried fighting back even just once, then the punishment would come back around tenfold. He learned that quickly during his school days, so he decided to never fight back again. But this time, Peter was the one attacking someone, and it was clear this person was a lot stronger than him, so why wasn't he being hit, stabbed, burnt, or even killed? Peter just couldn't understand it. "What do you mean my family?" Peter finally answered. "They have nothing to do with this, they're just normal shopkeepers, keep them out of this. It was my fault that I attacked you, just punish me." Hearing Peter's words, Fex felt like something wasn't quite right about this whole thing. However, he didn't have long to think about it, for suddenly out from the side a big line of red blood was shot out. Fex didn't even notice it until the last moment, causing him to take the blow with his bare hands. He was pushed back a few feet before he could break the attack. He wasn't wearing any beast gear on his body, and the same could be said for his hands as well. Blood was now dripping from his forearms where the attacks had wounded him. But what was most surprising to Fex was the fact that he recognized the attack. It was a blood attack that only other vampires could use. When he looked up, he could see what could only be described as a demon. White, hollow, menacing eyes, with a mask and a Japanese demon design covering his mouth. As Peter looked up, even he didn't recognize the figure standing in front of him. But of course it was Quinn in his new suit. Chapter 1-63, Vampire vs. Vampire. The attack was sudden, and Fex couldn't quite see what had hit him, but as he looked at the man in the strange suit, he was wondering what on earth this person was. It didn't look like any outfit humans usually wore, and for some reason his entire body was covered. "Is that thing even comfortable? I imagine it must be pretty tight down there," Fex said sarcastically while glancing at the strange person's groin area. While moving closer to the mysterious figure, Fex made sure not to make any sudden movements. The wounds on his forearms were already starting to heal, so they didn't bother him much anymore. "Hey, I know you might just be trying to save this." Fex then looked at Peter, who was lying on the floor between them. "Human, I guess, but I think you don't understand. I've tied him up for your and everybody else's safety. I suggest you go back home so we can forget any of this ever happened." As he got closer, Fex started to notice something, or rather the absence of something. "Where's his scent? I'm not smelling anything from him," he thought. Usually, humans and vampires had this aroma around them. Everybody has a specific smell. It was what attracted humans around them. Although vampires could suppress this to some extent, they could never completely get rid of it, especially not in front of other vampires. But for the first time he met a person who had no scent at all. Because of this, he couldn't identify this mysterious person, or even guess his race. This made him a bit more careful around this suspicious person. Quinn, on the other hand, had no clue of his suit's side effect. While wearing the mask, he wasn't able to use his nose to its full capacity. The suit that blocked out the sun was also blocking out his smell. Quinn's mind was occupied with other things right now. He was trying to decide if he had to kill this person or not. The question was, had Peter attacked this person to try and eat him, and did the person manage to defend himself, and also tie Peter up with his ability? Or had nothing happened yet, and had this person randomly attacked Peter, and then tied him up? For some reason, Peter was very calm right now. This was not what Quinn had been expecting, because before he lost all sense of control over Peter through their bond. Quinn's identity was still a secret, at least for now. His number one priority was getting Peter out of the situation and back to their dorm room. He could deal with any other issues later. Quinn had a feeling from the way Fex was moving that he was being cautious. If Quinn was going to make a dash for it to get Peter out, the most likely outcome would be that a fight was going to break out. If that was the case, it would be best if Quinn first found out his ability. Inspect. Name, Fex Sanguinis. Race, vampire. After seeing the information, Quinn froze for a bit. He had to reread it twice just to make sure what he saw was correct. After what the blonde vampire in the system had said, he knew there had to be other vampires out there. But he never expected to see one in the same school as him. Then a horrible thought ran through his mind. He remembered what the blonde vampire in the system had told him. Now that he was a vampire, they would come after him and to be careful of them. It was too soon. Quinn didn't even know how strong he was compared to other vampires. If this new vampire wanted to take Peter away, then he could have him. Quinn wanted to change things, but that wasn't going to be possible with him dead. But when Quinn tried to run away, something inside of him gave him a jolt. A force was pulling him towards Peter and refusing to let him leave. At the same time, Peter was feeling the same thing. Quinn then fell down on one knee, breathing heavy. "What is this?" Quinn asked. "It's your family bond," the system explained. "The two of you are bonded by the magic of your blood. Similar to how Peter can never do you, as his master, any harm, you can never desert him." "What is this vampire family crap?" Quinn said as he got up from the floor. If he couldn't run away without Peter, then he only had one choice. Skill Shadow Cloak activated. Right in front of Fex's eyes, his opponent had disappeared, and without giving off any smell, it was hard for him to locate this person. "So it looks like you're going to try and fight me. Well, you made the wrong decision." Suddenly a tingling feeling he felt in his neck alerted him that something was coming. A claw-like blood mark randomly came out from his right side, and behind it several more followed. However, before the attack left Quinn's hands, Fex was able to retaliate. Blood barrier. Swiping his hands upward, a thin red barrier was formed. As each swipe hit the barrier, it would shake a little but was completely unaffected by the attack. But seeing Quinn's attack made Fex realize something. The attack produced just now was a blood swipe. It was the same basic skill all vampires were required to learn. "Wait, you're a vampire, we're on the same side, stop!" Fex shouted. Even though Quinn could hear Fex's words, he chose to ignore them over the systems. It was quite possible this whole thing was an act. Daze. Daze skill failed. Quinn was hoping the Daze skill would go through, allowing him to flash step behind his opponent and perform a hammer strike, but it had failed, making him change plans. Putting both of his hands together, Quinn formed a larger blood swipe, throwing out a single large attack. "Look, if this ghoul belongs to your family, maybe I can help you. We can figure out something together." Seeing the red line of attack, Fex had no choice. He too placed both hands together and let out a blood swipe of his own. Only his was significantly larger than Quinn's. As the two blood swipes collided, Fex's consumed Quinn's and carried on going forward. The only thing Quinn could do was use his flash step to avoid the attack. Quinn then activated his boots. If his blood swipe wasn't strong enough, then he would need to rely on his speed. He went in close and threw out a fist, performing blood spray at the same time. However, each attack was deflected by Fex. After seeing Quinn struggling in hand-to-hand combat, Fex found everything quite strange. Does he not even know the basic martial arts? It was something all vampires were required to learn, but Quinn was throwing his punches out quite randomly, but then he also knew some advanced skills such as the flash step. So he couldn't be a beginner. "If you keep going like this, you'll die before giving me a chance to help you," Fex said, with urgency in his voice. Quinn had used up a lot of his HP, just trying to hit Fex even once, but nothing seemed to be working. "Just get out of here," Peter shouted. "Leave me, there's no point in both of us dying." Once again Fex was confused, but this time by the ghoul. If they belonged to the same family, the blood bond wouldn't allow one to be deserted in time of need. With nothing working, Quinn only had one choice. He threw out a blood swipe and caught it using his shadow control. With the scythe being held in his hands and his suit of armor and mask on, he truly looked like a Grim Reaper. "Is that the shadow ability? But that's been lost for years," Fex said. "Just who is this guy?" Suddenly a beep was heard coming from all three of their watches. As they looked down, they noticed the time was 9:45. It was the 15-minute warning sound telling them curfew time was coming. Chapter 1-64 Plan B initiated. Running as fast as he could, Vorden desperately tried to catch up with Quinn, who was running in front. However, no matter how fast he went, he couldn't keep up, and he even lost sight of him, Quinn, and could no longer be seen in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he didn't give up, for he knew that Quinn would need him once they found Peter. Beep. When he was only a short distance away from the park, where he assumed Quinn was heading to, his watch lit up and the sound of a notification was heard. When he looked at the watch, the time stated that it was 9:45. This meant that they only had 15 minutes before curfew time. In most cases, it wouldn't be so bad, since students would just be brought in and be punished a little. But for Quinn and Vorden, who were already suspected in perpetrating a murder, it would look awfully suspicious if the two of them were out at night after curfew, and didn't have a good reason for it. Knowing this, Vorden had no choice but to turn around and head back to the dorms. He had to trust that Quinn would find Peter and catch up to him in time. Seeing the message on the watch, Quinn started to panic. If he wanted to make it back in time, he would need to leave now. He didn't have time to rescue Peter. Once again, when Quinn tried to move, he was stopped by the bond. He tried to force through, but it was pulling him down to the ground. Fex could see something was up. "Hey, we need to get back, right?" Fex said. "That skinny guy said something about being in our rooms before 10. I don't know why you're attacking me, but you need to understand we're on the same side." Fex looked at Peter and had a little hunch on what the latter was thinking, but it wasn't something he could confirm right now. "Look, you aren't meant to be here, neither am I, so I won't tell anyone about you. I'll leave it in your hands, but if you need any help, then I suggest that you come to me." Soon after, a cloud of mist filled the air where Fex was once standing. As the mist started to disappear, it looked like Fex was vanishing away with it. "Is he really gone?" Quinn asked. "That mist is a transformation spell," the system explained. "Most likely, he has turned into something that allows him to pick up more speed." With that knowledge, a weight was lifted from his shoulders, but there was still another problem weighing on his mind, and he was soon reminded by it. Peter started to scream at the top of his lungs. It felt like he was being stabbed repeatedly in his stomach, and as his hunger grew, so did his strength. The tight strings that were once holding him down were starting to snap one by one. "Quinn, quickly, give him some of your blood. It will only be temporary, but it should calm him down as you have more control over him," said the system. Quinn used Shadow Equip to put his equipment back into his dimensional space, including the suit and the mask he was wearing. Then, using the tip of his tooth, he bit down on his thumb, causing blood to be drawn. He walked closer to Peter, and after just taking a few steps, Peter lifted his head and turned it towards Quinn. A snarling sound was made as if to give a warning for Quinn not to get any closer. Peter's eyes were now red once again, and his fangs were on full display. "Are you sure he won't hurt me?" Quinn said. "Positive. Vampires have a set of rules that they must follow, otherwise their own powers will begin to retaliate to them. Remember how you felt just moments ago when you tried to flee, right? No matter how hard you fought against it, it was impossible to fight back. It will be the same for him if he tries to hurt you." Looking at Peter, who continued to snarl at him, he still wasn't quite sure whether to believe the system or not, but he had no choice. Peter was like this because of him, and now, there was no going back. The snarling persisted as he went forward, but exactly as the system had said, even though Quinn was practically holding Peter's head, he never tried to bite him. Quinn then lifted his hand and started to squeeze the blood from it, allowing it to drip into Peter's mouth. Just like that, in almost an instant, Peter started to calm down. "How long will this last?" Quinn asked. "Long enough," the system replied. Placing Peter on his back and equipping his beast boots, he activated his wind walk. He no longer had any time to take it easy, so he ran as fast as he could back to the school without any intention of slowing down. Vorden had safely made it back into the room on time, and Layla had left long before to go back to her dorm room. In the kitchen, laid out on the table, he had gotten what looked like a meat cleaver. "Okay, Vorden, you can do this. I can't believe you're going this far," Ratton said. "I have to, otherwise Peter will endanger us all." "Then just kill the guy. I'll even do it for you like the last time," Ratton replied. "But Quinn doesn't want that, and Syl is finally starting to change. We can't have him go back to how he once was," Vorden said. For once Rayton didn't have a stinging reply. Vorden then placed his arm on the table, laying it flat, while grabbing the meat cleaver with the other. "Here goes nothing!" He swung it down, but at the last second he stopped just inches above his limb. "I can't do it. How can anyone cut their own arm off?" A thud sound was heard in the room, and as Vorden looked up he could see that Quinn had arrived while bearing Peter on his back. The two of them had come through the broken window. "Looks like I just made it in time," Quinn said, relieved. The sound on their watches went off again, indicating that it was now 10 o'clock. A ping would then be sent to the security office, revealing the location of all those who were not located in their rooms at that moment. However, as soon as Peter had entered the room, the smell of a fresh human flesh had entered his nose, and he once again succumbed to his crazed self. Quinn quickly held him down using all of his strength, but the struggle was tough. It felt like Peter was just as strong as Quinn. The only thing that he could do was to put on his gauntlets, but if he did, the second he let go of Peter, he knew he would go after Vorden. "Now is not the time to be hesitating," Vorden said, but once again, as he looked at the meat cleaver in his hand, his heart started beating like crazy. "Arg, you big puss eye. Let me do it," Ratton said as he took control of the seat. Without hesitation, Rayton swung the meat cleaver down onto his own arm. Unlike Vorden, though, he didn't hesitate one bit. Still, the bone was thick, and he wasn't able to be cut off the arm cleanly in one go. Blood kept on spilling out of the wound. Ratton lifted it up and continued to hack at his own limb until eventually his arm had completely come off. "Here you go," Vorden said as he chucked over his arm towards Quinn and Peter. Chapter 165 Family Quiz. As Vorden's arm was flying through the air, Peter managed to overpower Quinn and push him off. Peter leapt into the air like a dog trying to catch the arm. It would have looked funny if it wasn't so gruesome. It was as if he was playing catch, but instead of a stick, he was catching an arm. His jaws extended much further than would be possible for a normal human. When he caught the arm in his mouth, he immediately bit down on it and started eating. Vorden looked down at the meat cleaver. It was covered in blood, and so was the kitchen counter, where he had cut his arm off. Strangely, there wasn't any blood on the hand holding the cleaver. "Vorden, are you okay?" Quinn asked, with a worried expression on his face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Vorden replied with a little smile. "Guess we needed plan B more than we thought." When Quinn looked at Vorden, he had expected to see blood gushing from the wound where he had cut off his own arm. Instead, he saw that the wound had closed itself, and was already starting to heal bit by bit. At the same time, Peter was still gnawing away on Vorden's arm, entirely focused on devouring its skin and bone. Vorden felt a bit strange, seeing Peter eating his arm right in front of him. Instinctively, he grabbed at his arm. He felt the part below his elbow was already starting to grow back. This made him sigh in relief. Luckily, the healing ability he acquired was already starting to work. "I hope this is going to be enough for him, because I don't feel like going through this again. Today," Vorden said. "It should be. When he's finished eating, he will calm down a bit," Quinn replied. He was just repeating the words of the system right now, because he wasn't sure of anything anymore. When Peter finally finished eating the arm, Quinn felt strange energy surging through his body. It felt the same as the first time Peter ate human flesh. It was a strange situation for Peter, because he was aware of everything that was happening, but he didn't have control over his body, because he was fully consumed by his hunger. Looking at Vorden, Peter noticed his arm was missing. With fear in his voice, he stammered, "Vorden, your arm, I don't know?" Peter felt appalled with himself. "This thing?" Vorden said as he lifted his stump. "Don't worry about it. In a few hours it will have grown back. This was our backup plan in case you lost control before we had found a permanent solution for you. I just didn't want you thinking of me like a chicken nugget you can eat whenever you get hungry," Vorden said, trying to lighten the mood. Before coming back to our room, I went down to the canteen and copied the ability of a student who has regenerative power. We didn't expect you to be hungry so soon, after you fed on Earl only yesterday. All three of them were silent for a while. They were thinking about the crazy situation that they were in right now. After some time, Peter broke the silence. "Thank you, the both of you. You have always been nice to me, and treated me right. Even after I betrayed you, you still saved my life, and even now you went to such lengths to help me." As they looked around the room, they realized how much of a mess they had made. There was a big hole in the window where Peter had smashed through it, and shards of broken glass could be seen underneath it. Blood was all over the place, on the kitchen counter, on the floor where Peter had devoured the arm, even on the ceiling from when the arm had flown through the air. "Well, I guess we better get started with cleaning this place before anyone finds out what happened here," Quinn said. Each of them took it in turn cleaning up the place, but there wasn't much they could do about some area. They couldn't magically restore a window, and the scratches made on the wooden floor could only be fixed so much. When Vorden was cleaning the kitchen counter, he said, "Hey Quinn, you fancy a drink?" At the same time, he was squeezing some blood from a towel. Quinn was amazed at how Vorden could still crack a joke in a situation like this. But then again, nothing ever seemed to faze the guy. Since turning into a vampire, Quinn wasn't affected much by the sight of blood anymore. Even Peter eating Vorden's arm didn't bother him much. What surprised him was how well Vorden was handling it. Cleaning up, Quinn had the chance to ask the system some questions, because right now he had a lot of them. "Do you know how long Peter will be required to eat human flesh?" Quinn asked. "Well, for once I have some good news for you. Peter is the type of ghoul that needs to be fed daily." The system responded, "If that is good news, you have some sick sense of humor." Quinn thought, "Just wait, young one. The ones that require food more often quickly get stronger. If you carry on feeding Peter for a week, then by the end of it, he should evolve." In the middle of their conversation, a notification screen popped up. "New quest received. Make your family stronger. 2 sevens. Feed your ghoul Peter 7 different types of human flesh. Reward. Family member evolution." "Will you look at that? It looks like my hunch was right," the system said. Quinn found the words of the system strange. Was he not in charge of everything? Until this point, he thought that the AI and the systems were one and the same thing, but that didn't seem to be the case. "I thought you made the quests," Quinn asked. "Me?" the system replied. "I see why you would think so. I was designed after the original owner, the person whose the idea it was to create the system. My thoughts, my actions, everything is based around him. However, the system itself was created by someone else. And before you ask, the man often changed names throughout time, so even if I told you his name, you wouldn't know who he is." Since there wasn't much Quinn could do about the system for now, and it wasn't really a problem, he decided to focus on the other matter. Looking at the quest, he noticed something that would cause them even more problems. The quest stated that they would need 7 different types of human flesh. Just like Quinn with his blood, he would only get stronger when consuming a new person's blood. The same could be said for Peter, who would have to consume different types of flesh. If, and I mean a big if, Quinn said. If we carry on using Vorden, will it still suppress his hunger? Yes, although he won't be able to evolve as quickly. Looking at Vorden's stump, it had now grown back to the point where it was just starting to form the wrist. He hated the fact that he had to rely on Vorden, and using him would only be delaying the inevitable. Right now he needed to find a solution as fast as possible. While these thoughts ran through his mind, he remembered the fight he had with Fex. Just before they left, he said, if he needed any help, to seek him out. Quinn had no idea if he could trust him or not, and if the two of them got into a fight again, he knew in his current state he would definitely lose. Although Quinn didn't get hurt during the fight, he also wasn't able to land a single blow, and it looked like the amount of skills Fex had surpassed his own. The only thing Quinn had that could give him an advantage was his shadow ability. However, at the same time, he still hadn't seen what Fex's ability was, or if he even had one. But with no plans of his own, and no guidance from the system, who else could he go to ask for help? He wouldn't be able to attack him while they were in the school. Vampires were a secret to the world, and he was sure Fex would want to keep it that way as well. It was a risk, but he would have to confront Fex and ask for his help. Chapter 166. Tricking Duke. The 2-day rest period was over, and students were now required to go back to classes as usual. Vorden, Peter and Quinn didn't feel like they had rested at all. Over the last few days they had experienced one high-tense situation after another. In the morning, Quinn and Peter didn't go down to the canteen for breakfast. They had decided to stay in their dorm room. While Vorden still had the regenerative ability, he had decided to cut off another one of his limbs, but Vorden actually looked scared about cutting off his own body part again. At first, Quinn was against him doing it again, but Vorden had convinced him it was necessary to make sure Peter wouldn't go crazy with hunger again today. When Quinn had finally agreed, they decided to cut off a bigger limb, because it would give Peter more meat to feed on. Eventually, they chose to cut off one of Vorden's legs. Quinn couldn't bear for Vorden to go through so much pain again, that's why he offered to help. With his greater strength, he was able to cut through the entire leg in one clean stroke. It took Quinn some time to mentally prepare for it, but he finally convinced himself that it would mean less pain for Vorden, which gave him the resolve he needed to do it. Vorden looked scared when Quinn was about to cut his limb off, but all of a sudden his facial expression changed. Instead of fear, it now showed anger. Vorden shouted at Quinn, "Just do it, you little wimp." After eating human flesh for 2 days in a row, it seemed like normal raw meat was no longer an option for Peter. When he tried to eat it, he immediately threw it back up, like his body was, rejecting the raw animal meat. From now on, Peter would only be able to eat raw human flesh. Quinn was quite upset about this, because he didn't want to see Vorden go through this painful process again. Quinn now wanted Peter to evolve as soon as possible, as hopefully this would help with Peter's dietary problems. After Vorden went down to the canteen to eat, Peter was looking at the black bag with Vorden's leg in it. He couldn't stop himself from drooling, and his saliva was dripping out of his mouth and falling onto the floor. "Are you going to eat that or what? Don't let Vorden's sacrifice go to waste," Quinn said while holding a glass of Vorden's blood in his hand. They had collected it after cutting Vorden's arm off. It would have been a shame to let it go to waste. Quinn swirled the blood around in the glass before he drank it all in one big gulp. It tasted nice and sweet, and when he was finished drinking, he had a smile on his face. "How do you do it?" Peter asked with awe and horror on his face. "How can you be so calm about it all? How do you deal with this sudden change so easily?" "Trust me on this one, Peter. At first I didn't," Quinn replied, looking pensive. "Think of it this way. Everyone has multiple sides that they show to people. They are different with their family members, compared to their friends, and they are different with their girlfriends, compared to their family and friends. But does that mean those other sides don't exist when they are with different people? We choose to show people which side of us we want them to see. This way, different people will form different opinions of us. I was scared too, but I choose not to show it to others. I was also very lucky that I found someone who helped me deal with everything." As he was saying this to Peter, his mind had immediately gone to Layla. Like he told Peter, he was extremely lucky that she was the first person who found out about his secret. Since she found out, she had been nothing but supportive. She also helped him learn a lot about being a vampire. He wondered how different things might have been if it wasn't for her. While Quinn was talking to him, Peter had been trying to hold back from eating the leg that was in front of him. However, he could no longer stop himself. As Peter started chomping down on Vorden's leg, Quinn turned around to look away. Even though it didn't bother him much, it still felt wrong to him looking at one friend eating another friend's leg. Quinn also realized he thought of Peter as a friend again. He suspected the strange bond between them might have something to do with this. When Vorden was done with breakfast, he had returned to the dorm room to collect Peter. He knocked on the door and asked Peter to come out. He didn't go in because he didn't want to see Peter eating his leg. Because the 2 days of rest were over, every student was required to start training in their combat classes again. Peter was still registered in the elemental ability class. He was currently known as an Earth user, and Vorden had a feeling that Duke was keeping an eye on him. After Peter had told him that Duke had gifted him with the level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books, Vorden was puzzled by this. He couldn't understand why Duke had given Peter those books. The only thing they knew was that for whatever reason, Duke wanted Peter to become a level 4 Earth ability user. The three of them split up. Peter and Vorden went to the elemental class, while Quinn went to his own combat class. Now that Peter had been fed twice in a short time, the system assured Quinn that he could last at least 24 hours before he needed to feed again. In that time, Quinn needed to come up with a solution, or if he couldn't, he would have to find Fex and ask him for help. Vorden and Peter were together in the elemental class, however. They pretended to no longer be on speaking terms with each other, of course. Vorden still kept an eye on him, but he made sure to stay a few meters apart from Peter, or to always have a few other people between them. Their teacher was currently making a demonstration. She was showing the different uses of her water ability. She was trying to teach the students that with a little bit of creativity in the use of their respective elements, they could even make their own skills. All the students were gathered around her, and they were watching her display. While everyone was looking at the teacher, Vorden noticed that a couple of students had come over to where Peter was standing, and it looked like they were nudging him a bit. The three of them started to move away from the crowd, towards the back of the classroom, out of sight of the main group of students. Are they working for Duke? Vorden thought. They won't do anything to him here, and Peter has just been fed, so he shouldn't go on another rampage. Peter had never seen these two students before, and was a bit afraid, but when they approached him, and he saw they both had power levels of 2.4 and 2.6, he was no longer worried. One of the students whispered into Peter's ear, "Move to the back of the classroom." Once they were at the back, one of them whispered again, saying, "Duke has a message for you. Make sure you bring your Earth ability up to level 4 by the end of the week. If you do, there will be even more rewards for you." Peter agreed, because he didn't know what else to do. As he looked down at his watch, all he could see was the number 1. Now that he had become a ghoul, he couldn't even use his Earth ability anymore. He was wondering how he was going to solve this in a week's time. Quinn can change the number on his watch by tapping it. Maybe I can ask him how he does that, Peter thought. Fex had woken up that morning and tried his best to fit in during his time at school. He hadn't thought much about what happened last night, and he really didn't care that much about it. He was just trying to help a fellow vampire out, but if they didn't want his help, that was their choice. After staying at the school for only 2 days, Fex had already learned something. Life at the school was quite boring. He had gone out to the city to talk to others and experience some new things, but doing things alone on his own sucked. For some reason, the other students were ignoring him. He chalked this up to being the new kid. Fex didn't know the real reason for this was that his watch was displaying he had a power level of 1. When he made his plan to explain his ability to the school, he hadn't realized there was so much discrimination towards weak people at this school. When coming to the human world, he was hoping to try new things and meet people, but right now he was wondering if he had made a mistake. Then he remembered there was one person that had spoken to him. Although it wasn't a very pleasant meeting, he still remembered it. The first student that he had met was Erin. After doing a bit of research of his own, he was able to find out her name as well as her schedule. Because Fex was a new student, he had to decide which combat class he wanted to go to, and after finding out Erin went to the beast weapons class, Fex knew what class he wanted to sign up for. Chapter 1267, Hand to Hand. Along the way to the beast weapons class, Quinn met up with Layla and Erin, who was tailing behind her. When they met up with each other, Erin couldn't help but stare at Quinn. Then suddenly thoughts popped into her head about the book. Bite me or love me. Her face went red and turned it away. Images would appear of certain people doing strange things with each other. Although Quinn had no clue what was going on, he was just happy it didn't seem like she was freaking out about the whole thing. It seemed like because Erin grew up knowing nothing about them, it really didn't come as a shock to her because she had no point of reference. On the way there, Quinn was thinking of possible safe ways to approach Fex. He would need to talk to him in a public place where he couldn't use his abilities as freely. But before that, he needed to find out what class he was in, or where he was. They arrived in the large training hall, and Leo was there as usual. They hadn't seen each other since he had saved them from the Dalki, and the girls were a lot warmer to him now. As soon as they entered, Leo looked over to their direction and smiled. "If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he could see us," Layla said. "He probably just knows where the entrance is, and when he hears students' footsteps, he smiles at us," Erin replied. But Quinn had a feeling that wasn't true, as he hadn't seen Leo smile at the other students before, and it seemed to be only directed at the three. What they didn't know was Quinn's aura was always easy to spot, and as soon as he stepped in the room, Leo immediately knew it was Quinn. This time Leo had all the students gather at the front of the training hall where a small platform had been raised. The platform was a similar size to a boxing ring, only there were no ropes, and it was raised about a foot off the ground. Leo stood on top of this platform as he explained the upcoming lesson to everyone. However, just before the lesson started, a new student had entered the room. Leo was completely distracted as he noticed something, for this student had the exact same aura as Quinn did. "Hey, this is the beast weapons class, right?" Fex said as he walked through. "Who's that?" "I think it's a new student." This laid into the term, that means he must be a draft evader. When they looked at Fex, their interest quickly died down after seeing he only had the number 1 on his watch. He wasn't worth them even getting to know, and it would only waste their time. Seeing this, Fex was once again annoyed. "What is wrong with these people?" Fex thought. As he said those words, he started to sniff about in the air. Something seemed to catch his attention. He moved closer towards the smell, until finally, he realized where it was coming from. And Quinn looked at Fex the same. They both knew instantly that this was the person who they had fought with last night. Fex gave Quinn one look up and down before walking off to find his own spot to watch the lesson from. This reaction surprised Quinn, to say the least. Isn't he going to say anything? I'm sure he realized I was the person fighting him last night. If I can smell him, he can definitely smell me, Quinn thought. But Fex wasn't bothered in other people's business, and that included vampires. He already gave out a lending hand, and if Quinn didn't want to take it, that was fine with him. As long as Quinn didn't try to get in his way, then there was no trouble between the two. The lesson had started, but it was hard for Quinn to concentrate. Still, the lesson seemed to be an important one, so Quinn tried his best to listen. As you all know, we have been learning the basics of each weapon. I haven't taught you how to use each weapon individually, but only explained how to activate the beast's weapon's power for a greater result, Leo explained as he drew out his katana blade. But there will be times where one's weapon will break, or certain weapons will prove ineffective against the enemy. Leo then threw his blade at the wall behind him. It flew fast, and half of the blade managed to go into the wall until it stopped. In these times we will have to use our own fists. The students started to mumble, using fists against beats, and the Dalki sounded barbaric to them, almost suicidal. If we have abilities, why would we rely on our hands? Yeah, and even then if I didn't have a beast weapon, or was too tired to use my abilities, surely guns would be better. The students started to mock and laugh at Leo quietly. I see, so you think that today's lesson is pointless, correct? Leo asked. They were unaware that Leo could hear everything they were saying. Suddenly, Leo started to tear off his military clothing, and underneath, he revealed a chest-piece armor that had the face of a demon on it. That's when the students also noticed he was even wearing beast gear on his feet as well. Aaron, Layla, and Quinn all had seen this equipment before. It was the same equipment Leo had worn when he killed the Dalki. You all know that our old technology, our weapons were useless against them, and our nuclear weapons were rendered useless before we even had the chance to try them. Even armor. Piercing bullets from a sniper rifle at most could knock a single-scaled Dalki back. However, when activating the beast gear, the higher level tier of equipment, the more empowered our bodies become, Leo said. At first the students thought they imagined it, but they could all see clearly that the blackish armor around Leo's chest was starting to light up and turn red. Little particles of steam were emerging from the piece as well. Right now, if I was to throw a fist with all my force, I could crumble the foundations of this entire building. The steam started to disappear, and the chest piece's color started to return to normal. At that time, the students realized a certain pressure had disappeared, as if they were under a gravity heavier than they were used to, had disappeared from the room. They didn't need Leo to demonstrate. They could all feel the power he held in his hands. So they finally figured out how to properly use the power of the beasts. Huh? Fix said. Well, looks like they advanced quicker than my father said they would. The power of the fist is useless if you cannot hit your opponent, or if you do not know how to throw a punch, Leo explained. So for today's lesson, I shall be showing you a basic martial art that all soldiers are required to learn. For this, I will need a volunteer. Leo then started to look around the room until his head had stopped at one person. Quinn, how would you like another spar with me? Chapter 168 Martial Arts. Out of all the students there, Leo had selected Quinn. It didn't come as a surprise to the others anymore. Since the first day, it seemed like Leo was favoring Quinn. He would often go to the area he was in most. He was the only one that had a spar with him one-on-one, and Leo seemed to have saved his life more than once. Having no good excuse to refuse, Quinn walked up onto the platform. Hey, did that student always look like that? A student asked. I think so. I'm not really sure. I didn't really pay any attention to him before. It's a shame he is only a level 1. Otherwise he would be good boyfriend material. A female student said. Ever since evolving into a vampire, Quinn's looks had slightly changed. He was no longer the weak, skinny, frail him. His body had filled up, and he looked like he had a proportion of muscles all over. The students never paid much attention to Quinn in the first place, other than those that saw him as a target to pick on. Now standing in front of the class, they were able to see him better. Quinn and Leo were standing at opposite ends of the platform. Now for this session once again, I would like you all to not use any of your abilities later on. We will try to learn how to combine your abilities with our fists to make more of an impact, but for now forget about it," Leo explained as he looked at Quinn. "Okay, when you are ready I want you to come at me and don't pull any punches." Leo assumed a fighting stance, and at the same time, a quest appeared directly in front of Quinn. High-level opponent detected. Defeat the opponent in battle. Reward, instant level up. It seemed like the reward for winning the fight was the same as last time, although Quinn didn't feel like he could beat Leo anytime soon. But the quest reward did give Quinn an idea. So far each level up required him to earn double the amount of EXP before. However, this changed when he evolved at level 10. If at every 10 levels he was to evolve, then Quinn could time it right and challenge Leo to a fight at level 19. The problem then was, if he was to level up in front of Leo and the evolution process started. Straight away, what would he do then? As he got used to the system more, Quinn had to start thinking about how to utilize it to give him an advantage over others. "Let's see if you really are the person from last night." Fex, though standing by the sidelines. It was unlikely there was more than one vampire here. There were often vampires sent as scouts at the military base, but they would be disguised as high-ranking officials. But Fex had never heard of one of these scouts being a student. "Do you think Quinn will do okay?" Layla asked Aaron. "Do you not remember what Leo did to that Dalki? It didn't even take him that long while the 5 of us including Quinn struggled." Aaron replied, "I admit, Quinn is strong, and I hate to say this, from what I saw probably stronger than me. But we're just students, and nothing compared to the ones above." The fight had started, and while Leo didn't move at all, Quinn started to dash in as fast as he could. He didn't have any of his beats gear on, so his stats were lower than usual, but he also wasn't being affected by the sunlight so much. "Wow, he's quite fast." Seeing Quinn dash from his position, he was certainly fast, but not fast enough for people to think of it as an ability. Quinn threw out a punch fast, but didn't add any of his blood skills. He knew he was limited by what he could use in front of everyone, but he still wanted to test himself after not being able to land a punch yesterday. However, Leo was able to move his head to avoid it. Quinn then changed his fist and went to grab Leo instead. He hoped to throw Leo to the ground, but it was too late. The man had already pivoted on his foot and went for a spin. While doing so, he lifted his other leg in the air and managed to kick Quinn right in the head. At first, Quinn thought he could take the blow from the older man, but he quickly realized his mistake. The force was strong and caused Quinn to fall to the ground. "Again," Leo said. Although the force was strong enough to cause him to fall, it didn't do much damage to a body like Quinn's. He tried attacking again, throwing punches of his own, but every time his attacks would come close, Leo would move, or using the palm of his hands deflect the strikes. Then when he was attacking, he would use his legs. The confrontation lasted about 10 minutes, and finally, Quinn was starting to get worn out by the whole thing. "Yep, those sloppy punches of his? That's definitely the person I fought with yesterday," Fex thought. "Okay, that's enough," Leo said. Quinn was now huffing and panting a little, even though he hadn't used any advanced abilities, like the flash step or hammer strike. It seemed to be more tiring fighting against Leo. During the fight, Leo had displayed many different techniques, but what stood out to the students was how he thought. There was definitely a style they all recognized. He would always use the palm of his hands for defense, and whenever he was attacking, he would use his legs. What you have just witnessed is the martial art we teach our soldiers here. It is named the Pugna style, a mixture of karate amongst other things with the hands, while using a form of taekwondo in our legs. It's important, the reach in our legs is longer and more powerful than our arms, but our arms are more versatile and flexible. Leo then started to look at the crowd of students again. "Is there anyone here who would like to have a go? This is your chance to have a one-on-one battle with your teacher here." Most of the students were nervous. They didn't have much hand-to-hand combat experience because they focused on using their abilities or training with weapons most of the time. Other than the street fighting they did in school, they all felt it would be embarrassing for them if they were to go up. Out of all the students there, a single person had his hand raised. "I wouldn't mind having a crack at it," a student announced as he sauntered forward out of the crowd. When he came into view, Quinn was surprised to see who it was. Just what is he thinking? Quinn thought. "Oh, if it isn't the newbie," Leo said with a smile. Sweeping his black hair back with his hand and taking a look at Quinn, Fex had a big smile on his face. "Bring it on." Chapter 169, Vampire vs. Elder, MVS 169. While Fex was growing up, he had always been told how weak humans were, how they had to rely on the power of others to survive. But after seeing Leo, he could tell this wasn't true, or at least what they used to know about humans no longer applied. Before heading up to the stage, Fex looked around the room and spotted Aaron. To his surprise, she was standing right next to Quinn. He didn't already make her his, did he? But how? My charm didn't even work against her, Fex said. "Still, it doesn't seem like she's been blooded by anyone. Maybe I can still use her." The group caught Fex looking over in their direction. The next thing they noticed was a cheesy wink with a smile. Seeing this, they all wondered who the wink was directed at and cringed a little inside. "That wink wasn't towards you, was it?" Layla asked, thinking it was meant for Quinn. I guess, Quinn replied. It had to be at him, he thought. He was the only one who knew who Fex was, and he was looking right at them. Although the wink was actually directed at Aaron, she had no clue of this either. In fact, she could hardly remember seeing the boy. The only thing that kept happening for some reason was, whenever she looked at him, her face would start to heat up a little as she felt embarrassed. Maybe he has a thing for you? Layla said. Layla's words had jolted Aaron's memory, and she remembered where she had seen the boy before, when she was in the library reading a particular book. Yeah, that has to be the reason, Aaron said nervously. She felt like the wink must have been a sign. Perhaps he was planning to use it as blackmail against her. Tell everyone that she read those type of books. If others were to find out, her family even. She would be shamed for having such a dirty mind. She needed to keep the boy silent no matter what. Now Fex and Leo were up on stage, and even Quinn was a little excited to see the outcome of the match. He had fought with both of them and pretty much lost. Still, he was unable to get either of them to show their full strength. Hey, Quinn, Layla whispered. Is he a vampire as well? How did you know? Quinn thought. Unless she had a nose like his, Fex looked just like every other human. Well, you've been acting strangely ever since he got in here, and you did tell us someone attacked you last night, right? Well, who do you think's going to win? She asked. I'm not sure. I was just thinking that myself. If it was just hand-to-hand combat, I felt more useless fighting against Leo. Not only that, but Leo has years of experience. I just can't see a student beating him. Layla then went to have a closer look at Fex. The same age as all of them. Well, if it's like the books I've read, vampires can live for a lot longer than humans. Some of them are eternal, so maybe he looks young just because he wants to. Is that true? Quinn asked the system. Yes, vampires are able to slow down the aging process, although there are methods when doing this. A vampire can either go into eternal slumber. It's a method they use to stop their heart beating and everything inside their body. In a way, it's a near-death-like state. The only way to wake vampire from eternal slumber is to have them take a drop of blood from the same family. During this period, they will not age, and their body will not deteriorate. The second method, well, let's just say the second method isn't very nice. Quinn had long learned if the system didn't want to elaborate on any details. Even if Quinn asked, it would choose to remain quiet. It made him wonder just who was able to create such an advanced AI, to the point where it seemed no different from a human. No technology that he knew of was able to do that yet. Well, if this vampire is a lot older than he looks, then maybe him and Leo will be evenly matched, Quinn replied. I doubt that. The system added. The boy in front of you, I don't have any memory of him in our records, and the way he acts would also suggest he has a young mind. If I was to take a guess, he should be no older than you. Watching this fight would be an excellent insight for Quinn. He still had no idea how strong other vampires were, and this would be the first look at another one for him. Leo got into the same fighting stance as before and moved his fingers, telling Fex to come forward. Unlike Quinn, Fex didn't rush ahead and calmly walked over. Then, when their fists were a touching distance away, Fex got into a fighting stance of his own. When looking at the two, their fighting stances were quite different. Leo had both hands out in front of him, similar to karate or a little like boxing, while Fex had both hands down by his side, but his knees were slightly bent. Slowly, Fex was circling Leo. The tension was high, not knowing when either of them would attack. Fex was the first to strike. He came in throwing his fists in quick succession, two to the head and then another to the body. However, just like before, by using his palms, Leo was able to knock them away. He could block them, Fex thought, but I only pulled back on my speed a little. I was sure from watching the match earlier this would be fast enough. After blocking the attacks, Leo followed up with a kick aiming towards Fex's head. Seeing this, Fex jumped back and tried to grab the leg, but at the last second it seemed like the angle had changed, causing Fex's grab to miss. Again, it's like he knows what I'm going to do. Fex inwardly was starting to get annoyed. Then while bringing his leg back, he was able to catch Fex on the head with the heel of his foot. He didn't use that against the last student, someone from the crowd said. Touching the mark on his face, Fex smiled. Looks like I need to bring it up a notch. Fex went in and did the same, throwing punches rapidly, only this time. In the same amount of time, he had thrown 3 to the head and 3 to the body. Leo was able to block the first 3, and the second 2, but the last one had gotten in and hit him in the stomach. He felt the powerful blow that had the weight of a hammer, but didn't let it distract him, throwing out his own sequence of kicks. The fight now continued with no breaks in between. While one focused on their fists, the other focused using their legs to attack. They would block each other's strikes while hitting each other once in a while. Ha, I don't know what Father was talking about. They aren't weak at all. As the fight continued, Fex got more excited, and he started putting more power into his punches. It got to the point where it was power beyond a regular human with no ability. Leo could feel this, and could sense the energy inside him getting wilder. At first he thought he had never seen such a fighting style or martial art before, so Leo decided to lead him on, hoping he would reveal everything he had, but perhaps he had played with the boy too long. While looking at his energy grew wilder and stronger, it started to remind Leo of the Dalki, and in turn, this soured his mood. It brought back specific memories. He started to remember that there was one time he had faced something similar. It was a Dalki. Usually the Dalki were reckless when they fought, but the toughest opponent Leo ever had to face was one which knew how to use martial arts skills, and right now, the resemblance was too close. Why was this boy's and the Dalki fighting style so similar, Leo thought. Chapter 170, A Bloody Kick. Far, the fight had shown an amazing set of skills from both of the contenders. Leo had so displayed some techniques that he hadn't used in the battle against Quinn, making him realize how much better Fex was at fighting. However, Leo felt like he had allowed the fight to go on for too long, turning Fex into an overconfident lad. Although he was banned to use his abilities, Leo's was slightly different compared to the others. His ability was always on. He needed it as he used it as a type of vision for himself. Since he was blind, he would constantly activate his ability to see the aura of living things around him. In turn, this also allowed him to see the flow of energy in the body of his opponent. When an opponent attacks, their energy flow would move before the body of the person did. This was the same when a person used their abilities as well. If Leo concentrated by just a half, he could change his vision to almost a bird's eye view, being able to sense all those around him. It was thanks to this skill that he was able to survive countless near-death situations during the war. However, even if others were to have this ability, it would be useless in the hands of someone who was unable to exploit it. Fex threw out stiff and straight fast blows with his fist, but knowing what he was going to do beforehand, Leo was able to block all of the attacks. What? But I was sure I increased the speed quick enough so he won't be able to block it, Fex thought. Then when Leo prepared for a kick, he still could see where Fex was planning to dodge. Using his other foot, he was able to shift his weight and change the direction. It landed right in Fex's face, but Leo didn't stop there since he knew the damage was minuscule. He continued to kick in rapid successions, aiming for where Fex would be each time. Can he read my mind? What's going on? Fex asked himself out of frustration. Even he was unable to comprehend what was happening. When the kick stopped for a breath of a second, Fex thought he had finally gotten a break. But before he could do anything, another kick was aimed to him from above, an axe kick which slammed down on the back of his head as hard as he could. The blow was harder than Fex thought it would be, so he was unable to prepare himself in time. His legs gave in, and his head bounced off of the ground. He laid there, lying lifelessly on the floor. Did Leo just kill him? A student said. Isn't that going too far for a simple student? Before Leo himself had realized it, he had been too consumed by his past memories. It had affected his usual clear mind. However, he knew the student was safe since his aura was still burning brightly. Fex slowly started to get up, pushing his body up with his arms, with his nose slightly bent. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to meet such a skilled student that I seem to have taken the fight a little too seriously, Leo said. Just think that you were lucky. If I was using a sword in this match, you wouldn't be alive. Standing on the sidelines, Quinn was a little worried. This loss might have hurt Fex's pride, causing him to go on a rampage. If that happened, he didn't know what to do. But then, Fex's next action surprised him. Thank you for the battle, teacher. You have taught me how useful your martial arts truly are, Fex said as he bowed down and walked off of the stage. Wait, Leo said. Please tell me, where did you learn to fight like that? Leo had wanted to fight Fex after realizing that he and Quinn carried the same aura. Quinn excited him by showing amazing growth each time, and he had expected Fex to be the same. Yet, Fex was different, was a few levels above Quinn. As you can see, my ability is only a level 1. My family has always been weak, so we decided to train in the form of martial arts to help build a good foundation, Fex answered. After hearing this, the students quickly remembered that Fex was only a level 1. When they witnessed how good he was at fighting, some of them had the idea of recruiting him for the next portal outing. Still, no matter how skilled he was at fighting, it wouldn't help him against beasts. Unlike Leo, who had the power of the beast gear helping him, they all felt like Fex could never obtain a piece of equipment that high in level. It was a strange situation. He could be useful if he had high-level equipment, but he would need to be strong enough to get the high-level equipment in the first place. The only way they felt like Fex could move up the ladder was to swear loyalty to a faction or the military, helping him raise his ability to the point where he could get the appropriate gear. And only then would he become someone who would be a threat. Of course, Fex's ability wasn't really level 1, but due to the watch being unable to detect the vampire's MC points, it displayed level 1. As Fex walked back to the crowd, he quickly snapped his nose back into place. He also had bruise marks all over his body, but they would soon heal, so there wasn't much to worry about. With the 2 demonstrations over, it was time for Leo to start the class. Everyone was asked to spread out so they would have space of their own in the room. The first thing Leo started to demonstrate was the kicks. He proceeded to demonstrate different types of kicks one by one, and the rest of the class would follow step by step. It felt a bit awkward at first, and most of the students who had never done such a thing found it quite difficult. However, Quinn's body was more flexible and agile than most, allowing him to perform the moves quicker and learn them faster than the others. Leo could see this, and once again, was impressed with how Quinn was performing. Then when he looked at the other person he was interested in, he felt a little disappointed. Fex had decided not to bother learning the kicks properly. It wasn't because he thought they were useless or not helpful. He just found out firsthand how good the techniques were, but it was because vampires were very traditional. If they were to alter their arts, or try to use something else, they would not be happy with him at all. While performing the different sets of kicks, Quinn started to have a thought. When punching, he was able to combine the blood spray with it. When throwing his fist, he used his blood swipe. Perhaps there might be some way to combine the blood swipe with his kicks, creating a new skill of his own. Although, he would have to wait to practice this on his own later. Leo had demonstrated a total of 3 different kicks. One was the roundhouse kick, which was a kick that came out from the side. The other was using their dominant foot. Then they also had to practice the kick using their subdominant foot. The third kick was the axe kick, performed at the end, lifting the leg upward, and then down using your heel to hit the enemy. Once he had finished demonstrating all the kicks, it was time for them to test them out against each other. Leo asked the group to get into pairs and spar with each other. However, they were only allowed to perform these 3 kicks with each other while also only blocking using their legs or dodging. This was Quinn's chance to approach Fex, as he could see he was all on his own since no one wanted to pair up with him. Chapter 171, A Condition. It was clear from the start that no one would want to go up against Fex, and this time, it wasn't just because he was a level 1. He had put on an impressive performance, and it was clear that if they were to go up against him, they would stand no chance. If they lost to him in a spar, a level 1, they would become the laughing stock of the whole room, and the incident would spread throughout the entire school. Seeing this, it was Quinn's chance to approach Fex. He was in a public place with students loitering around, so he wouldn't be able to try anything funny, and if he did, for whatever reason, go out of control, there was one person in the room who Quinn was confident that could deal with him, Leo. While Fex was looking around the room for Erin, he noticed that she had already teamed up with Layla, and had lost his chance to get close to her. Although he noticed a smell gradually coming towards him, one he was familiar with, the other vampire in the room. Fex was still unsure who exactly was this person, but to be sent to the base on his own, he would have to be a high-ranking member in their family, or maybe, in a similar situation to Fex himself. The other crazy thing, though, was, he didn't know who Fex was himself. One of the possible heirs to the 13 families, someone nearly all the vampires knew. But there were those that were sent on missions from a young age who had yet to return, so it was understandable if a few people had never seen him before. For those reasons, Fex had decided to offer a helping hand, hoping not to sour the relationships between the families. The families didn't usually get involved with each other's business unless the head elder asked. Hence, he was careful to also not be nosy. "I guess you already know what I am," Quinn said while looking at Fex, keeping his fist closed, ready for things to turn at any second. "Do you know who I am?" Fex asked. Thanks to the systems and spec skill, Quinn did know. "Fex Sanguinis, correct?" When Quinn answered, he was unsure what to say at first. If he said his name, would Fex get suspicious of how Quinn knew? Or would they think they were comrades? It was a risk. Quinn had no clue how many vampires there were, and how close of a relationship each one of them held with each other. Still, this way, if he did ask how he knew his name, Quinn could make up a type of lie. In the end, he chose to reveal the vampire's name, as the system advised him to do. "Quinn, I'm warning you right now. Never reveal your family name to another vampire. If you do, they will target you," the system said. "But can he use his inspect skill as well?" Quinn asked. "That is unique to the system, Quinn. You are not an ordinary vampire. The others don't have this kind of system like yours. This whole thing you are going through, you are the first person to experience it, which is why I can't help you as much along the way. There are even things that I don't know about the system." Quinn then started to wonder, just which skills were unique to the system, and what are the skills that all vampires had knowledge of? Well, it's to be expected. I thought maybe my fame was starting to die around the other families, Fex said, swiping his hair back. "Well, it's clear you're not from my family. Otherwise you wouldn't have attacked me yesterday, but I won't pry into your business because that would just be rude of me. Anyway, go ahead. It seems you didn't approach me for no reason at all." Quinn was struggling with deciding on how much information he should reveal. If he made one type of slip-up, then it would reveal the position he was in. "I remember you saying that if I needed any help, you would offer your hand." Quinn then took in a deep breath. "I need you to help me with the ghoul problem of mine, the one that you captured the other day." Fex then smiled. "I thought as much. I see, perhaps a vampire recklessly transformed a human, huh? And then left you a halfling, or lesser, to deal with the problems. Who would be so irresponsible to turn someone into a ghoul without preparing everything beforehand?" It seemed like Fex was coming up with his own ideas about why Quinn was here, which was a good thing. It meant that Quinn didn't have to come up with his own story and could just stay silent. In doing so, Fex was the type of person who thought his guesses were right on. "Judging by your silence, I'm pretty close, aren't I?" he assumed as he started laughing. Haha, when I become the family head, with my genius brain, our family will rise to the head position. So you can help then? Quinn asked. By simply looking at Quinn's face, and seeing his fighting skills the other day, Fex could only surmise that Quinn wasn't well trained, or just wouldn't amount to much in the future. This contradicted his earlier thought, though there was something else that was bugging him. He had seen Quinn use the shadow ability. It was an ability that the other vampires hadn't used in years. It suddenly gave Fex an idea. Sooner or later he would be caught by his family and be sent back. He knew this was the case, but if he could lighten his punishment in any way, this might be his chance. If he asked Quinn about the ability, of course, Quinn wouldn't tell him. All the families thought the ability had been lost. Looking at Quinn, it was clear whichever family he worked for were keeping it a secret that they had found it. Perhaps trying to overthrow the head family. If Fex was able to get information from Quinn, how he got this and which family he belonged to, then perhaps the punishment he would receive would be lighter. But the greed was starting to grow inside Fex. Observing Quinn's ordeal and the fact that the ghoul yesterday was in a crazed state, he really needed his help. Maybe he could get even more out of this deal. Of course I can help you, Fex said. Those words gave Quinn hope. The sooner they dealt with Peter's situation, the quicker they could get on with their lives. But I do have one condition, Fex said, looking over in the direction of the two girls. You see, the one with the golden hair, all I ask for is some alone time with her. As Quinn turned his head, he knew straight away who he was talking about. It was Erin. Why? Why her? Why can't it be someone else? Quinn asked. Quinn felt that perhaps Fex would need someone to give him a supply of blood while he was here. Just like Layla was to him. Otherwise, every 2 days he would starve with hunger if Fex was the same type as him. But it didn't sit well with Quinn that it would be someone he personally knew. Out of all the people he could have selected, he chose his acquaintance. If you need blood, I can provide it to you, Quinn added. Oh, don't worry. I have no problem obtaining blood. Although it would be nice to have a little blood pet. I promise you that if you just agreed and let me meet and talk with her, then I'll help you with your little ghoul situation. Are you going to hurt her? Quinn asked. What? Of course not. So what will it be? Chapter 172, Bad Timing. There's no way we can trust that guy, Layla shouted. Currently the whole group had finished their combat classes for the day and were inside Quinn's room. He had just informed them all of what had happened yesterday when he had rescued Peter. He also included what had happened at the combat class and what Fex's request was. I hate to admit it, Vorden said. But I kind of agree with Layla on this one. What is another vampire doing in the school in the first place? Is he here because of you, Quinn, or maybe Peter? I don't think that's the case. Honestly, he seems to be disinterested in me. He also said something that he wasn't meant to be here either. I don't know if he was telling the truth or not. Maybe he was trying to get me to reveal myself. Quinn felt like pulling out his hair at this moment. There were so many things running through his head. I wish there was like a manual or something on how to be a vampire. They have so many rules I just don't understand. The thing is, I can understand if he wanted you or Peter, but why Erin? It doesn't make any sense. Vorden shook his head. Inside the room, Erin had been here the whole time, silently listening away. So far she hadn't said a single word, as if her mind was someplace else. That I have no clue about either. All I know is he said he wouldn't hurt her, Quinn replied. Hey, I have a question, Layla said. How come when you're in the sunlight you get weak while he doesn't? Is he some kind of special vampire? Because when we left the training hall he seemed to be walking fine. Quinn also noticed that as well. And when looking at Fex closely he noticed a ring on his finger. He knew instantly that it was the same ring from the shop. It was a ring that required you to defeat a total of 10 advanced tier beasts to obtain. It only caused Quinn's worries to grow. It was clear that even if he didn't ask, none of them were powerful enough to stop him. While the others were thinking about what to do, Vorden pulled Quinn off to one side so they could have a private conversation with one another. Hey man, not to add to your worries or anything. Vorden started, but I think we got another problem you should know about, Vorden said. Vorden then went on to explain how a few of Duke's men had come up to Peter in their training session, and how they had asked him to learn the level 4 ability by the end of the week. It seemed like everything was happening at the worst possible timing. Then we have no choice, Quinn said. We don't know if Duke is going to keep a closer eye on Peter, or what he plans to do. If we don't get Peter off this new diet of his as soon as possible, then we might have a serious problem on our hands. If it's out of trusting the vampire boy and the Duke, I think right now I trust the vampire more. You might be right about that one, Vorden replied. But the problem is, how do we convince Erin? As soon as Vorden had finished those words, Erin stood up straight and had placed her hand on the hilt of her blade, that was currently sheathed by her side. I'll do it. I'll go see this trash, Erin said. What, Erin, you're not thinking straight. He's a vampire. He could be planning to do the same thing to you, as Quinn did to Peter. Layla shouted before pausing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that in a bad way. I'm not afraid of him. That fool needs to learn his place. He needs to learn not to mess or blackmail others ever again, Erin said. The others felt a little touched. It seemed like Erin had changed, as if she was fighting for their sake, something that she had never done in the past. But little did they know, Erin was still the same as always. When she was talking about blackmail, she was talking about her own situation. She was afraid that if she didn't go through with this, there was a chance that Fex could tell everyone about what she read. She regretted giving him an easy time when the two of them were at the library, and now wished she had taught him a lesson, and now this time she would. Don't worry, I'm confident in my skills. If I was to lose to scum like him, then I deserved it for not training hard enough. Erin's stubborn side had shown, and at this point, Layla was the only one trying to convince her to not go while the boys remained silent. Even Peter wanted to get this whole thing over with, and if Layla just had to become a vampire's blood bank, then it was a small price to pay. Peter had to do worse things than that right now. I think it will be fine. We shall meet on the roof, Borden explained. The three of us will wait by the door to make sure no one else comes upstairs. If anything fishy happens, we can come out and help her. Do you think he'll be okay with that? Peter asked. Didn't he say he wanted to meet her alone? The two of them will still be alone and will just be a short distance away. If he truly says he will do her no harm, then he should at least accept these conditions. Borden explained. A plan had been set. Although it wasn't a very good plan, it felt like it was the only thing they could do at that moment. Quinn had left the room to go meet up with Fex to set the meeting point tonight, while Erin wanted to go to the practice room to brush up her skills before the meeting. But before she left, Borden stopped her by holding her hand. Sorry, I'm going to need to say this, Borden said. Listen to me, Erin, if you need any help or anything, you come running to me, all right? I promise I won't let this guy get you. Borden, you are the only trustworthy one in this group. I would never rely on any of the others to protect me. Erin still believed Borden was the best option out of everyone out there. She had seen him get serious, and even beat a student from one of the big four. Although Quinn was powerful, he had too many weaknesses an enemy could exploit if they were to find them out. What the hell, why doesn't he treat me like that? Layla asked in disbelief. Am I the only one he treats like crap? What the hell did I do? Borden had grown close to his circle around him. He had never had this many people this close to him before, and Erin was one of the very few people who had approached him first. He didn't want to upset this little family that had been created. Unfortunately, Layla got the short end of the stick, due to the little one, misunderstanding the relationship between Quinn and her. Borden then went off with Peter to go gather the strongest abilities he could find, first heading to find Berg and one other ability. Chapter 173, My Pup. On top of the first-year building outside the roof, it was a calm day. It wasn't too hot, and it hadn't rained in a few days, so the ground was dry. Quinn stood there opposite Fex while the others stood just behind the roof door. The door was slightly open as the four of them peeked to have a look at what was going on. Erin's hand was twitching as she had it hovered over her sword's hilt. The others had to do everything in their power to convince her to not go out there and start a fight straight away. They were interested in what Fex had to say, and if she was to go out with her head full of steam right now, it would ruin everything. The best option for them was to come out of this with no fighting. If that did happen, Borden was prepared. He currently had an ice ability, a fire ability, and also a slow regenerative ability. While trying to get the ability, it took him longer. Then he thought, the original person he got it from last time he couldn't find. Luckily at the last moment, he was able to find another student with a similar but weaker version of the ability. He needed to make sure to keep the regenerative ability just in case things didn't go to plan. If Fex really didn't have a solution, then once again he would have to prepare himself to remove another body part. It was also unlikely that he would be able to get Syl to fight for them anyway. At most, Borden could convince Rayton. Syl was unreliable, so Borden never went into a fight relying on him. So you understand the terms then, Quinn said. We will be waiting just on the other side of that door, and if anything happens to her, we will. I know, Fex said with a yawn. I already gave you my word, didn't I? You should already know a vampire's word is sacred. It's not something that can easily be broken. And about the ghoul problem, you promise you'll help us straight after, right? Quinn asked. I already have it sorted, Fex said confidently. At first, Erin walked slowly, but as she got closer and closer towards Fex, she started to walk. Just a fair warning. She knows what you are, so she will be cautious, Quinn replied. Looks like you're breaking rules all over the place, Fex said. I guess it isn't a problem if you plan to turn her eventually. Fex had never seen a vampire break all the rules so casually. There was only one person who was as daring as him, and that was Fex himself. Most vampires were boring and strict. Very. Traditional in the sense and had been for so many years. It was why Fex yearned to go to the human world. The more he was finding out about Quinn, the more his interest grew. But with his position, he could get away with a few things here or there. While Quinn he had never seen him before, he felt like the more he stayed around this guy, perhaps interesting events would start to unfold. Quinn had done everything he could, but it was still hard for him to trust Fex. Even the system didn't seem to have a solution to the current problem, so he just wondered what Fex had that they didn't. As soon as she opened the door, Erin was ready to head out in his place. Erin, please remember the plan, Layla said. Aaron nodded and then headed straight out as the other three watched from behind the door. Faster. The closer she got to him, the more annoyed she was at seeing his face. Oh, the beautiful Goldilocks has finally come out. I have a proposal for you, Fex said. But suddenly the walking turned into a jog, after hearing Fex's voice. The anger inside her only got worse, and then finally she had enough, and pulled out her sword. I thought I had already warned you. If you were to mention what you saw in the library, I would teach you a lesson, she shouted. Looks like she isn't sticking to the plan, Layla said. The library? Have these two met before? Peter asked. It seems like there might be a bit of tension between the two that we didn't know about before, Quinn added. Damn it, Vorden shouted. She's going to get herself killed. As Vorden went to open the door, Quinn pulled him back. Just wait, Vorden. If he really wanted to do her any harm, why would he do it in front of all of us? And if he did kill all of us here, then he would only be hunted down by the school. What Quinn had said made a lot of sense to Vorden. Still, he couldn't help but worry. Hearing Aaron's words, Fex was a bit confused. He could tell she was angry, but apparently it had something to do with their last meeting. Wait, it couldn't have something to do with that book, could it? As she charged forward, her face had now gone bright red once again, and she re-dyed her sword, but suddenly, her movement started to slow as she felt something wrapping around her legs and arms. When she looked at Fex, she could see him doing something with his hands. That's it, I'm going to save her, Vorden said. Wait, Peter shouted. That's the same thing he did to me. I don't think he's trying to hurt her. The string-like substance continued to tangle all over her body. When Aaron looked around, she noticed that there were small little daggers placed around the roof with a little ring on top. Finally, though she was completely restricted and could no longer move. Aaron was not at the level where she could use the ice abilities with just her mind. She still required small movement with her hands to activate her ability. She would need to be at least a level 7 ice ability user for that. So right now she was completely defenseless. Other than her weapon, she had no other piece of beast gear on her. So her strength was that of a regular person, so there was no way for her to break the strings around her. You know, after you left I read that book myself. No wonder you got so heated up, Fex remarked. If you would like to do the things mentioned in that book, I would be happy to help you. Go screw yourself, you sicko, Aaron shouted. This is what I get for being nice, Fex said. Anyway, hear me out. During my time here, I need a puppet as well as a food source. Now since you decided to punish me in the library, you have the congratulations of becoming both of those things. Quinn, do you understand what he's saying? Layla asked. I have no clue. I mean, I understand the food part, but the puppet thing I have no idea, Quinn replied. System, is he talking about making her a blooded one? Quinn asked. No, the Sanguinis family have the ability of string. However, their combat style is unique. They are extremely nimble and skilled with their fingers, but their actual combat powers themselves are lacking. Hearing this didn't make Quinn feel any better. If Fex was a vampire with lacking combat skills, then what did one with good combat skills fight like? To perform at the best of their ability, they need something called a puppet to do combat for them, while they control them behind the scenes. Fex then walked up behind Aaron, while walking a selective path towards her, avoiding all the strings attached to the small blades he had thrown. I'm not becoming your puppet, Aaron shouted. I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice, Fex replied, as he stabbed 12 needles into the back of her body. Chapter 174, Good or Bad. As the 12 needles were implanted into Aaron's body, a strange feeling started to overcome her senses. It was as if something had clicked in her brain. The strings that were binding her feet and hands were loosened, and started to disintegrate until they were no longer holding her back. What did you do to me? Aaron asked. I wanted to show you what being my puppet actually means, Fex replied. Aaron went to swing her sword and moved about, yet it seemed like her movements were back to normal. They weren't slow and everything, so she tried to do what she could do before. Still, she felt like something was tugging on the back of her brain. Whatever you did to me, get rid of it now. She lunged forward and swung down her sword. However, as she did, Fex moved a single fingertip, and concurrently the course of her sword changed, missing the target and merely swung to the side. My body, did it just move on its own? It was a strange feeling for Aaron to suddenly lose control like that. Let's see what you got, Fex shouted. He was now moving his fingers at an incredibly fast speed, and for every different action that he did, it would move Aaron's body. At first, Aaron tried to resist and fight against the Fex's control, but it felt useless, as if she couldn't do anything. When she soon realized that there was nothing that could be done, she stopped resisting and just went with the flow. Doing this, she started to realize something. Fex wasn't just moving her body about in a random order, but he was actually performing a certain set of moves. Her swordsmanship was faster and more skillful than before, and the sound of her strikes when sliding through the air sounded fast and harsh. While her movements were soft and flexible, as if she was doing a dance, it was swordsmanship she had never seen before, one that surpassed her own basic skills that were unrefined. While doing these movements, she started to concentrate. She discovered that it wasn't as if the strings were pulling her along. She could still feel that her own body was doing all these movements, so it must have been possible for her to perform these as well. Right now she was noting down all the actions she was performing, and when she had gotten the hang of it, shards of ice would leave the blade as well. "What is Aaron doing?" Layla asked. "I thought she would be attacking him, but she looks so beautiful." With the ice surrounding her along with the beautiful skills being shown by Aaron, it was as if they were all watching a performance. "I don't think it's her look," Vorden said as he pointed at Fex, who was at the back, moving his hands and fingers. "You are a lot better than I thought you were going to be," said Fex. "It looks like I was right to choose you." When Fex had seen enough, he detached the strings that were on Aaron, and she suddenly stopped right there. Her body was no longer being guided by the strings. Immediately, not wanting to forget the feeling she just had, she tried performing the same movements. At the start, it seemed to be going well, but then, the movements just didn't have the same flares when she was attached. She tried again and again like a person who was possessed, but it was nowhere near the same level that she was performing before. "You, show me again. Do what you just did again," Aaron demanded. Now, Fex said. "If you started to demand things from me and I complied without complaints, it wouldn't be very fair, would it? A relationship should work in two ways. If you don't want to tell me about it, you know I can just start getting really nasty." Lifting her hands, Aaron planned to use her ice abilities this time, before he got close to activate his weird puppet thing once again. But her hand stopped midway, as a little tingling feeling reappeared at the back of her head again. "Oh, I'm afraid it's a little too late. You see, with the needles implanted in you, I can reattach my strings to you at any point in time," Fex explained. "Now that I have shown you how my swordsmanship works, it's time that I get something in return." Walking towards the lady, step by step, Fex got closer, and right now, there wasn't a thing she could do to stop him. "I can't take this anymore. It's not fair on Aaron. We forced her into this, and it's clear that she doesn't want to go through with it. What if he's planning to turn her? I'm going," Vorden said as he barged through the roof door. "Wait!" Quinn shouted. They were so close that Quinn didn't want to ruin the deal they had. So far he had stayed true to his word and Aaron didn't have a mark on her. He felt like he was so close to solving the problem with Peter. But after hearing Vorden's words, Quinn released how selfish he was being. Aaron had no reason to be involved in their affairs. In fact, none of them here did. Only Peter and Quinn needed to be there, and if he wanted to solve his own problems, he should have come up with his own solutions, instead of trying to rely on someone else. As soon as he heard that Fex had a plan, he immediately decided to take the easy route of asking him, rather than trying to brainstorm for an appropriate method. "Let's switch Vorden. I'll teach this guy a lesson," Ratton said. "No, they're my friends, and this time, I'm going to do something about it myself." As Vorden ran out, he gathered a fireball in his hands and was getting ready to throw it towards Fex. However, just as Vorden was about to let the flames go, Aaron's body had moved, and was now right in front of him. She slashed her sword down, and Vorden had to jump out of the way, rolling onto the floor. "Vorden, that wasn't me," she said. "How dirty!" Vorden shouted. "You're going to use her as a shield. Why don't you fight yourself?" With Aaron getting in between the two, Vorden was unable to use his full strength. At any point in time, Fex was able to move her to either block the attack or get in between the two of them. Then, a gust of wind seemed to go straight past Vorden as he felt his hair rise. When he looked in front of him, he could see Quinn running past with all his beast gear on. He had his boots activated and was rushing forward at full speed. Just like before, Fex moved Aaron in front and commanded her to strike her sword. But Quinn showed no signs of slowing down, and it looked like he wasn't even going to bother dodging. Shadow control. Just before the sword reached his side, he lifted the shadow from underneath his foot and blocked the attack, slowing it down. Then, using the flash step, Quinn was able to appear behind Aaron and went straight for Fex. "Wait!" Fex shouted. "Stop, this wasn't my intention, you guys win," he said as he held up both hands. Just what was Fex planning? Chapter 175, My Word. With his arms raised, it truly did look like Fex had already surrendered. Not only that, but Aaron was freed from her constraints, and could move by herself again. As soon as she felt the weird connection leave her body, she had decided to take a few steps back, and was now standing near the door beside Peter and Layla. "Come on in, Quinn," Vorden shouted. "With the two of us, we can easily take this guy out." However, Quinn was still cautious, having no intentions to let his guard down. He remembered fighting Fex last time, and also saw him go up against Leo. If Vorden had seen these things, perhaps he wouldn't have been as confident as he was right now either. "There is no trick," said Fex. "You can ask the girl who I have broken off the connection with. I have done what I wanted to do. All I wanted was to show the girl what it would be like if she was to become my puppet. I just presented the power and skills that I would share with her, and in return I was going to ask for some blood. Was I in the wrong?" Quinn then pulled out a flask from one of his trousers pockets and threw it over to Fex, who was able to catch it. Fex opened up the lid and could smell the sweet fragrance emitting from the bottle. "If you need more blood, then you can just come to me," Quinn said. "Just leave us be and I won't get in your way and obstruct you in your mission, so you shouldn't get in the way of mine." Fex then took a gulp of blask as a huge grin slowly made its way to his face. Wow, it's pretty fresh, but as I told you before, getting blood here isn't a problem for me. Look. Didn't want to sour the relationship between us two. As I've said, is all a misunderstanding. Did I ever hurt her? You took control of her body and you forced her to attack me, Vorden said. Just get rid of whatever you put into her body. In that way you won't be able to control her again. It looks like I've hit a nerve with one of you. I didn't realize she was already taken, Fex said. As fellow vampires we should be looking out for each other. As a sign and the start of our friendship I shall do as you ask and remove the needles. Quinn was wondering why Fex's tune changed so quickly. Before it seemed as if he was ignoring him, and now he wanted for the two of them to be friends. Just didn't make any sense for him. Could he have realized that Quinn was different from the other vampires? But the real reason why Fex had changed his mind about the whole thing was because of Quinn's shadow abilities. He had seen them being used before, but didn't see much of what it could do. During the short confrontation with Aaron, he noticed something about the shadow, and how it was possibly a lot stronger and useful than he thought. If he goes through with the process, are you able to tell me if he does anything suspicious? Quinn asked the system. Not really, but Aaron should be able to tell. When the needles are removed, she should know. The system replied. The group decided to go through with it, but only if they could stay by Aaron's side. At first she wanted Fex to use it on her once more to allow her to experience the feeling and skills he had shown her again. However, after being used to fight against her comrades, she felt disgusted with herself. She was so weak at that moment, and everything had been done against her will. Even she wanted the needles to be removed. Aaron's back was facing against Fex while the others stood by her side, with Layla holding her hand. Peter, Vorden and Quinn were ready to jump in at any moment if he was to do something fishy. The strings were connected to Aaron once more, and she felt the tingling sensation at the back of her mind. Fex then yanked out his hand, and at the same time, all 12 needles that were attached to her body were pulled out simultaneously. It's done, Fex said. The others saw the needles had been removed, and Aaron could no longer sense a strange feeling inside her body. If you ever wish to become a puppet of mine again, then feel free to find me. Come on, let's get out of here, Layla said as she started to walk off with the others towards the exit. Wait, don't you want help with your ghoul situation? Fex asked. Quinn had thought, since Fex hadn't got what he originally wanted, that there was no reason for him to keep his side of the deal. His words right now were a surprise to him. I may not follow many of the vampire's traditions, but I do follow one, and that's to always keep my word. You did as you said and you brought her to me. Now in return, I will help you. The girl carried on walking ahead. Layla had decided she didn't want to be a part of any of this anymore, and it looked like Aaron was worn out by the whole thing. If the boys wanted to go through with the original plan, then she trusted Quinn to make the right decision. He had prepared everything beforehand. Quinn was thinking of all the possibilities, given how. We can't trust this matter to him, Vorden said. I'm telling you. But time was running out. It was nighttime, and they didn't have much longer until the curfew. Vorden would have to go through the pain of having his limbs removed again. Also, so far Fex had kept all of his promises, so why would he suddenly break one now? Please, Quinn said. Help us. Very well, Fex replied. Follow me. Chapter 176 Fex's Bad Plan. As the three boys followed Fex, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of plan he had. He said. Young Fex was, and how the system hadn't recognized him. It was clear that the two vampire minds were a generation apart. Meaning perhaps there were some things that had changed that even the system didn't know about. Maybe in the time period, they were able to find a substitute for the human flesh. Whatever the plan might have been, it had to be better than letting Peter roam around and kill people. As they followed Fex, they realized that he was leading them back to the student dorms. Until finally they had reached a room not too far away from theirs, located at the end of the hall. It was the last room. I hope you're hungry, Fex said as he opened the door. As soon as they entered the room, their jaws had nearly dropped to the floor. Quinn immediately looked out in the hall to see if anyone had seen them before closing the door shut. What is the meaning of this? Quinn asked. Currently on the floor were 7 different students who had been tied up. They each had a blindfold around their eyes, and a piece of cloth gagging their mouths. Their arms and legs were tied up using the same type of string that had been used on Peter. This is what someone should have done before they turned him into a ghoul. I noticed he was a crazed ghoul, so he shouldn't need much human flesh to evolve. He would need a different type. So here you are, I brought you a different person he can eat for each day of the week, Fex explained. Quinn realized then that it wasn't that the system didn't have anyway, and Fex did. It was the fact that they were 2 different types of vampires. The system knew that Quinn would never consider this an option, so they would never suggest it. While Fex, even though he was interested in humans, saw them just as a thing to be used. So what? You plan to just kill these students? Vorden asked. The school would find out if 7 students just went missing. This isn't really a plan. Hey now look who's being the stupid one. No one said anything about killing, Fex replied. The size of meat that a ghoul needs to eat only needs to be about that of a shoe. So there's no need to kill. No need for the school to find out. But won't they say something happened? If I was them, as soon as I left, I would get out of here, Peter said, worried as he saw the students wriggling about, scared for their lives. Although you guys seem to be friends, it's like you don't know much about vampires, do you? Fex shook his head. If I use my influence powers, then I can make them forget anything ever happened. As for their missing limbs, I can replace them with a memory saying they lost them in an accident fighting with each other. When Quinn was thinking up of different ways to help Peter, he too had come up with a similar option. The only problem was Quinn wasn't confident in his influence skills. Whether it worked or not depended on two things. If the person he used it on had good mental strength and his charm stats, which were low at the moment. If there was the chance it didn't work, then Quinn would have to kill someone with his own hands. The killing wasn't the part that Quinn didn't like, but killing someone who had done nothing wrong or no harm to him was different. These people in the room were strangers to him, and they had families waiting for them back home. Who was he to decide what happened to them? If he was to abuse his powers, then he would be the same as the very people he hated. Well, Quinn, what do you want to do? Peter asked, looking at him. Peter had already made up his mind. He was sick of worrying about this and just wanted to get it over and done with. He convinced himself if he didn't at least resort to this, then there would be more body bags, and a missing limb was better than a body bag. I can't, Quinn said. I don't even know these people that well. Quinn's reply surprised Peter, as he was sure Quinn had felt the same way, as if he just wanted to find the quickest solution. If it makes it easier for you, some of these people aren't good people. Fex then went over to two of the male students off to the right side and lifted up their head, revealing a few bruise marks on their face. You see these two here? They were my roommates. As soon as I entered the room, they started ordering me around. I refused, and you know what they tried to do, beat me, so I gave them a beating back. I hadn't even said a word to them yet. What about the rest? Quinn asked. Well, the rest were randomly selected. They just had bad luck, that's all. Look, someone had to draw the short straw, right? While Vorden was looking at the students, he recognized one of the female students. It was the same girl who he had copied the regenerative ability off the other day. Now it made sense why he couldn't find her earlier. It must have been due to Fex keeping her in this room. Seeing this, though, gave him an idea. Quinn, there is something we can do? Vorden said. Vorden explained how when he was coming up with Plan B, he managed to get a list of the first-year students' abilities and what class they belonged to. On this list, it stated that out of all the first years, there were 3 students who had regenerative abilities. Before, he had never considered this an option. Only now that they were able to erase their memories did he think of this. There's still a problem, Quinn said. Even if we manage to get those 3 students, we still need 2 more. But at least it's a start, Quinn, Vorden replied. They explained their plan to Fex, after all. They needed him to be in on it to make sure he erased their memories. Although he complained a little, he did accept in the end. He then lifted the female student of the ground who had the regenerative ability. I'm telling you guys, we could get this all over and done with. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Fex asked. Quinn nodded in response. All right then. Fex then pushed the female student towards Quinn, and he managed to grab her just before she tripped and fell over. This is your problem, not mine. I'm not going to do everything, so one of you is going to have to cut off her body part. I'm not a sicko who gets pleasure seeing people in pain, so I'm afraid I'm not going to volunteer myself. Chapter 177. Advantage. The boys started to talk about which of them should cut off the leg, but none of them wanted to do it. Vorden knew firsthand what the pain was like, and argued that he had already done his part, while Quinn was the one who cut off Vorden's leg. In the end, it was a unanimous decision that Peter should be the one to do it. He had similar strength as Quinn, so he should be able to cut it off clean. Peter grabbed the meat cleaver from the kitchen counter and walked over to the female, all the while Vorden and Quinn held her down on the floor. This time, they had also put several towels where the cut was supposed to be made, in order to not make a big of a mess like the last time. The two had to hold her down even though her mouth was already gagged. Furthermore, she was blindfolded, but she had heard the whole conversation going on between all of the people in the room. At first, she thought it was a twisted sick joke being played by her friends. But as soon as she heard them deliberate and talk more about the matter, she slowly realized that it was becoming a reality. Not being able to see anything either was making her go mad, as she imagined that they might do all sorts of things to her. As Peter knelt down on his knees, his hands were shaking. Quinn and Vorden were strong, so now her movements were minimal, but it didn't stop him from seeing the tears rolling down her face just underneath the blindfold. Come on, Peter, Vorden said. You're happy enough to eat the damn thing, but you can't cut it off. With those words, Peter closed his eyes and swung the meat cleaver down. But at the last second, he tried pulling it back, causing the meat cleaver to only reach halfway through the bone. Muffled screams were heard as blood started to pour down her leg. Peter, you made it worse, Quinn said as the two swapped positions. Quinn quickly banged a fist on top of the cleaver, pushing it to completely go through. When the leg was detached, he quickly put it inside a black plastic bag. Using one of the towels, they tied it just above the wound and raised her leg to cause the blood flow to slow down. Eventually, it had healed to a point where it was a stump again. The woman was no longer struggling or screaming. She had just passed out from the fear of everything. 4 more times, Quinn said. We have to do this 4 more times. While the female's leg was being prepared for Peter to eat, Vorden was busy tending to the girl and clearing up the bloody towels. However, before Peter could eat the leg, Quinn went over and dipped his finger into one of the ends. Blood type A+. Quinn wanted the O blood type. This way, he would be able to raise his charm stat. He realized that with everything happening around them, they were bound to get caught sooner or later. If that was the case, then one of the most useful skills that he had would be the influence skill. It was why Fex was able to walk around so confidently and didn't have to worry about getting blood. He was confident about his ability to erase the memory of any student regarding that the incident ever happened. Although it didn't make him much stronger in battle, it would do in the future. If he could use his influence skill without any worries, then he would also be able to get blood from other students without having to worry about the repercussions. He then licked his finger, and once again the message appeared. A+ blood has been consumed. An additional stat point in strength has been added 18. Strength. Peter wasn't feeling hungry at the moment, so the leg this time didn't look as appetizing as before. He thought that it was due to the fact that he had seen the girl screaming and crying right before it was cut off. Because of that, he didn't feel like eating it just yet. While the others were waiting for the leg to heal and for Peter to start eating, Quinn went over to the other 6 students who were still on the ground. Inspect. Quinn had used his inspect skill on each of them, and the main thing he was looking for was their blood types. Out of the 6, there were 2 blood types, 1 AB+, 1 A+, and also 2 B+ blood types. While he was here, he might as well increase his stats. The memory of each student would be wiped by Fex anyway, so it would be a waste not to. Quinn then went over to get another knife from the counter and went up to each of the students. He would make a small cut on the bag of the student's calf. He would then dip his finger and take a lick of each one. After taking a drop of blood from each student, Quinn decided to check his new improved stats. Strength, 19. Agility, 18. Stamina, 17. Charm, 12. At the moment, these were Quinn's current base stats without wearing any equipment. With the 2 O blood types, Quinn did as he said he would, putting them into his charm stats. While doing all of these tasks, Fex was keeping a close eye on Quinn and couldn't help but come over. Are you trying to see which one tastes the best? Fex asked. If you want, I can get you a glass or something so you can have some more. No need, I'm not hungry. As Quinn said those words, he realized that this was the first time he was talking about blood with another vampire as if it was food. It was strange, but at the same time nice that he didn't sound crazy. I was just trying to get as many different people's blood types as possible, Quinn answered. You're a strange one. Oh, I know, I bet you're one of those blood freaks who has to find the perfect type of blood, Fex said as he shrugged his shoulders. To me, blood is just blood. It all tastes the same no matter who it comes from. Hearing Fex say this, it started to make Quinn think. Did you have any of their blood before we came here? Quinn asked. Nah, I can actually last quite a while before I start to crave for blood. Although, I still appreciate the gift that you gave me before, Fex replied. A realization came over Quinn. If Fex wasn't consuming the blood of every human he came into contact with, that would suggest that it didn't have the same effects on him as it did to Quinn. It would be understandable if he was doing it for reasons to not be caught. However, he already had these 7 people in the room, yet he didn't consume blood from a single person. System, what is the meaning of this? Quinn asked. I think you figured it out already. The system replied. As I've said to you before, your vampire powers are unique, different from the others. What applies to you doesn't mean it will apply to them, and the same can be said the other way round. But this, Quinn, this is your advantage over the others. Chapter 178, Spying. Certain vampires had weird habits. It was probably due to the fact that they were either stuck indoors or mostly stuck in the dark all the time. This was what was going through Fex's head as he looked at Quinn. Even Fex was considered weird for having so much interest in humans, but so far his experiences of them hadn't been great. No one would talk to him. And of the very few interactions he had with all of them, he was attacked. First by Aaron, then by his 2 roommates. Finally, when the leg was fully healed on the female student, Peter no longer felt as weird about eating the leg in front of him. Before he felt like he was eating a part of her. But now that he could see she was fine, he couldn't let it go to waste. The first bite was the hardest, but once he got the juicy taste of flesh into his mouth, he couldn't stop. He continued on until almost nothing was left but the bone. Ghouls, a little bit of a messy eater, aren't they? Fex said, trying to crack a joke. But Quinn was in no laughing mood. Quest update. 3/7 pieces of human flesh has been consumed by Ghoul Peter Chuck. Once again the energy surged through Quinn's body. But he knew it wasn't him getting stronger, but Peter instead. But this message had only soured his mood, realizing he would need to do this 4 more times. Maybe we should just take the easy way? Quinn thought for a brief moment, but quickly changed his mind. They took off the blindfold from the girl, and then Fex started to use his influence skill. His red eyes glowed, and so did the females he was looking at. She appeared in a dazed state, as if she was unaware of anything around her, as if she was asleep, but with her eyes open. Fex gave simple instructions of what happened that night. He was sure not to overcomplicate things and at the same time not give too many details, otherwise it could cause problems with her mind. The last thing he mentioned was telling her to sleep for another hour. While one of them watched the hallways for any oncoming students, the other would carry them and put them in a place where it would be a while before a student spotted them. Certain sections of the library, just outside the staircase on the top floors and so on. What if someone sees them? Peter asks. There are students who are knocked out all the time. Although to the watch system it will just appear like they are sleeping, everyone else will think something happened to them, Vorden explained. Think about it. When you were sleeping outside the room, apart from the first day, did people really bother you? Peter knew Vorden was right, and he felt like Peter only gained extra attention because he was a level 1. But after the first day, several students just ignored Peter like he was some homeless dog left on the street. After they finished doing everything they needed to do, they left Fex in his room on his own. If you need me, you know where to find me, Fex said. As he saw the 3 boys walk off, Fex started to feel a little bored. Everything that happened today was one of the first interesting things that had happened to him since he got to the human world. Then when they thought about it, it was one of the most interesting things he had done in his life so far. The day had arrived, and Peter wasn't feeling hungry this morning as he had eaten a meal last night, but that still didn't mean there wasn't a list of jobs they needed to do. They had more problems right now than just trying to find meat for Peter. Because Duke was hot on their heels, they needed to convince him that somehow Peter was learning the ability books handed to him. So the 3 decided to once again split up for the morning. Vorden had memorized the students who had the regenerative ability, and at breakfast, he would try to track them down and find out what club classes to and when would be the best time to nab them. While Peter and Quinn had decided to pay a little visit upstairs to the very important person area, their aim for today was visiting Logan. Not once had Quinn seen Logan in the canteen area, and he realized he never saw Logan around the school much even before that. While also training in the pod that Logan had, he realized he never really left the room, and there was no need for him to. The very important person room had facilities such as a shower and a toilet, and whenever he wanted he could call and ask food from the shop to be delivered to his door. Long time no see. Logan greeted as this time he answered the door still with bags under his eyes. When he finished rubbing his eyes though, he noticed someone else behind him. It looks like you brought a friend with you as well this time. They entered the room and Peter couldn't stop looking at all the strange gadgets inside. He also noticed the level 8 on Logan's watch that seemed to frighten him a little. When did Quinn get to know someone so powerful, he thought. Once he sat down, Quinn started to explain what he wished Logan to do. However, this time, Quinn was afraid Logan would decline. He had already asked so much from him and he had nothing to give back in return. But without saying anything, he put on his metallic glove and got to work on the watch while it was still on Peter's hand. After a few minutes, he sat back in his chair. All done for you, he said. Now on the watch, the number 2 was permanently displayed. If we want to come back and increase the number, are you okay with that, Logan? I thought you might ask something like that, so I already did it for you, Logan said. If you twist the top of the watch, then the numbers will change, going from 1 all the way up to 6. So you will be able to fool anyone into thinking you have a high ability. Every time I work on something, I just impress myself more and more. Quinn was feeling even more guilty. Logan hadn't even asked any questions of why he needed to do such a thing, and was providing his services for free. If you ever need any help, Logan, feel free to ask me. I know, you probably don't need me too much, but even if it's for testing something in the game, please, I want to help you. With that said, it was almost time for the combat classes to begin, and the 2 of them had to leave. As they left the room, Logan quickly booted up his computer and started typing away until he suddenly stopped. If I do this, he will probably never trust me again. It was nice speaking to a person for once, rather than a machine, Logan said. But at the same time, I can tell you are hiding things from me, and I can only help you if I know more. Recording device activated, the computer system said. As he activated the recording device inside Peter's watch, he could now hear everything. Chapter 179 alone. When Quinn had first come in and made the request, he had explained that his system had hidden the level of his actual ability. It made sense why he needed to adjust the score on the watch. This was why, when Logan saw Peter, and they had made the same request, it secretly made Logan happy inside. He thought that perhaps Peter had been put under the same type of system that Quinn had. He saw Quinn as a friend now, and was happy to help him. But his urge to find out about the system far surpassed that of their weak bond. When touching Peter, he realized how he was quickly disappointed. He didn't have the same reaction as he did when touching Quinn. Which meant right now, he couldn't think of a reason why Peter would need to change his level. If it was something as simple as to avoid others from bullying him, it was too risky to do. Once they found out how weak he was, they would report him, and the watch would be replaced. The only thing he could think of was Quinn and Peter were hiding something from him. So he came up with a plan to implant a recording device into the watch. At first, he was originally going to do this with Quinn, however. He quickly felt him and Quinn get close together. He enjoyed the small conversations they would have. He decided it wasn't right to invade his privacy and believed Quinn would eventually tell him. It was time for the two to split up. Peter would head to the elemental class with Vorden, while Quinn would head to his normal weapons class. For the start of the lesson, they continued to go through the kicks that had been done the other day. Quinn worked on perfecting them while in his head imagining the feeling of blood swipe going through his legs. Usually, he would just have to think about activating the skill, and the system would do the rest for him. The energy inside his body moved on its own, but he could still feel everything that happened were only automatic. If he wanted to combine his blood swipe with his leg techniques, he had to recreate that feeling in his legs while throwing out a kick. It was too bad his mind had been preoccupied with other things. Otherwise, Quinn would have loved to test it out right now. While practicing, though, he noticed once again that Fex was standing by his own. Not a single person had approached him. It was to the point where Fex was just lying about and looking at the ceiling in boredom. Now Leo didn't do anything about students who didn't want to learn. In his opinion, in the end, it really was up to them if they wanted to participate or not. However, if they were to disturb the class, he would deal with them. Seeing this, Quinn decided to approach Fex. He didn't feel like Fex was a bad person, but more like a child who didn't know what was right and wrong. If Quinn could just approach him and get close, maybe he could learn more about the vampires that might be after him. "Hey, do you want to spar?" Quinn asked. Fex got up from the floor and looked around him, noticing that there was only one person Quinn could have been speaking to. "Who, me?" Fex asked, tilting his head a bit. Quinn nodded. "Maybe I can use my full strength against you this time?" "Yeah, right. But if you insist on an arse kicking, then I'll be happy to give you one." Fex replied with a smile. Fex was a good fighter, and Quinn was hoping to learn from him. If in the future he really did become his enemy, it would be useful to learn how not only he fought, but how others fought as well. There was also the fact that recently Quinn had gotten a stat boost. He knew he wasn't as powerful as Fex yet, but maybe slowly as he consumed more people's blood he could change that. The two of them sparred using the kicking techniques only, and Leo also noticed that Fex could actually perform the kicks quite well. It seemed like he was performing them badly before just because he didn't want to. Still, the two of them knew not to show their true strength or speed, otherwise the others around them would start to get suspicious. While Layla and Aaron were practicing their kicks against each other, Layla noticed Aaron was incredibly distracted and was constantly looking over at where Quinn and Fex was. She was never interested in Quinn before, even after learning he was a vampire, so it had to mean she was looking at Fex instead. After last night, she tried to repeat the movements while she was under control multiple times, but they just weren't right. She wanted to feel them one more time. She felt like she was close, but something was just missing. But as she looked at Fex's face, it filled her with disgust. She would never allow herself to be controlled by another person. In another training hall, the elemental class was taking place again. Vorden and Peter did their usual thing, keeping their distance from one another, but at the same time, not too far. The lessons usually started off with an explanation, demonstration, and then students would try to replicate what they were being taught. At the end of each lesson, there was free time. Students could practice fighting against each other, or practice on their own trying to perfect and get a hang of their skills. So far the whole lesson had passed without anything happening, and it was only in the last part that the same men that approached Peter the other day had approached him once again. "So Peter, I see you finally reached the level 2 Earth ability, but your progress is a little slow, don't you think?" The student who had approached had quite a skinny frame, and it looked like he hardly had any fat on him. His face was even sunken in by the cheekbones. It was as if fate had decided how he would look from birth, for the name given to him by his parents was Bones. Although Bones himself didn't look intimidating, Vorden could see he was confident when approaching Peter. While looking around, he saw a couple of other students also looking in their direction. They were probably working for Duke as well. The Duke wants to make sure that you progress as fast as possible, and the easiest way of doing that is through a practical assessment, wouldn't you agree? Why don't the two of us have a little spar? Although Vorden wasn't close enough to hear what they were saying, he was able to tell they were in some sort of trouble, just from the look on Peter's face. Then when he saw them walking off in a certain direction, and clearing a space around the two of them, Vorden knew what was happening. They wanted to test his abilities when Peter had no abilities. Chapter 180, Tricking Bone. The room was full with students minding their own business, practicing their elemental abilities. Most of them in the room were Earth users, as that was the most common ability distributed throughout the world. It was also the easiest to raise up a few levels ability-wise, but if you wanted to reach the peak of the Earth ability, you were required to join the military and move up. In one of the corners of the room, Peter had been taken by Bones, a tall skinny student who also had two other students by his side. They each formed a triangle-like position, with Bones in front of Peter while the other two stood behind him. Vorden had his own fair share of foe fighting experiences, and just from looking at this, he knew what they were planning to do. He quickly needed to think of a plan and started to look around the room. Otherwise, they were going to get found out. They couldn't risk Peter getting taken away now, not while he was still a ghoul. A single day without flesh would make him go crazy. And although Quinn believed Peter would remain silent, Vorden did not. "All right, Peter, it's time to see what you got," Bones said. However, Peter was far too nervous to hear Bones properly and was thinking about what to do to get out of this mess. "Why did these guys have to come and get me now?" Peter thought. "Is the watch not proof enough? These guys, are they still trying to ruin my life? Well, if I'm going to get caught anyway, I should just kill them." Just then, Peter managed to catch Vorden walking up from behind them and then walking to the side. "Come on, Peter, are you ready or what?" Bones shouted, as he was starting to get agitated. Vorden had now stopped off not too far next to them. He started to perform certain moves, and earth pillars and walls were created as he performed these moves. It was clear that Vorden had copied quite a high-level earth ability, but Peter was just wondering what did that have to do with him. Then he noticed that Vorden was repeating the same set of moves and then pointing to himself afterwards. "Does he want me to copy him?" Peter thought. But just as he was thinking that, he felt a blunt object hit him in the stomach. When he looked down at what had hit him, he noticed it was an earth pillar. "I don't have all day, you little twerp," Bones shouted. Peter was surprised at how little the attack had hurt. It was as if someone had given him a small nudge, but knowing the others would expect a reaction, he held his hands around his stomach and started to hurl forward. While continuing to look over at Vorden, Peter then looked at Bones and started to copy each action Vorden was doing. First was a step on the ground. An earth wall was then lifted from the floor. Vorden made sure to create a small one, trying to mimic a level 2 user. It was only because he had stolen a level 4 earth user's ability that he was able to still create earth skills at such a distance. And thankfully, the others were all distracted, looking at Peter. To the outside, it just looked like Vorden was practicing some form of martial arts. Peter then threw out his palm imitating Vorden, and the earth wall formed a worm-like shape, still attached to the wall. "Is that enough for you?" Peter asked. Bones then walked up to the wall and placed his hand on it, lowering the wall down. He continued to walk forward until he was directly in front of Peter's face. An earth pole was formed into Bones' hand, and he whacked Peter right across the face, leaving a large red mark. The taste of metal started to fill Peter's mouth as blood formed. At that point in time, he had to do everything to stop himself from just jumping on top of Bones and ripping at his neck. "That's for wasting my time. If you did that in the first place, we could have gone home already," Bones said as he started to walk off away from the others. "Peter, make sure you reach level 4 in time or else." As the three were leaving, Peter could do nothing but watch them go. He hated the fact that even though he now had the chance to fight them, he had to hide that fact. However, when Peter looked at the three people just about to leave the training room, he noticed Vorden was standing in front of them, blocking their path. "Hey guys, it seems like I have no partner in training today. Do you mind helping me out?" Vorden asked. "The hell, scram out of here," Bones said. "Oh, you're happy to practice with me right here and now," Vorden shouted, making sure everyone could hear. A few seconds later, and Vorden was already casting his earth spells, aiming it at all three of them. The sudden attacks and Vorden's versatile use of the earth abilities didn't allow Bones and his men to last long, as Vorden managed to give each of them a thorough beating without getting a hit a single time back. Once classes were over for the day, Vorden and Peter met up together in the library. They each used a book to cover their faces as they talked to each other using the silencing orb. The orb meant that as long as no one was at the table, none of the others around them could hear. "Okay, so do you remember the plan?" Vorden asked. "Tonight, I want to try to get all three of those regenerative ability users. There are 3 places most likely we can get them. Dinner time after the canteen, we can follow them, just outside their dorm room, or before they return to their homeroom classes. All we have to do is convince each student and lead them to Fex's room to deal with the rest. Now this is important, Peter, because each of us are going to have our own person we're going to follow. Me, you, and Quinn will each have one person, so don't mess this up, okay?" Although Peter was no longer weak like before, Vorden still couldn't rely on him. "What about the 2 other people?" Peter asked. If I'm not satisfied after these, then does that mean we're going to have to kill more?" When Peter asked this, Vorden looked at him carefully. Usually a person would be quite worried, but Peter actually said those last words so casually. Did he change after killing Earl? Vorden thought. He's getting more dangerous. "Stop being such a hypocrite," Ratton said. Vorden chose to ignore Ratton's words for now. Technically, he wasn't being a hypocrite himself because he had never done such things. "We will leave that to Quinn. I'm sure he will think of something in that time frame," Vorden replied. With that, the 2 of them had their targets that they would follow for the day. However, unknown to both of them, when they thought their conversation was protected and being kept secret by the sound orb, it actually wasn't, because Logan had heard everything. Chapter 181. Logan moves. After hearing what Peter and Vorden had said, Logan wasn't shocked by it. His mind worked differently to others. It was very rare for him to feel any emotion, such as sadness or shock. It wasn't until he first discovered computers and programming that he started to feel the emotions of joy and excitement. So his reaction to hearing this wasn't normal, to say the least. He felt like he needed more information before coming to a logical conclusion. So far there were 3 students involved, Vorden, Quinn and Peter that he knew of. The words that stuck out most to him during the conversation were, "kill again." Logan then proceeded to log onto his computer and started to access the school servers. Whenever he would hit a firewall or a security breach, he would place his hand on the computer and close his eyes. "Please, I need your help. Will you let me in?" Logan asked. A few moments later and he was into the school system. Since the new school semester started, there were a total of 2 student deaths that had been reported, one named Brandon and the other named Earl. When looking at the files, he also noticed that 2 students had been brought in for questioning, and one of them for both cases, Quinn. If the 3 of them are friends, are they covering for Peter? Maybe the military was always close in their investigation but never got the right person, Logan thought. This seemed to be the most logical conclusion, but then there were still a few things that didn't make sense. Why would they be covering for a murderer? They couldn't have been that close, as no one knew each other before coming here. Unless they were directly involved, there would be no need for a cover-up. Then the second thing was the fact, why would there be a need for them to kill again? The way Peter had spoken had made it sound like an accident. The next thing Logan pulled up was a file on Fex, a student name that was mentioned in their conversation. "Now things are starting to make less sense," he said. Fex was a new student who had only been here a few days and had been brought in for draft evasion. For some reason, there was a link between all these people, but Logan just couldn't find it. His heart started beating as the excitement of a mystery about to be unlocked. He felt the same feeling he did when he was working on a new idea, and when he finally found the missing component, a rush of dopamine would be sent to his brain. There was one place that they would be at tonight without fail, and that was the student's name's Fex. Before leaving, Fex grabbed a round ball-like object and started making some adjustments with his mechanical glove. Vorden had caught up with Quinn and given him information on his target, saying what homeroom class they were from, and also what combat classes they would attend. Judging by the time of day, they were able to guess most likely where the student would be. Quinn had gone to one of the homeroom classes to find his target. Vorden had gone to wait outside the dorm area, and lastly Peter to the canteen. As Quinn walked down the hallway where the students were just outside their homeroom, he would use his inspect skill on all those walking by. Vorden had given a description, but Quinn felt like using his inspect skill would allow him to spot the right person quicker in the crowd of people. As for how to convince the student to come with him, Quinn had wanted to test something. Finally, he found the student walking back towards the dorm room. Quinn quickly tapped the student on his shoulder. "What is it?" The student said, half annoyed as he turned, but he quickly changed his tone. "Oh, sorry, how can I help you?" he said with blush marks underneath his cheeks. He had never seen a student so handsome before. It was as if something was drawing him in. Influence skill activated. Influence skill successful. Before approaching the student, Quinn had asked the system to allow his charm skills to go back to normal. He had increased his points by 2, and out of all the student's regenerative abilities, Quinn was tasked with the second weakest one. "Follow a few feet behind me. Don't say anything to anyone, understand?" The student nodded and continued to follow Quinn. Vorden found it quite easy to convince his student to do as asked after showing him his watch, threatening to beat the person if he didn't comply, and then finally it was Peter's turn. Dinner had ended, and he could see his target moving up and leaving the place, but he was also with a few of his friends as well. However, Peter managed to pluck up the courage and stand in front of the student. "I'm here to deliver a message," Peter said. "General Duke has asked me to take you to him at this moment." The student agreed to leave his friends and follow Peter. It was all going well for Peter so far. The student was following and asking him what the general wanted to see him about. Whenever asked, Peter would reply, saying the general would never tell a low-level like him information about why. However, the problem started to occur when the student realized that Peter wasn't leading them to an office, but instead towards the dorm rooms. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "Oh, I just need to grab a few things for my room first that I forgot," Peter replied. "I thought you said it was urgent." The student was now starting to get annoyed at Peter. This was bad, as there were still several students around returning to their dorm rooms after leaving the canteen. It wasn't like Peter could knock him out there and then. "Is there a problem here?" a voice said. As the student turned around, he could see a black-haired student he didn't recognize, and suddenly his eyes lit up red. "Head over to room 224 and wait there," Fex commanded, and the student did as asked. "Thank you, but why are you out here?" Peter asked. "I had a feeling one of you might mess up this plan of yours, and out of everyone I picked you. I've been following you since the canteen." The two of them entered Fex's room and tied up the student. They then sat together in silence as they patiently waited for the others, until Fex broke the silence. "Don't worry too much. Once this is done, you will evolve, and no longer be required to do this type of thing. I honestly don't know why your Turner didn't prepare this all beforehand." "Well, he didn't really understand what was going on, none of do," Peter replied. "What do you mean?" Fex asked. But before Peter was able to give further details, a knock was heard at the door. Quinn had arrived first, and then Vorden only a few minutes after. They did the same procedure as last time, and allowed Fex to tie the other 2 students up. Now laid on the floor were 3 students. Well, are you ready to do this? Fex asked. Chapter 182, Last One. This time, when faced with the dilemma of choosing who should cut off the students' limbs, Quinn had volunteered. He was taking no chances. He would be doing the work. It wasn't that he wanted to do it. It was because he felt like it was crueler to allow Peter's shaky hands to do the work. If the part wasn't cut clean, it would only cause more suffering. They had decided to do all of the students at once, rather than splitting it up into different days. They wanted to get rid of Peter's problem as soon as possible. If Peter was still hungry, and they couldn't find a solution for the last one, then they could always rely on Vorden. Here I go. With a single swing, Quinn cut the piece the student's foot clean off. This time, however, Vorden immediately moved towards the amputated area, and started to place his hands just above it. As he did, it began to heal far quicker than it normally would. What's that? Peter asked. I decided to head to the nurse's office, faking that I had a temperature. The 2 of us touched, so I was able to copy her ability. Vorden explained. I didn't want these guys to go through the same pain as the others. The healing ability along with the regeneration ability seemed to speed up the process by a great amount, and there wasn't even a lot of mess to clean up this time. They then repeated the process 2 more times to the other students, and finally, they were done with everything. Thanks to Vorden's healing ability, the pain the students had suffered didn't weigh on their mind as much this time. Also, when the legs were put in front of Peter, he too was starting to find it a bit easier. In fact, Vorden thought he was finding it too easy. Looks like you're really enjoying those legs there, huh? Vorden remarked before asking Peter, Did mine taste any better? A crude smile was shown on his face and his eyebrow was slightly twitching. Look, I'm not happy about this, but we have to make the best out of the bad situation, Peter said, as he took another bite. When eating the legs, it wasn't like he ever felt full. It was a strange feeling, but it was more like his hunger would disappear. He tore through each leg with ease, and finally had finished the last one. Remember to eat the bone too, Fex added. Don't want to leave any evidence behind. Peter's jaw was now also harder than most, and his whole digestion system had changed. So doing something like this was easy for him. Although the bone didn't have much taste apart from the marrow inside, but at least he didn't churn it up like everything else he ate. 6/7 pieces of human flesh consumed by your ghoul. The message had appeared, and now there was only one person they had to find before Peter had to evolve. Although the others weren't sure about the exact amount, but knew Peter must be close. Before Peter had eaten the pieces of leg, Quinn had also gotten a taste from each one of the students on the floor. Adding to his overall stat points: Charm, 13. Strength, 20. Stamina, 18. With the 3 students' blood types, these were the stats that had been increased. So did you come up with any ideas for this last person? Fex said as he sat down on his chair with his legs up on his desk. I was thinking about this, but what about that bones person? Peter suggested. The person who you met today. That's a bad idea, Vorden replied. Number 1, did you even see that guy? I think you would have to eat his whole body to be satisfied. Secondly, he happens to work for Duke. You're already on his radar. But I think you're along the right line. We should pick someone who deserves it. Suddenly, while in the middle of their conversation, a beep sound was heard. They all. And how do we decide that? Quinn said. If anyone deserves it, it would be Duke himself. Everyone is just doing what he says. Peter could have easily been doing the same thing to others once he went up high enough up the ladder. Recognized the sound well, for it was when someone was returning to the room who accessed it. However, Fex had sent his 2 roommates away during this time using his influence skill. He had tested it before and knew their minds were weak and would obey the command, so it shouldn't have worn off. So just who was able to break into the room so suddenly like that? As the door opened, a small student with bags under his eyes were seen. His head quickly moved around the room, trying to process what was going on. 3 students tied up on the floor, blood parts in certain areas, and the rest casually standing around. Logan mumbled to himself. Logan had actually arrived in front of the door earlier, but he had decided to continue to listen in on their conversation. Perhaps he had misheard something, or the words they were saying weren't really meant. But after listening and deluding himself from the truth, he could no longer take it when they started to talk about candidates. He had to see for himself what was going on. The biggest shock to him, though, was one of the students had their limbs torn off. The other 2 had already healed in time, but the same couldn't be said for the last student. They all had different levels of regenerative ability, and his leg would take longer to heal. Logan immediately brought out the black sphere-shaped ball and pressed it against his chest. The small little spider-like robot started to spread and appear around his body at a lightning speed until it formed a mechanical suit. It looked similar to a miniature mech, only less clunky. As he lifted his hand, it started to form an oval cannon-like shape. 2 more of them started to form on top of his shoulders, and then he had his other hand pointed out. Each of them was pointed at a person in the room. "Don't you guys move, or I swear I will blast you all," Logan said. His voice had a slight echo to it, as it was projected through a type of speaker through the suit. "Quinn, did they put you up to this? If they're blackmailing you, I can help you out, I have connections you know." "Logan, please," Quinn pleaded. "Put the weapons down, it's not what you think." "I can't, Quinn, if I lower these weapons and I don't know the truth, there's a higher chance for you all attacking me. And although I would like to trust you, Quinn, I have factored that there is also a high probability that you are involved in this case as well, and 2 previous cases before." When did he do so much research, Quinn thought. "What the hell are you guys waiting for? It looks like we found your next meal ticket," Fex said as he took a step forward. A few seconds later, though, a beam of blue light had hit Fex and sent him flying up against the room wall. "I did say that nobody should move," Logan said. Chapter 183 Processing. A single step. That was all it took. Fex had moved a single step before Logan had decided to fire without hesitation, and the shot looked powerful. They could tell it was a powerful blow to cause Fex to go flying like that, and it seemed like he hadn't recovered from it because he was still lying on his front on the ground. When looking at Logan, Quinn could see that he wasn't reacting like he usually would. It was like he was shaken, but not from fear of what was happening. No, Logan was too strong of a person for that. It was something else. There weren't many people Logan had trusted, and although it wasn't a long time to do had spent with each other, it felt more special to Logan. No one had ever shown as much interest in what he had worked on. Quinn would often ask questions about all his gadgets, and although he couldn't appreciate their true worth, he could tell he treated them with great care. But this fact had made him realize that the 2 of them weren't that close to each other at all. He now felt like Quinn had used him for his skills. "Logan, please just give us a chance to explain." At that moment, Quinn had taken a step forward. Logan automatically reacted to this and fired once again. "Wait, no!" Logan shouted. However, Quinn felt like something like this might have happened, so he was prepared. Suing the shadow, he lifted it up to block the energy shot, stopping it mid-air in the shadow. Then moving out of the way, he moved his shadow with it, causing the shot to smash and go straight out the window. "We seriously need to stop wrecking these rooms," Vorden said. "Quinn, I need an answer for all of this, and one that makes sense. If everything doesn't, and I feel like you're lying, well, I don't want to even consider that as an option. You'll understand when I explain everything. I wanted to tell you, Logan." "Do you mind if just me and you speak alone?" Quinn asked. As Logan looked around the room, he realized that it would be the better option to just talk to Quinn. It would make it less likely for the others to plan anything while the 2 of them were talking. But Quinn wanted to talk to Logan alone for a different reason. Right now, he was the only one who knew about the system. And although Fex seemed like he was passed out on the ground, who knew if was listening in or not? "Give me your neck," Logan demanded. "What, why?" Quinn asked. "If you want me to trust you, then give me your neck," Logan said once again. Quinn did as asked and walked over while bending down slightly. Then when Logan touched Quinn's neck, a part of his suit started to move and form a type of collar around Quinn's neck. "If you try anything funny, that collar will explode," Logan said. Although vampires had great healing abilities, he wasn't so sure he would be able to survive an explosion around the neck. The 2 of them then left the room and headed upstairs to where Logan's room was located. After a few moments after them leaving, Fex started to get up from the floor, and around his chest area a burn mark could be seen. "Who would have thought that little twip would have been so strong?" Fex said as he touched his chest area. It was slowly starting to heal, but wasn't healing as fast as a regular wound, which was a first for Fex. He just wondered what that energy blast was made of. "Sent heat on the floor. I was not ready for that one," he said. "Do you think Quinn is going to be okay?" Peter asked. "Logan is a level 8 user. I know Quinn's strong, but we have to deal with this problem first," Vorden said, pointing at the students on the floor. "Maybe Quinn can buy us some time, but if Logan reports us, they still can't do anything without any proof, so we need to get rid of the evidence as quickly as possible." The 3 of them nodded and got to work. Quinn and Logan were inside their room, and out of habit, Logan had gone to his usual seat when talking to Quinn. "All right, Quinn. I thought we had a fair deal before, but it seems you were hiding more from me than I originally thought. And although I have a great interest in the system, I cannot condone someone who goes around killing random people." Quinn was struggling to think about how to explain this to Logan. Not only that, but if he would believe him, and how would he react to the truth? While deep in his thoughts, an unexpected voice in his head was heard. "Let him touch you again," the system said. "His ability, I think I figured out what it is. If you touch me, then it will allow me to speak to him, pass over everything I know, and explain everything that happened." Although Quinn thought it would be better if he explained it in his own words, at the same time he felt like Logan might not believe him if he did. But if it came directly from the system, then there was a chance. "Logan, if you touch me, then the system will be able to explain everything. It will all make sense." Logan was still in his heavy miniature mech suit, apart from one of his hands that had been used to form a collar around Quinn's neck. While in the suit, he felt safe. "I'm putting my trust in you one more time," he said as Quinn went over with his hand held out. When the two of their hands connected, instead for the normal system message, Logan was able to speak clearly to the system. The system was then also able to show images of everything that had happened to Quinn so far, including all of the conversations they had. Usually, a normal human brain wouldn't be able to process all of this information at once, but it was being downloaded into Logan's mind like a hard drive. The system knew this would only work with someone like Logan. Quinn, on the other hand, had no clue what was happening and could just see that Logan was remaining still. Then after a few minutes, Logan let go of Quinn's hand. He then raised it and touched the collar around his neck, removing it, before sitting back down in his chair. "What happened?" Quinn asked. "I understand why you did what you did, Quinn. In fact, if I was in the same situation as you, I don't know how I would be able to handle it. Perhaps I would have chosen to seclude myself even further away from everyone. All the actions you took, I cannot blame you, because in a way it was the only thing you could do." After receiving the information, Logan then tried to put himself in Quinn's shoes. Although some of the things he did were bad, could they be avoided was the big question. This would ultimately make up Logan's mind whenever or not Quinn was a bad person. After running multiple different scenarios in his head, he had found a couple of ways where he would have been able to have come out or done better, but Quinn had never made a truly misguided decision. And even though he was thinking of a way to turn Peter back to normal without hurting anyone, it made him happy to find out that Quinn's character and person were still the same he thought it was. Still, what made him even happier was able to find out more details of the system. How was it possible that someone in this era could create an AI so complex? The AI itself reminded Logan of his one ability. The two of them sat there for a while. Logan continued to think of all the things he had learned today. The fact that vampires were real didn't interest as much as the system part. But now that the two of them were linked, he wanted to know more about them as well. Quinn had remained quiet, unsure how Logan had taken everything he had just learned, and then Logan suddenly took off the suit, and it formed the original small black ball he had in his hand before. "You know," Logan said, "I can help you with your problem. Getting the human flesh, there is a way," Logan replied. Chapter 184, Dark Marketplace. The three boys had worked fast this time, and because they were in a rush, even Fex had to help beyond his determined contribution, an unusual trait of the young man, for the reason that he was afraid of getting caught. Rather than simply using his influence skill to clear their minds, he also commanded them to follow him. Then whenever they arrived at a safe place or a random hall, he would break the skill, allowing their minds to be cleared. It also returned them to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. The group did the very same thing to all three students, and they were all fully healed as normal. "What are we going to do about the window?" Peter asked. "Don't worry, I can deal with that. I will just make the other two students in the room think that they were in a fight. They can just take the blame," Fex said. Although Fex was growing a bit tired since he had used his influence skill a lot today, taking up his mental energy, he merely held out to achieve their goal. However, he would need a good rest after everything was over and done with. "Should we go check up on Quinn?" Peter asked. "You two can go, but I don't want to get blasted again," Fex said as he looked down, noticing that his wound had finally healed. Just then, the beep sound of the door was heard. Knowing that it wasn't going to be Fex's roommates, everybody prepared themselves for the worst to come. Nevertheless, when they saw Logan enter the room with Quinn trailing him, they were able to relax a little. There were no teachers, and Logan no longer looked frightening without him donning the mech suit. "It's okay, guys. Logan knows everything," Quinn said. "Everything?" Peter asked. They thought that Quinn had lied perhaps, or had only told the truth about Peter. But in reality, Logan knew more than everyone in the room. For Logan now knew about the system as well as the vampires. Logan then pointed at Peter, and as he spoke to each person, he would move along to the next. "Yes, I know that you are a ghoul," Logan said, pointing. "You are a vampire like Quinn. Also, you're a strange person who seems to be wrapped up in this, more so than you should be. My conclusion is that you are crazy." Peter looked towards Vorden, and could see his eyebrow was twitching up and down. If there was one word that Vorden didn't like, it was the word crazy. "Anyway, I propose we all head upstairs to my room, for I have a solution to your little eater problem. Follow me." Logan left the room and Quinn followed behind while signaling to the others that it was alright to do so. "You guys can go ahead without me," Fex said. "I've done my part, so there are no more favors in between us. I did my thing, and you did your thing." As the others left the room, Fex was finally able to lie down on his bed. The wound and the strain from the multiple uses of influence skill had drained all his energy. He didn't follow them because he didn't want to seem weak in front of the others, afraid that they might use it as a chance to get rid of him. "I'll just go ahead and close my eyes," Fex said as he nearly instantly went to sleep. The boys, except for Fex, had finally made it into Logan's room and made sure that the door was firmly shut behind them. "Are you sure this isn't all a trap, Quinn? How is this guy meant to help us?" Logan whispered. "I don't know," Quinn replied. He hasn't told me anything yet, but I trust him. He helped me out with the watch and knew about my shadow abilities, yet still didn't tell anyone. I see no reason for him to tell others about this as well. Logan then logged into his computer as usual. From the surface of the computer screen, a light shone out and a projection appeared, allowing the others to see everything that Logan was doing. The problem is that you need a fresh piece of human meat, correct? But the human meat shouldn't be rotten, so going to the cemetery is not an option. You also couldn't sneak into the hospital due to the surveillance cameras, Logan explained. He then went on to a certain site. It looked exactly like the marketplace that Quinn had gone on to buy his equipment, only this was slightly different. Instead of a white background on the webpage, it was black. I will introduce you to a whole new world you probably didn't even know existed, said Logan. We call this the dark marketplace. It contains items that aren't allowed to be sold on the regular marketplace. It even has a request board, one that can evade the eyes of the government. What kind of things are on there? Peter asked. Sometimes they will ask someone to steal information from their competitors. Some jobs even include hiring assassins to hit on certain people all around the world. Usually, if there is something that you want to get, you can find it here, said Logan. I've heard of this before, Vorden said, but I had no clue how to access it. It seems like only certain people within a group know how to. My family said they would let me know once I am old enough. That's because the dark marketplace only allows certain individuals to get a membership. However, my ability allows me to bypass any restrictions, and I am able to log in with no worries. Logan then typed into the search bar and straight away, what they were looking for appeared. The words could clearly be seen: fresh human flesh available now, cut less than 24 hours ago. Seeing this scared the others a little. They were still young and naive. They knew the world had taken a turn for the worse, yet this seemed like a few steps too far. But even in the past, in the old age of the internet, there was a similar service like this called the dark web. Seeing this, Quinn started to read the description and found something strange. The item has been shrunk, wrapped, and filled with nitrogen to keep it as fresh as possible. It had also been dried of all blood, so the customer can only get the flesh itself. Logan, could you check for me? Is there any way to get blood? Quinn asked. The others thought that Quinn perhaps didn't want to rely on Layla or Vorden any longer. If he could get an endless supply online, that would be a big help for him. However, Quinn was actually hoping for a shortcut, but seeing the fact that the human flesh had been dried of blood made him feel a little suspicious on the ensuing transaction. Logan did a quick type, and to his surprise the screen said, "No results found." This was the dark marketplace. As long as there was a demand for something, then they would have it. Yet this time, they didn't have blood. It was certainly strange. I find it odd that there wouldn't be blood on this. Regardless, even before vampires began to exist, there are underground hospitals and groups who would need it for emergency situations. Perhaps I should look into this more. Logan continued to ponder on the subject. So, are we able to order the flesh then? Peter asked. Yes, I'll do that for you now, Logan replied. The flesh cost quite a sum. It was around 10,000 credits, the same price as an advanced tier beast core. However, Logan had covered the cost of the flesh for them. He stated that he would much rather let himself do this than allowing them to go around the school, trying to cut someone's limb off. Although this was bad in its own way, the flesh already existed on the marketplace. The person was dead, and there was nothing they could do. Once he placed the order online, just like the marketplace, he had received a code. When the confirmation was sent, he was ready to receive his package. In his own room, Logan had a teleporter receiver for packages. He often ordered things online and on the dark marketplace for parts for his gadgets. After typing the code in, the item suddenly appeared in a box. They opened it up and it was shrunk, wrapped, and covered with ice, just like the order had said. Quinn used his inspect skill. Thereafter, the description stated that there wasn't a single part of it which had blood on them. After taking it out, they placed the meat on Peter's hands, and Logan couldn't stop staring at him. He was interested in seeing how Peter was able to eat the meat. Although Peter was a little shy, he quickly gobbled up the food quickly. When he saw that it was similar to an animal eating meat, Logan lost his interest once again. 7 different pieces of human flesh have been consumed by your ghoul. Quest complete. Evolution process will begin. Chapter 185, Peter evolving. Almost at the same time as Quinn had received the notification from the system, a loud groan could be heard from behind him. "Peter, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Vorden said, with a worried expression. He was shaking. Peter, who had fallen, and was lying on the ground. Peter was clutching his belly with both hands. He felt like a fire was spreading out from that point all over his body. "Guys, give him some space," Quinn said. "He's evolving. I don't know what he'll turn into or what's going to happen to him next." Quinn knew from his own experience how painful the process of evolving was, but more than that, he was worried what Peter might turn into. Quinn had immediately asked the system what Peter would evolve into, but the response he received worried him. The system said that there were many possibilities, and it couldn't predict which one Peter would evolve into. He had thought that by completing his quest and letting Peter evolve, it would be the end of his problems. But once again, the system had kept some information from him. When lower-class creatures like ghouls evolved, there were many different classes they could change into. Sometimes, by using certain methods, the classes someone would evolve into could be influenced. But mostly it was a random process which depended on the situation and personality of the individual. Every class had its own set of skills, and some were rarer than others. But when Quinn found out about a specific class a ghoul could evolve into, he became very upset. It was the class known as the Wendigo. Out of all the classes Peter could evolve into, this was the worst. It was the only class that would still require him to eat human flesh, but that was not the only issue with the class. The system had added that because they managed to feed Peter quickly, it wasn't likely he would turn into a Wendigo, but there were no guarantees. All of them stepped back, to give Peter some space. Logan turned his spider bots into a cannon attached to his arm and aimed it at Peter. He hadn't covered his whole body this time, but just enough to create the cannon. Logan looked at the others with a determined look on his face. "I'm not taking any chances," Logan said. "There are too many things left in this world that I still need to discover and investigate." Vorden totally agreed with him, and thought his actions were very reasonable. He was glad Logan had something to point at Peter, because he only had the healing ability right now, and that wasn't any help if things went wrong with the evolution. The groans coming from Peter were getting louder, and he started to shake all over. This much pain he had never experienced before. It felt like something was striking all the bones in his body. As they nervously watched Peter, they started to see visible changes to his body. His skin began to shrink and tighten, and turning white all over. He didn't look sick or weak. The scene actually reminded Vorden of what Quinn had looked like before his evolution into a full vampire. It looked like Peter's body hadn't lost any body mass, but it looked like he was shriveling up and was dehydrated. "Hey, he's not turning into a Wendigo, is he?" Quinn asked the system. Don't know for sure, but you should be prepared for the worst. I'll be honest with you, these are the signs of someone turning into one. If that's the case, I think it would be best to allow Logan to just kill Peter," the system replied. "But I thought you said it was impossible for me to kill Peter. Also, why can't we just feed him again till he evolves, like last time?" Quinn asked, with a mix of fear and hope in his voice. "For your first question, as long as it is someone else who is going to kill Peter, and you don't try to abandon him at that moment, anyone can kill him. Secondly, unlike other classes, Wendigos can't evolve anymore, and unlike a ghoul, they aren't loyal to their master at all. They have lost their intelligence entirely, and can only react based on instinct. They have only one thing on their mind, which is food. The only bit of loyalty they have left is that they won't attack their master, but for the rest of their undead lives they will continue to hunt and kill humans to eat their flesh," the system replied, dashing Quinn's hope. Quinn didn't like the idea of it, but if Peter turned into a Wendigo, he had no other choice. Too many people had already gotten hurt. He had felt guilty about Peter's situation, which was why he was doing his best to help him, but this was a cost that would be too high even for him. At the same time, there was something that was worrying Peter a lot more right now. His heartbeat was starting to slow down. With the pain on top of this, he thought perhaps he was dying. However, even though his heart wasn't beating anymore, he could still feel everything, and it didn't feel like he was dead at all. Then finally his heartbeat had stopped entirely, and at the same time, so did the pain. "Congratulations, your ghoul has successfully evolved into a white blood ritual skill has evolved. 1/3 slots remaining for the cursed family." As Peter stood up from the floor, his face looked more sunken in than before, and his skin was slightly paler. Immediately, Peter grabbed his chest for some reason, and he held it there for a while, yet there was nothing, not a single beat was felt. "Tell us your name, age, and where you are," Logan shouted. He had to make sure that Peter was right in the head. "I don't answer to you," Peter snapped. "I will only answer to one," he said, pointing at Quinn. Quinn then repeated the question again. "Peter Chuck, 16, and we are inside Logan's room, sir." Satisfied with the answers, Logan put his hand down but also made sure not to take the mechanical weapon. "Inspect. Name, Peter Chuck. Race, white. Stats, will corresponding with creator until it reaches its limit." Seeing the last bit of information had given Quinn a surprise. This meant right now that Peter had the same stat points as Quinn. He was just as strong and just as fast. Although the second part would suggest it would continue to increase as long as Quinn got stronger, but at some point it would reach a cap. "What is a white, though? Was it bad like the Wendigo, or one of the better ones?" Quinn asked. "Why don't you use your inspect skill and see?" the system replied. "If you select the race option with your mind, it should pull up more information. Race, white. An undead creature which is fast and sneaky in the night. They are best used as a form of an assassin. Whites have a high level of intelligence similar to humans, although their personality could not be said to be the same. They are lawful to their creator. But once they see someone as their enemy, they will do everything in their power to get rid of them. Whites are immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, mind control, and diseases. They also contain a skill that will allow them to turn a killed victim into another lesser white 0/2. Vorden could see Quinn taking in something. He noticed he did this from time to time, and then would eventually explain what was going on. Perhaps it was some sort of vampire skill or something. But it did make him wonder where he got all his vampire knowledge from. He had always assumed that it was Layla the vampire frack feeding him this information. Is everything okay? Do we still need to feed him human flesh? Vorden asked. It's all right, Peter. You are no longer a ghoul. You're now something known as a white. Quinn replied. After explaining everything to Peter, he finally understood why his heart had stopped beating. He was an undead creature, no longer alive. Can I die, sir? Peter asked. Quinn found it strange that Peter kept referring him to sir, but could only assume it had something to do with his class change. It seemed to also cause a slight personality change in Peter as well. Well, you're already dead. There is no longer any need for you to eat human flesh, and your unnatural healing abilities will heal you most of the time. But if you do get to hurt, and you use too much energy, you will once again have to eat human flesh, although there is no longer any requirement for it to be fresh. Quinn explained as the system continued to inform him. Everyone in the room could finally relax and sit down. It was finally all over. Still, Peter had decided to leave the personality change that the system said a white would have. Since it seemed like Peter was being lawful to his creator like it said it would, it most likely meant the second part was genuine as well. If a white saw anyone as its enemy, then he would do everything he could to get rid of the person. As long as no one tried messing with him for now, everything should be okay. But there was one upcoming situation left that they had to deal with. That was worrying him about this. His next meeting with Duke in a few days' time. Chapter 186, Breaking Free. I have a question, Vorden said. How did you figure out what we were up to? Vorden was sure he had covered all their tracks with Fex. The last thing he wanted to do was get caught, yet they did. If they had slipped up somewhere and Fex was able to find out, then this meant others could find out about what happened to them as well. Logan then walked over to Peter, who turned his head and gave him a dead-eye stare. Seeing this, Quinn immediately intervened. Peter, stop that. It was almost like an instinct for Quinn to do this. Like he was telling off a bad dog growling at another person. The wristwatch had been removed and Logan made a few adjustments using his glove before handing it back to Peter to put back on. For now, he had removed the listening device implanted. That's when he noticed that the heartbeat sensor inside hadn't indicated a signal in a while. If he had found this out too late, the guards would have rushed over. Although he didn't know why, he could only assume it had something to do with the Evludio. He decided to also make a fake signal, so it would indicate that Peter was alive. Peter had become a lot less talkative, and at the same time it seemed like he wasn't as timid before. It was causing a strange atmosphere in the room. Peter, why don't you come over by me? Quinn said, noticing how everyone was feeling. Peter then walked over to where Quinn was, while constantly looking around the room, as if he was watching out for any dangers. I planted a listening device into Peter's wristwatch when you asked me to make adjustments. I felt like you were hiding something, so this was the best cause of action. Hearing this news, Quinn felt like he had no right to be upset with Logan. He really was hiding things from him, and even now Quinn still hadn't told him a few things. It's okay, Logan, are we still friends? Quinn asked. We're friends? Logan replied with an odd look on his face. Of course, friends help each other out, and you've helped me more than ever, Quinn explained. Well, if that's the case, this seems to be a one-way friendship since you haven't helped out with anything at all yet, Logan replied. Although Logan sounded rude, he wasn't. Logan had always been honest like this, and didn't really know about human feelings. As the three were leaving the room, Quinn stopped by the door and pointed at the briefcase he had looked at before with Logan. You're right, Quinn said. I really haven't helped you when you helped me so much. You know that briefcase from before? Well, my system says it was made by Richard Eno. With that piece of information, Logan's thoughts were confirmed. He knew it. You are my friend, Quinn, Logan shouted as the door shut. The biggest worry looming over their heads had finally disappeared, but that didn't mean they were completely in the clear. While Vorden and Peter had decided to go back to tier rooms, Quinn decided he would go pay the girls a visit and update them on the situation. They knew what they were planning to do today. Although Lila was happy to help, Aaron didn't want to be anywhere near Fex, and Vorden strongly agreed to this as well. So Layla and Aaron had agreed to stay out of it for the most part and allowed the others to help Peter out. Boys weren't allowed in girls' dorm rooms, and although they usually weren't very strict on this rule, it was currently nighttime and it would be curfew time, so Quinn was more worried if anyone were to see him. After a knock on the door, he spoke through the door to confirm it was him, and the three of them then went for a walk down the hallway while Quinn explained everything that happened. So he won't have to eat humans anymore, and there is no need to get involved with that Fex kid again? Good, Aaron said. After hearing everything that happened, it seemed like they were able to solve Peter's problem with ease, and thanks to the dark marketplace, if another ghoul was created, they would be able to solve the problem a lot easier. Should I experiment with myself first before telling the others? Layla thought. Just maybe. If I get strong enough, I can break free. Still, after Quinn had told them everything, Layla could tell that something else was on his mind. "What's wrong? Is there another problem?" she asked. Quinn then proceeded to tell them the situation with Duke, how they desperately wanted Peter to learn the level 4 Earth ability by the end of the week. The major problem was Peter didn't have an Earth ability, and he was too involved to cut ties. "Wait, did you say the end of this week, this Sunday?" Layla asked. "Yeah, that's what Peter told us," Quinn replied. Layla was visibly shaken after she heard this news, but she forced her facial expression to remain neutral. The message she had received from one of the pure agents was True Dream would be coming at the end of the week. On the same day, they wanted Peter to learn the ability by. If the others found out True Dream was coming over, they wouldn't find it a big deal, for he had close ties to the military and would often visit the military bases. But Layla knew the truth. One of Pure Group's biggest targets was True Dream. He was the whole reason why the military was able to keep such a strong grip on everyone. The reason why he was coming, of course, was to take students' abilities, form them to add them to his own men. And Peter had been selected as one of the targets. After finishing their talk, the group decided to leave each other and head for their rooms for the night. When Quinn opened the door, he was surprised to see Vorden rushing over to him. "Quinn, thank heavens you're back," Vorden said. "Peter, he's become a weirdo. He's just standing above his head and won't listen to anything I say. I was trying to relax, listen to some music, but I can't with him just standing there staring. What the hell happened to him?" Quinn started to laugh nervously. It looked like Peter had changed more than he thought. "Peter, you can rest. Why don't you lie on the bed?" Peter Diaz asked, but when lying on the bed they noticed he didn't close his eyes. "System, what's up with him?" Quinn asked. "Don't worry, he just recently changed. You have to think of him as a newborn person. He will soon start to do things on his own more often, but now that he is an undead, he will no longer require any sleep," the system replied. Seeing this made Quinn a little upset. The old fragile, scared Peter had completely disappeared and was no longer there. Even though Quinn had saved him, had he really? It seemed like Peter was now an entirely different person, and he didn't even know who he was looking at anymore. Inside the girls' room, Layla herself was having trouble sleeping. There was 3 days before True Dream would arrive on campus, which meant she had 3 days to try figure out a way how to tell the others what was going to happen to Peter, without revealing who she really was. Chapter 187, Feeling Useless. The morning sun had finally risen. A few people around the school had struggled to sleep through the night, and Layla was one of them. Throughout the whole night she had been pondering how to inform the others. She had already made up her mind that she needed to warn them, but couldn't figure out how. She didn't want to imagine what would happen when True Dream found out that Peter had no ability that could be taken. She was aware of his intentions. From what the boys in Pure had told her, Layla had accurately deduced the specifics of Duke's plan. Every term, True Dream would visit a different military base. However, it turned out that he visited a particular one more often than the others, and that was Military Base 2. This was the reason why Layla had been sent to this place. Something strange was going on with Military Base 2. They hadn't been able to figure out what yet, because so far every agent they sent had disappeared. Thus they decided to do things differently this time. So instead of sending a grown-up, they decided to send an agent who was at the age of the draft, in as a student. The reason for True Dream's visit was to acquire different abilities from students. Every time that True Dream used his ability, it would also increase his ability level along with it. His skill bypassed almost all the information that they had about mutant cells. After taking someone's ability away, he could then implant the ability into a new person. Their body would automatically get the same ability level as the one that was taken. Nevertheless, they would still need to take the time to get familiar with the ability and learn all the skills. This was why they were offering Peter a lot of ability books, and it also explained why they were hurrying him to get his ability to level 4. There were always certain criteria when it came to choosing which students to use for this. The first and most important criterion was they should never hail from an original family. Although True Dream's family was one of the Big Four, usually other originals were also part of the Big Four, or under the banner of one. So this criterion was added to avoid a war between the Big Four. They needed students who wouldn't stand out, so that people wouldn't really notice or care if they were to go missing. As such, another one of the criterion was, the student had to come from a poor family, ones with no backing or support. Quinn was still safe because the school believed that at present he had no ability, but both Layla and Peter's abilities were documented, and both of them fulfilled the criteria. It was different for them. There was a possibility that along with Peter, Layla was also a target. Layla had entered the school using false documents. Her family wasn't prominent, but she didn't mind if she was to lose her ability. She had only obtained it for the mission in the first place. The only thing that she didn't want was to end up like Peter and be the military's lapdog. She needed an outside position, where she could observe everything that was happening without getting involved. With all things said, she didn't have to warn them about what could happen, but Layla wanted to. The question left was, how should she go about explaining what she had discovered? The morning combat classes had started and Layla had wanted to team up with Quinn, hoping she would be able to get a hint on what they were planning with Peter. Unfortunately, before she could even reach Quinn, he had already gone off to Fex. Although the two of them didn't talk much, she could see that Quinn was enjoying himself while practicing with Fex. Perhaps it was because they were both the same race, or had something else in common. She could tell a real friendship was beginning to develop. I hope I will have something like that. It all seems so real instead of this fakeness. Layla thought as she looked at her own disposition. What are you daydreaming about? Aaron shouted. I can't believe we have to continue practicing these stupid leg techniques. This is the beast weapons class, not the martial arts class. And Leo said he wouldn't move on until he was satisfied with the performance of every single one of us, she complained, with a slight look of frustration on her face. The two girls continued to train together, using the leg techniques, but a slip in Layla's concentration caused her to drop her guard. She wasn't able to lift her knee in time, like how she usually would during practice, and instead, Layla took a full-blown kick from Aaron to her side. Ouch! Layla said, all gripping her side. What's wrong? We have practiced that kick so many times, I was sure you would be able to block something like that, Aaron said as she walked over, and offered her hand to her fallen comrade. Layla lifted her hand to grab Aaron's, but the pain on her side hurt even more. Furthermore, she noticed a stinging pain arise every time she breathed. What the hell? I knew your sword skills were monstrous, but where did you get such strength in your kicks? I think you broke one of my ribs. Would you stop complaining? Aaron said as she knelt down, and placed her hand on her friend's side. She then activated her ice ability, ever so slightly, causing the muscles around that area to become numb from the cold, and also taking the pain away. Can someone call the guard and take her to the doctor's office? Leo said. Aaron then lifted Layla up from the ground, allowing her to use her shoulder for support. Don't worry, I will take her. Besides, she needs to walk a little bit on her own. It will only make her stronger, Aaron said. The two girls then started to leave the room together. As they were walking, Layla couldn't help but feel useless and pathetic. Other than a blood bank for Quinn, what use did Layla really have? She hadn't even been helpful in the fight with the Dalki. If it wasn't for Aaron, the two of them would have been dead back then. And Vorden, although a bit messed up in the head, was very powerful. The only one who was even more worthless than her was Peter, and that wasn't much of an achievement. Would you please stop crying? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. You usually block something like that, Aaron said, in an attempt to comfort Layla. Layla didn't even notice, since her thoughts were so muddled that tears were now slowly descending from her eyes. She wiped them away, and simply put on a brave smile. Oh, it's not that. I was just thinking about how useless I am to the team whenever we're in a fight, Layla said. Well, you're not wrong about that, Aaron replied, not realizing how harsh she sounded. Although Aaron was right, it still hurt Layla to hear it straight from her mouth. But you help in other ways. You were the one who thought about that blood bowl, remember? I can't say much, but honestly, if you weren't there to hold me back sometimes, I would have already shoved a few spikes up the boys' backsides. Layla laughed. Aaron, this is kind of a strange question to ask, but are we friends? Well, I don't carry everyone I hurt out of the room. Although Aaron didn't say it, Layla knew her well enough to know what she was like by now. Back at the training hall, the lesson had just finished for the day. Quinn had managed to work up quite a sweat all the while going up against Fex. Truth to be told, Fex was the only person in the room who he could go against while merely using a fraction of his power. Outside of Leo, of course. When practicing with Layla and Aaron, he would always have to hold back his power slightly, but with Fex, it was different. Now that the lesson was over for the day, students were free to do what they wanted. That's the moment when Quinn noticed Fex, who was looking around the room oddly, and was kicking the floor about, until he eventually started to speak up. Hey, I know this is kind of strange to ask after everything that happened between us, but what are you planning to do after this? Fex asked. Lately, whenever Fex would try to approach people, they would turn away as soon as they saw his watch. It was a strange reaction, but he had finally understood the matter when he saw the mistreatment going around the school. This caused him to be quite an outcast, yet that wasn't the only problem. He was also incredibly bored. With no one to really talk to, and nothing to explore, he started to look forward to the training sessions with Quinn. I was actually planning to go to the VR gaming room, Quinn replied. VR gaming room, what's that? Fex asked, with a little bit of excitement in his eyes. I can show you if you want. You want to come along? I mean, if you really want me to come that bad, sure, Fex replied, his anticipation clearly showing through his faux-shy demeanor. Chapter 188, The Starter Ring. The two boys had finished their combat classes for the day, and decided that they would head to the VR room together. Fex was standing casually outside in the sun, and Quinn could see it didn't affect him at all, while Quinn had to prepare his trusty umbrella and prop it up before stepping into the sun. It was a strange action, but not too strange that it gathered the attention of others. Earth had gotten hotter over the years, and there were quite a few people who wished to protect their skin with the use of UV umbrellas, and on a hot day like today, no one would bat an eye at what Quinn was doing. Seeing this, Fex looked at Quinn oddly. He had only seen a vampire use such things in really old books, He couldn't help but giggle at the thought that Quinn looked like an old man. "What are you doing with that old thing?" Fex asked. "Do you not have a ring?" He lifted his hand, showing the small ring. Quinn was now close enough to see that it really did look like the one in his shop. After using his inspect skill, it confirmed the fact that it was the very same ring. Quinn didn't know how to reply to Fex. The system had informed him that one of these rings were the basics of vampires, and it seemed like if he was to come up with something, it would reveal him even sooner. But while Quinn was trying to come up with a lie, Fex was the one who once again came up with his own explanation. "Oh, I see now," Fex said. "You really are one of those vampires raised here on Earth, aren't you? Trained to blend in and report back. I guess that's why you didn't go through the formal initiation and don't have one of these." When Fex said those words, something had caught his attention. The fact that Fex said one of the vampires on Earth. Did this mean other vampires came from another planet? Were vampires a type of alien too? "System, do you have an answer for this?" Quinn asked. "I'm afraid I'm just as confused as you are. As far as I know, vampires have always existed on Earth alongside the humans. Although I'm afraid I don't know how much time has passed since your family has had the book, so a lot could have changed by then," the system replied. Looking at Fex, it seemed he was showing off his ring quite proudly, and that's when Quinn remembered the requirements to get the ring. It was to kill 10 death bats, an advanced type creature. This brought back memories for Quinn on how hard it was for him to defeat an intermediate creature. He couldn't imagine how hard an advanced tier creature was and the many more classes above them. "Was the initiation hard?" Quinn asked. Fex started to laugh nervously at this question. "Was it hard? Of course it was hard. Yet I was one of the youngest vampires to ever complete it." As he said this, he lifted his chest up a bit to make himself feel a little bigger. The vampire continued. "You see, the initiation is getting the materials for the ring itself. A young vampire must go out and slay 10 death bats. Once you earn this ring, you are no longer required to go through regular school training with all the rest. But it seems I just jumped from one training pool into another." Fex finished, a little depressed. Although Quinn didn't know why, he could tell Fex was slightly nervous when answering the question. It helped that he was the type that were easy to read what they were feeling, because they didn't hide the emotions on their face at all. However, this conversation reminded Quinn about how he had to be cautious around Fex. Although the two of them seemed to be on friendly terms, he still couldn't trust him and didn't know what his goal here at the school was. The fact that he managed to kill 10 advanced tier beasts was a big reminder in the difference between the two of their strengths. As they continued to walk to the VR center, Fex looked at his ring and felt a little guilty. He had lied to Quinn just now. He hadn't earned the ring like he said he did. Fex was hoping to become one of the youngest vampires to ever complete the initiation. He had gone out and traveled and fought against the death bat, but after a gruesome fight and near-death experience with one, Fex only just managed to come out on top. He thought with him being the top of his class he was ready, but it seemed like it wasn't the case. He was embarrassed though, for before he had left his school classes, he had told everyone how easy it would be for him to achieve such a task. If they were to find out he only managed to defeat one before giving up, he would become a laughingstock. So, in turn, he decided to go onto the marketplace and hire some travelers to hunt the beast for him. With this, he managed to gather most of the crystals needed to make the ring, but his last traveler that accepted the contract never replied. In the end, it was all thanks to the Blood of All, who placed the crystal on the marketplace, that he was able to craft the ring. They had finally arrived at the VR room, and it was a sight that Fex had never seen before, although he wasn't amazed because it just looked like a room full of sleeping capsules. Judging by his reaction, Quinn could tell Fex had no idea what these were. "Don't worry, I was confused when I came here for the first time as well. Just follow me and I'll let you know about the basics," Quinn said. They went to the counter and Quinn paid for both him and Fex to play in the capsules for a few hours. Quinn still had plenty of money left from the crystals he had sold earlier. On top of that, he also still had 9 crystals that hadn't been used to create the suit that he could also sell from the last outing. "Hey, I have my own money, you know. You didn't have to pay for me," Fex said, displaying his golden card. "Don't worry," Quinn said, gritting his teeth, not realizing his mistakes. If he knew Fex had money, he wouldn't have paid for him. He wasn't some charity, and right now he wanted to save up every credit he had. It was only with the goal of finding out more about vampires that Quinn was being so nice to him. He didn't think vampires would have much money after all. How would they obtain such a thing when they were hiding all the time? Instead, it seemed like Fex was some spoiled rich kid if he was waving the gold card around like that. Unlike Vorden, who also had a gold card but didn't have much money in it to begin with. Quinn proceeded to show how to operate the machine and such before getting in. He then took note of his capsule number, so it was easier for him to add him to his friends list. They both got into the pods and logged into the game. Fex's whole mind was then transported to the large, empty white lobby space. "Wow, what is this?" Fex said. "Was I teleported? Somewhere? No, it can't be. It feels a little strange from what Quinn said. Only my mind is being used to control this." Wow, this is amazing. I wonder why the other vampires don't use this. Just as Fex was in deep thought thinking about it, he had received a friend request. User ID Blood Evolver would like to add you. Chapter 189, Returning the Favor. Fex carefully looked at each letter of the word in front of him, one by one. He needed to make sure what he was seeing was real. Blood Evolver, no it can't be, Fex thought. While looking at the name, he realized that was the same user ID that was also used in the marketplace when he had bought the Beast Crystal. However, it was quite common for people to use the same user IDs when logging into different websites and games. And what were the chances of someone else having the same user ID and also being a vampire? Fex had found it strange in the first place that someone had been selling the crystal. The planet where the death bats were populated on wasn't a place where travelers would go to often. It was one of the reasons why the vampires had decided to use it as their training ground, on top of the fact that their crystals could be used to create the ring. When Fex first saw the crystal, he thought maybe someone had killed a bat along the way and didn't know what to do with it, and chose to sell it after finding out it could only be used to create a silly ring. After all, it had no effect on humans, not even a little buff in strength. But now thinking about it more, all sorts of questions started running through his head. If Quinn really was the same person, what was he doing on that planet and how did he get a deathbat crystal? Fex knew his strength, and he wasn't strong enough to beat one. And even if he was, why wouldn't he keep the crystal for himself and make a ring of his own instead of seeing that silly umbrella? As of now, nothing was making sense in his head, and thinking about it was starting to make it hurt. He accepted the friend request, and immediately Quinn was transported to the same white space that Fex was in as well. Foxy Fex, Quinn said, looking at his username. What, you don't like it? Fex said. Better than Blood Evolver. What are you trying to do? Tell everyone out there you're a vampire? Quinn laughed nervously back. I thought it would be vague enough, plus who else but other vampires would think that, Quinn replied. This was the confirmation Fex needed. No other vampire out there would be silly enough to have a name such as Blood Evolver. The name was a little bit childish and Quinn kind of fit that image, a naive young vampire. Although Fex couldn't talk much himself, though this only added to the mystery of Quinn for Fex. Still, it didn't change the fact that thanks to Quinn selling the crystal, Fex was finally able to leave his home and enjoy the outside world. So far his experiences hadn't been great, but it was different, and he was slowly learning to enjoy it. It wasn't the same boring old routine he would practice in and out, and Fex wanted to thank Quinn for that in some way, while standing there and thinking about everything. Fex could see Quinn using his blood skills in the game. Not only that, but he was able to use them constantly without getting tired. What is that? Fex asked. This, Quinn replied. Quinn then explained how while in the lobby of the game, they were able to practice using their vampire skills without tiring out. But once they were in the game, then their normal body limits would be put on them as usual. Quinn didn't talk about the HP reducing not working while in the game, but since the system said only his vampire skills was linked to a system like a thing, he thought it would be hard to explain. After trying out a few skills here and there, Fex had a big grin on his face. He then started performing his martial arts while mixing in the blood skills here and there. The main skills he used were blood swipe and blood spray, but once in a while he would use skills that Quinn had never seen before, such as the blood wall and a few others. Still, what had impressed Quinn the most while watching him practice was the martial arts he was using with his fists. They were fast and compact, and he could tell it defiantly increased the efficiency of something like blood spray. When Fex had stopped, he walked over to Quinn with a hop in his step. Hey man, this is great! I wonder why the vampires don't have a bunch of these in their buildings. It could really help the kids train. Although I guess if they get too used to the game, then it wouldn't help them out that much in a real battle, but still, this is great. While Fex was yammering away, he noticed that Quinn was staring at the blank empty space where Fex was standing. He started waving his hand in front of Quinn to see if he was still there. Hello? Fex said, still waving his hand. Oh, sorry, Quinn replied. I was just looking at your martial arts. Oh yeah, that's right, you didn't learn any, did you, since you grew up here and everything? Fex then started to think if there was something he could do. Then something popped in his head, an idea. You know, I can teach you the martial arts if you want. Fex thought this was a great idea. He wanted to repay Quinn for getting him the Beats crystal he needed, and this could be his way of returning the favor secretly. Really, would that be okay? Quinn asked. Why not? You're a vampire, so you have the right to learn it. Fex then got into a fighting stance and tried to show all the motions to his attacks while explaining. So for the first step you want to look like this, then you're going to feel a Brua energy rise up. Next with your hands, you need to go pow pow pow, Fex said as he made every move. Did you get all that? Kinda. Quinn started copying what Fex had done, but it didn't seem to be working out at all, and even Fex realized this. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not really the teacher type. I'm not that good at explaining things. It's okay, Quinn replied, but Fex could tell Quinn was a little down when saying this. Then a lightning bolt idea had hit him. Hey, there is something I can do. Although I can't show you or teach you through words, I could move your body. What do you mean? Quinn asked. Do you remember what I did to your friend on the roof? Well, if you let me do the same to you, then I can show you how to use the martial arts. My string puppet is unique, so when you perform it, it will feel like I'm actually performing the skills through your body, Fex explained. Not only that, but it should allow you to memorize everything through your own body. In a way, this will be a shortcut, and you will learn it far quicker. What Fex was offering wasn't a bad proposal. The problem was whether or not Quinn could trust him with his body. Chapter 190, Testing Something New. You're worried, aren't you? Fex said. Judging by how long Quinn had remained silent, Fex could tell that he was deep in thought, deciding whether or not to trust him. And Fex really couldn't blame him. If he was in Quinn's situation, he would have done the same. Is there a risk to this? Quinn asked the system. After losing to Fex in battle so easily, and seeing him go toe-to-toe with Leo, he felt like learning the military martial art and the vampires would put him at a big advantage. I think you should go for it, the system replied. In terms of other vampires, you're a bit weak and on the wimpy side. I think this would be major progress for you. I know that. Quinn snapped back a little annoyed at the system's words. He knew he was weak, but the system didn't have to remind him every time. I'm talking about him taking control of me. What happens if it becomes permanent? It won't be. Vampires can't have other vampires as their puppets permanently. It was why he was so interested in your friend. If you want to remove the strings, you can forcibly cut it, though it may take some time depending on your strength, and it causes extreme pain. So there is the possibility he could use me to hurt those around me, even for a short period if he wanted to. That was when Quinn came up with an idea of his own. While in the normal gaming pods, both his and Fex's ability wasn't selectable. That was because these abilities seemed to be unique to vampires. However, it was different when using Logan's pod. With his pod, he was able to program and record abilities, and perhaps find a way so the two of them could link up and use their abilities together. Inside the game, there was no threat, no danger. Let me think about it for now, Quinn replied. Why don't I show you how to play first? Quinn then showed the basics of how to use the game's interface. He also explained the matchmaking system, and the process to select an ability. Fex was pretty upset when he found out he wasn't able to use his strings ability in-game. But his mood quickly changed when he realized he was able to customize his in-game avatar according to his preferences. Fex designed his character in full black clothing. He looked like an ancient ninja with a face mask and hood, only allowing his eyes to be seen. He spent more time customizing his character than he did anything else, and he had already used his money card to buy a few extra items of clothing to get the full set. When comparing the avatars, Quinn's now looked incredibly plain, since he was only able to use the free items that were available to everyone. He could spend the money he had, but he still remembered how he was struggling even getting 10 credits not too long ago. Finally, it was time for them to search for opponents. While doing so, Quinn went for the quick selection option, since he no longer gained EXP from low levels. The opponent would at least need to be at the level 3 mark for him to gain any EXP. A match had been confirmed, and Fex was transported to the seating area in the arena. He could see Quinn standing on one end while his opponent stood on the other. His opponent was skinny, tall, and seemed to resemble a tree. What surprised him, though, was the fact that when he was sat in the seating area, he wasn't the only one watching Quinn's fight. Hey, you're new, Nate said, looking at Fex. What is all this? Fex asked, looking confused. Is everyone here to see the two of them fight? His opponent must be pretty special. He looked at the stand, noticing the crowd that had formed. There were 50 people in total, all dressed up in different avatars. Judging by what Quinn had said about the game, this was optional, meaning all the people that had appeared had chosen to do so of their own volition. Of course, it seems like Blood Evolver has gained quite a following, Nate replied. Since the last fight between Quinn and the level 4 user, people had become fans of him. They added him to his watch list, so they would be notified whenever the Blood Evolver was online. Originally, most of them were watching Quinn's matches for different reasons. He was known as a hacker, someone who was able to use abilities not programmed into the game. No one knew how he was able to do this. But after witnessing his stellar performance from the previous match, they had quickly forgotten about everything else, and solely wanted to watch all of the Blood Evolver's upcoming fights. Nate had watched all the fights of Quinn so far, so he recognized the regulars and the irregulars, which why he was able to spot Fex right away. So, are you implying that all these people are here to see the Blood Evolver? Fex asked. What makes him so special? Nate thought about that for a while, looking deep in thought. After some time had passed, he finally came up with an answer. At first, it was his skills that interested me, much like everyone else here. But after that, I noticed something. Every time he came back to play the game, he would have grown in strength by leaps and bounds. And for some reason, watching someone grow from a small little fish into a fierce dragon is exciting for me. Nate explained, glancing at the match. Now let's see how much you've grown this time. The countdown for the match had begun, and it was time for the two of them to fight. Immediately, the tree-like student placed both of his hands on the ground. As he did, multiple thick tree roots started to form across the floor and spiraled their way towards Ray. The first thing he did was perform a blood swipe at the roots, hoping to cut them down. As the attack reached the roots, it caused the first set to break, but it would keep coming forward. Wind Walk activated. With his Tier 2 boots, he was able to outmaneuver the roots. Although there were many roots, and his blood swipes couldn't deal with all of them, he was able to outrun them with his speed. He circled around the attack and came to the student's side, preparing himself to try something he had been itching to try out since he had joined the game. The wood user, seeing this, immediately shot out a large trunk from the palm of his hand that came out straight and fast. Flash step. Performing the flash step, he avoided the attack and was now even closer to his opponent. "Trees, protect me!" The wood user shouted, and suddenly the user was surrounded by all sides with thick tree trunks. It was as if a forest had suddenly sprouted in the middle of the battlefield. Quinn thought. Right now he wanted to test out the idea he had, and the student had decided to become a still target. It was perfect for practice. Stopping in his tracks, he firmly planted both feet on the floor. Then, from his toes, moving up to his hip, he swung out his leg like a whip. While doing all these actions, he started to think back to the feeling of performing blood swipe in his hands, the rush of energy that flowed through his body as they left his fingers. While practicing his kicks in the weapons hall, he had pictured this movement several times. And right now was the first time he was actually combining the two together. The energy flowed from inside his body and was then released from his legs. A single large line of red energy left with it, shaped like the crescent moon. It was far larger than that of his regular blood swipe. As it hit the first set of tree trunks, it managed to slice through them with ease. The tree user ducked down in time, avoiding the attack from cutting his head off. But Quinn wasn't done yet. He hopped and changed his stance slightly, performing the same kick with his other leg, cutting the trees down from the other side. Both sides of the tree trunk shook due to the slightly angled cut and fell to the floor. The wood user was now panicking, but before he could even act, Quinn was already above him, performing the final axe kick, followed by a blood swipe. Level 4 opponent has been defeated. 10 EXP gained. 8100 experience points. Congratulations, a new skill has been created, Blood Crescent Kick. It seems like you have gotten stronger once again, Nate said. Chapter 191, Unique Skill. It had been a while since Quinn had last fought, and that was against Vex. Before that, it was against the one-scale Dalki. During both of these fights, he realized that he needed to get stronger. He knew he still had a long way to go, but with everything that was happening, he wasn't sure if he had gotten any stronger. He needed this fight to gauge just how much he had improved. Since the last time he played the game, he had gained a few extra stats, buffing up his body and his abilities. Even though he couldn't use his shadow skills in the game, he liked that it would force him to be creative in using his blood skills while fighting. All these things combined was what led him to coming up with the new skill in today's match. New skill, Blood Crescent Kick. A new skill, but how? Quinn thought. It was the first time a skill had popped up without him having leveled up. He also didn't increase any stats to get the skill either. Impressive. The system said, "It seems like you managed to create a unique skill. This is a skill that you made all on your own, one that was not part of the system originally." By combining the martial arts skills, Leo had taught him with the blood swipe skill he had learned from the system. He had created a unique skill only he could use. Blood Crescent Kick. When using the skill while performing different types of kicks, a red line of blood aura in the shape of a crescent will be made. The attack carries a distance of 10 meters, but the aura will get smaller and weaker the further it travels. Cost -2 HP for every kick. Compared to the blood swipe skill, the two attacks were quite different. Blood swipe released from Quinn's fingertips, forming a claw-like shape, and 5 small lines of red aura. He could also use blood swipe with both of his hands and bring the lines closer together to form a single stronger red line. However, this didn't seem to be as effective as 2 single blood swipes. The good thing about blood swipe was that because it had 5 separate lines, it covered a wider range, making it harder for a person to dodge, and they were more likely to use a block skill. While the Blood Crescent Kick was a single large line of red aura, it was sharper, faster, and also had longer range, but didn't have the same wide area of attack. There was also the fact that it cost 2 HP to use the kick, instead of just 1 HP for a blood swipe. This didn't look like a lot at first, but Quinn knew that in a prolonged fight, like he had against the Dalki, it would soon add up fast. It was one of the main problems with combining blood spray into his punches. Vex, having witnessed the whole thing, was quite amazed. Did he come up with that skill himself? When did he have the time to learn it? I saw him learn the leg kicks at the same time as me, and how does he know how to use advanced skills like the flash step? Yet he doesn't even know the basic hand-to-hand combat of the vampires. As he was deep in thought, he heard a laugh by his side. "It looks like another one has been converted into a fan," Nate said. "You wouldn't believe it, but every time he fights he shows me something new. This kid is growing stronger fast." Every time. Fex replied. Are you sure he didn't just use these skills before? I'm positive, Nate replied. The first time we fought I beat him. I beat him in such a way that made sure he showed me everything he had. But then I watched him fight against someone else, and he showed me a new skill. If he had used that in our fight, I don't know how it would have. Looking at him now, he's like an entirely different person from back then. If what Nate was saying was true, Quinn was getting stronger at an incredibly fast pace. One that hadn't been seen throughout the history of the vampires. Perhaps he is related to them, But I thought they all died out. If it's true, it would make sense why he has the shadow ability. Did they just move to Earth instead? Quinn then sent a message to Fex, saying he was free to play a few games of his own if he wanted to. Right now Quinn wanted to practice this move. Fex replied back, saying it was okay, and he would wait as he wished to watch Quinn fight a couple more times. Quinn went into his next matchmaking game again, and with it, the crowd had followed. At first he found it strange, seeing the people watching him, since he had never played the game before. He was wondering if it was normal for so many people to be spectating one person. Did they randomly stumble upon his match? Or were they there because he had been on a winning streak for a while now, hoping he would eventually lose? However, Quinn didn't have time to worry about them, and really needed to worry about himself. The next game he was placed with a level 2. Knowing he would get no experience in this match, he tried to finish it as quickly as possible, activating the wind walk skill in his boots to get in close, then using flash step, and performing the regular hammer strike from behind. Hammer strike and blood hammer were still by far his two strongest attacks. For Fex though, it was the first time he had witnessed Quinn using them. He never used it against him in their fight, possible because Fex was too fast, because hammer strike took a brief moment to charge up. Against these weak people it was fine, but against someone as fast as Fex it would allow them to get in a free hit. So he does know the vampire martial arts. Fex thought. He screamed, as he felt like pulling out his hair. You know what, I'm going to have to just stop guessing and find out myself. 2 more matches were made, and this time, they were with another level 3 user and a level 4 user. These matches were closer, and took more time, but they weren't as strong as they could have been. Rarely did Quinn get matched up with second years who seemed to have higher tier beast equipment. Quinn could only assume that the system had designed it this way on purpose, or just not many second years were playing the game. If there was one person who would know, it would be Logan. He made a mental note to ask him later. After winning the 2 matches he had gained 20 more experience points, and had decided to take a break. Hundredths EXP. Just as he was leaving the game, he had received a single message from Nate. I'll see you soon, and make sure you join the fighting event. Quinn had remembered Nate quite clearly. It was another loss that had stuck in his mind, and judging by this message, Quinn knew exactly what he was talking about. The upcoming military base event. Soon all the bases would meet up to compete in special events, each trying to show that they were able to raise the best and strongest students. Quinn was excited for once. Perhaps with this event, he would finally be able to show strength. Chapter 192, A New Teacher. Inside the VR gaming room, one of the pod doors was abruptly opened and out stepped a fairly domineering man with a burly build. His neck was nearly as wide as his square-shaped head, and for some reason, he also decided to frame his hair in a way that was similar to how his head was sculpted. However, after leaving the gaming pod, having had enough of the day, he was eager to get ready and start practicing for the upcoming event. A month left, huh? I just wonder how much stronger you can get in that meantime, Nate said with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, a hissing sound was heard from the pod next to his. As the pressure was slowly released from the sealed door, it started to lift up, and Nate saw a friendly face peeking in between the aperture. Hey, that guy really keeps getting better in every attempt, doesn't he? Sam said. I don't even know if I could beat him in a real battle the way he is now. You shouldn't talk down to yourself like that, Nate replied. Remember, he's only a first year, and there are 2 major differences between the first years and the second years. One is our equipment, Nate said, pointing to the cape that was on Sam's back. And the second one is our soul weapons. I don't know many first years who have been able to produce a soul weapon, and it's only something that they teach you in your second year. The 2 of them started to walk back to their dorm rooms. It was already evening and getting late, so it was nearly time for them to go to bed. Nevertheless, they were both excited about what they had just witnessed. Wait, if he's a first year, do you really think they will let him fight in the tournament? Sam asked. You saw his skills, right? At the rate that he is improving, even in a month's time, with or without a soul weapon, he should be able to match us. And that is a scary thought to have, but it makes my heart beat wildly at night. You're one strange dude, Sam said, looking at the creepy smile on the face of his companion. Well, you're right about that. With the reputation he already has in the game, I won't be surprised if he's treated like a king at his school, Sam replied. However, both of them were unaware of how truly wrong they were, for the school still did not know of Quinn's true strength, since he was still treated like level 1 trash. The 2 of them soon went to sleep, ending their eventful day. When the morning sun had risen, they began to do their normal routine. After eating breakfast, it was time for them to head to their homeroom class. As they entered the room, they felt the strange atmosphere that was hovering in the air. For one, the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived yet, and usually, the homeroom teacher would be there to welcome their arrival. The second thing that stood out was that the number of students that were gossiping away increased, and it seemed like the boys were far more excited about the topic of interest than the girls. As he sat on his seat, with Sam next to him, he turned towards his companion. "What's going on?" Nate asked. "How the hell am I supposed to know? I and you came into the room at the same time. I've been with you since yesterday, you big ox," Sam replied. As they both listened carefully to the students who were engaged in their own conversations, they managed to catch a few words. They eventually found out what all the commotion was about. "Hey, did you see her?" "What? That new teacher? Yeah, she's so beautiful. I wonder how strong she is. Aren't all military tutor men quite strong?" "Most, but not all of them. She might just have a unique ability, or was very knowledgeable in a club subject." "Well, whatever class she's going to teach, I'm going to sign up for each and every one of them." It was clear from their dialogues that a new teacher was coming to school, and not just any teacher, but a true beauty at that. After hearing this news, Nate started to straighten his clothes and made sure that his hair was neatly tucked and sat up straight. "What the hell are you doing?" Sam said. "Do you really think you're going to get on with a teacher? You haven't even managed to get together with any of the 20 girls you've confessed to since coming here. It will never happen with that big block head of yours." The vein on the side of Nate's head was now bulging, and his eyebrows were twitching. He proceeded to slowly turn his head, inch by inch, while holding in his anger. "Hey Sam, when was the last time that you and I had a sparring match? It's been a while, hasn't it? And I'm not talking about the game. I think it's better for both of us. If we do it in person, it's going to be much more realistic, and you can feel every bit of pain," Nate replied, making sure to say the last words carefully to hammer them in Sam's head. All of a sudden, the sound of the classroom door sliding was heard. In an instant, as the presence entered the room, the surroundings assumed a silence that would enable them to truly appreciate what was coming into the room. Her skin was as white as the pure specks of snow. Although her features looked soft, no expression was plastered on her countenance. Still, the thing that stood out the most about her was her silver hair. She was wearing the black standard military uniform that they all had to wear. Sporting a hair colored with the brilliance of silver jewelry and tied up with a single ponytail, with a length that managed to reach down to her waist, the professor sauntered to the center of the room. "Hello, students. My name is Silver, and I will be your new homeroom teacher from now on." As she spoke, the expression on her face remained stiff and didn't seem to change one bit. Yet, the boys seemed to only find this feature of her even more attractive. "An angel," Nate said. "A true angel has descended among us mortals." "Oh no," Sam said while shaking his head. "What the hell happened to the boys these days?" Silver started to scan the entirety of the gathering, looking at the students one by one, but it merely reminded her that she might have to stay in the school for a while. As the file said, it appears that Fex isn't really here. Silver had been tasked with the mission of finding and bringing Fex back to his family. However, with their family connections, the most they could do was get her a position as a teacher in one of the military bases. All she could do was rely on luck to see if she would be put at the same military base as Fex. Although, to her dismay, it appeared like she wasn't as lucky. While Fex was in Military Base 2, she had been transferred to work at Military Base 6. Without saying anything, she started to walk around the room and gaze at the faces of the students more closely. As she eyed one of the students, even the females had to recognize her ephemeral beauty and started to blush. She continued to stroll around, finally stopping in front of Nate and scrutinized his visage. "Looks like this is going to be my day," Nate cheeringly told himself. She looked at him closer and said, "Why are you so interested in such ugly things?" Although Sliver had no idea, she had said these words out loud. The whole room wanted to laugh, yet they did their best to hold it in out of respect for Nate. He wasn't like the other high-level users. He treated everyone in his classroom fairly, even though he was known as the strongest. As Silver walked off and headed back to the front of the class, she had one thought in her mind. "Fex, I will complete my mission and bring you back, even if I have to hurt you, dear brother." Chapter was an early morning for the students at Military Base 2, and although it wasn't time for the students to have breakfast yet, one was up and about before any other. "Okay, just gotta make sure I have everything," Layla said as she slowly breathed in and out. In her hand she held a white envelope. While holding it, a pair of disposable gloves had been worn as well. She had repeated these steps multiple times in her head, and had done everything so the note couldn't be traced back to her. She felt around the envelope, making sure the nanostick was inside. "Am I sure that I want to do this?" Layla said, speaking to herself. "Everything that I'm going to do is against the protocol, and if I get caught, I don't even think my mother can pull me out of this one." Right now she stood outside the third floor of the boys' dormitory area, also known as the very important person area for the male students. As she took a step forward, she quickly turned and started walking back, and then after 2 steps, she stopped again. "I have to. If it wasn't for them, Quinn and everyone would have died back there, and if I don't, who knows what happened to Quinn." She shook her head violently and then once again headed back to the very important person area. Once she had entered, she made sure to check the hall. She also checked the other rooms and areas to see if anyone was out and about. Although it was early morning and most students wouldn't be up by now, she still needed to make sure. After placing the white envelope on the floor just outside one of the doors, she stepped back towards the exit of the hallway right by the staircase. No turning back now. Using her ability, she pushed the envelope underneath the door, and it was now on the other side. After that, she quickly ran down the stairs heading back to her room. So far for everyone, it had been a normal day. They ate their morning food as usual, and then went to their morning homeroom classes. It was now lunchtime, which was usually just before combat classes. And at that moment, while Vorden, Quinn, and Peter were outside, Quinn had received a ping on his watch. Ding. A voice message? Quinn said. First, if you are listening to this message, make sure that no one not worthy of your trust is around you. I'll give you a few seconds to decide and do something about it before I will continue, Logan said. Quinn looked around, and the boys were outside on a bench. Vorden and Peter then huddled around Quinn to hear the message better, and also made sure no one came close, and if someone did, then they would quickly stop the message. Good, the message said as it continued to play. I received some interesting information, and it concerns Peter and your little problem. I suggest you gather everyone that knows about what Peter really is, and bring them to my room. Because we are going to need everyone's help on this to get out of this mess. Oh, and if you could bring me a sandwich from one of the vending machines, that would be good. You don't have to do this, of course, but it will do good for my brain power and help me think better. Although the tone of the message didn't sound very urgent, Quinn knew that if Logan was initiating contact with him, and was asking to bring everyone into his room, it was a big deal. Logan didn't like people coming into his room in the first place, for he was afraid that people may steal his ideas for his new future inventions, or even destroy whatever he was working on. So Quinn knew that this was a big deal. You heard him, guys. You inform the girls and bring them to Logan's room, Quinn said, looking at Vorden. Peter, it might be best if you go with him. What are you going to do, sir? Peter asked. I need to get that sandwich, Quinn replied. The group had split up, and Vorden and Peter went to get the two girls. However, Quinn didn't just do that so he could get a sandwich. He was actually going to look for Fex. With his nose, it wouldn't be difficult to find him, and he knew that if he informed Vorden about this, he would be against it. But if it was something to do with Peter, he was sure Fex would help out. The girls, along with Vorden and Peter, were patiently waiting inside Logan's room. The boys were quite calm, while Erin was tapping her foot away and about. Lately, she had been using all her spare time to practice her sword skills, yet she still could never achieve the same results as she did on the roof that day. Being here just seemed like a waste of her time. While Layla, who was standing next to her, felt a horrible bubbly feeling in her stomach. Her heart was pounding so hard she thought it was going to jump out of her throat. Can't you just tell us what is this all about? Erin said, annoyed. This is a very serious matter, Logan replied, sitting in his chair. He was currently playing with a trapezium-style Rubik's Cube made from metal. The inside used little small triggers to twist and turn the shape in all sorts of different directions. This made it multiple times harder than a standard Rubik's Cube. Each time he shifted one of the pieces, a large mechanical sound would be made. And I would hate to have to repeat myself again, Logan said as he continued to mess around. The room was silent, and the only thing that could be heard was the shifting sounds of Logan playing with a mechanical item. They waited and waited. Click, click. Will you put that damn cube away? Erin shouted. Before I shove it up your... Just then the sound of the door was heard. Looks like they are here, Logan said as he put the cube on the floor. Quinn entered first, and right behind him was Fex. As soon as Erin saw this, she immediately stepped back. Quinn, what the hell is he doing here? Vorden shouted. Wait, I was the one that asked him to come here, Quinn said. If it's something to do with Peter or the vampires, then he's going to be a big help. Remember, he helped us out last time, and he has stayed true to his words every time. Look, I can tell I'm not wanted here, Fex said. If you really want me to go, I'll go. No, please stay, Logan said. Quinn is correct. This matter is very serious, and I do believe you will be a big help. Since Logan was the one who had said it and invited them here, the others felt like they at least needed to hear Logan out before they decided if he needed to be involved or not. All right, but before we begin, I believe, Quinn, you have something for me? Logan asked as he held out his hand. My sandwich? Oh, let us begin. The files changed once again. It contained reports of the previous visits that. Quinn then threw the packaged sandwich over to Logan, as a mechanical arm went into the air and grabbed it, unwrapping it for him and feeding him. They all sat there and watched Logan eat the sandwich, and when he was finally done, so his computer. Chapter 194, The Truth About True Dream. As usual, when Logan was explaining things, he would display what he was looking at on his computer screen to the others through a hologram. As he went through files one by one, he would explain what they meant. When I woke up this morning, I was surprised to see an envelope on the floor, said Logan. I was afraid that it might be some type of a bomb or something. I had my mechanical spiders go ahead and pick it up, then inspect it. I scanned it for any traces of tampering, and to see what was inside. To my surprise, there was a small little nano stick inside with a note. The screen had changed, and right now, a scanned version of the note was being displayed to the others. In this nanostick is some information on one of the Big Four family members, more specifically its leader known as True Dream. Our group has managed to gather extensive research into him, and here we can see all his wrongdoings in the past. The reason why I have passed this note on to you is that unfortunately for all of you, True Dream will be arriving in a few days' time. Out of everyone, I thought perhaps with your abilities you might be able to do something to stop this madness, for we do not wish anyone innocent to get hurt. At the end of the letter attached to the bottom was a stamp, and everyone in the room recognized it well. They had seen it many times on the television, and some of them had even written school reports about the group. It was the group known as Pure. So what if True Dream is coming to the school? Aaron replied. He does a routine visit to most of the military bases anyway. I fail to see why this is our problem, and why we should even trust the words coming from a military group. I don't know, Layla said. Maybe they know something that we don't, and I'm guessing it has something to do with that stick. Although I would like to say congratulations, said Logan. I believe anyone would have been able to come to that conclusion. True Dream had done. It contained detailed reports of each visit to the military base. But not only that, it also informed them of what True Dream's true purpose for coming to the base. The fact that every time he visited, a select few students would be chosen, and soon after their abilities were gone. It also showed that there was a pattern to these things, and how he seemed to visit the second military base more often than the others. The expression on everyone's faces was sour as they read the reports. I can't say that it doesn't surprise me, Quinn replied. It's expected of this crappy system. I agree it's bad, Aaron said. But still I don't really see how this involves us. We're just students, and they want us to stop this. He's from one of the Big Four families. That was when Vorden noticed something. Wait, did you say the visit was in a few days? Isn't that? Looks like we have a winner, Logan said. This is the reason why I called you all. I remember you telling me that for some reason Duke had deliberately wanted Peter to reach a level 4. It seemed strange, but why were they suddenly showing favoritism to Peter? And what's with the rush? Putting these two things together, it makes sense. Not only was Peter originally weak, but he also had no strong family backing. Sure, his family would be upset if he was to lose his powers or disappear, but no further steps would be taken, and everyone would soon forget just like the students before. Logan explained. And if they find out that Peter has no abilities anymore, they will start asking questions all over again, and it could lead them back to us, Vorden said. Not just the vampire stuff, but when they find out we were close to Peter, they might start looking into the deaths and more. The group had to take their time to take everything all in. Out of all of them, the first one to leave the room was Aaron. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I'm not really that involved with you guys, Aaron said. I'm not a vampire and I have no ties to what you did with the others. If I help out in this, it will only make me a bigger target. If you guys are caught trying to do anything, it could come back to me. I can't let that happen. As Aaron left the room, not a single person had gone out to chase her. She had a point. She really wasn't involved in any of this, and if she did help, it would only put her at risk. We have 2 days, Logan said. This Sunday the students will be asked to gather in the assembly hall to welcome True Dream. Usually the students are asked to stay back after the assembly. This is what is stated in the reports. They will then be taken somewhere, but where? Nobody knows. All that we know is that these students who were taken away lost their abilities. The world is given the explanation that they have been punished for doing something bad, so their ability got taken away, and some even disappear. So what plans do we have? The group then continued to discuss what could happen, and came up with different plans and scenarios in case different things happened. Finally, after a long talk, they had come up with a plan that seemed to have a good chance of working. And it was like Logan had said. For this to work, they would need everyone who was here to help. This included Fex, and surprisingly, he had agreed without saying too much. If he was discovered by his family now, he would get into too much trouble. But he knew that if the world discovered the existence of vampires and it was because of him, it didn't matter who his father was, no one could save him. With the plan set, everyone left the room. For now, they would all act as normal for the next couple of days until True Dream arrived. When everyone had finally left the room, Logan turned towards his computer once more and started to play a video file. Logan was a very cautious person, and was paranoid everyone was out there to steal his work. The school didn't allow any cameras, but that didn't mean he couldn't install any of his own. In the very important person area, Logan had set tiny miniature cameras that were close to invisible to the human eye. He installed them, not only on his front door but also a few on the outside as well. After receiving the letter in the morning, naturally the first thing he did was to check and see who had delivered the letter. As the video played, it was clear as day that Layla was the one who had delivered the letter. Layla, huh? It seems like this little group of yours, Quinn, all have their own tiny little secret, although this one is not mine to tell. Chapter 195, An Illegal? After the meeting with Logan, the boys only had a little bit of time before lunch would end, and they needed to head to their combat classes. That's when Fex asked a question that seemed out of the blue for everyone present. So who is this True Dream guy? Is he a big deal? Fex asked. Everyone stopped for a moment and turned to look at Fex strangely. It was impossible for someone who lived on Earth to have never heard for the big four family names. This fact had even shocked Quinn, and he started to think more and more that perhaps vampires were no longer on Earth. Whoa, what's with all the creepy stares? So I don't know one person. Is he really that big of a deal? Vex asked. Well, to be honest, I think Vorden would probably know more about him, Quinn replied. I only know the basics. At this point, everyone was all ears to hear what Vorden had to say. True Dream is different from the other big families, Vorden said. The families had their powers long before the world knew they even existed, slowly passing it down from family to family member. And to be honest, even within all the ability users, the three families always reigned on the top. The three? Quinn said. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say the True Dream family are a little different. For one, most of his family actually consists of multiple different ability users. This is due to the nature of his ability. The second thing is True Dream had discovered the ability himself later in life. We believe he is the first to have this power. His ability is unique, and we're not even sure if he can pass it on for others to learn or not. The military who are partners with him like to keep it this way. Remember, it's only because of him that so many of those in power chose to not disobey. Anyone who tries to fight back or rebel gets their powers taken away. There are even rumors it was because of True Dream that the pure faction had started in the first place. Once your ability gets taken away, there's no way for the body to learn another one. And for some reason, it seems like True Dream's ability stops you from completely producing any more mutant cells for your old ability. As you know, someone without an ability can't get very far in the outside world at the moment. It was true, currently. In the outside world, most of the things that couldn't be done with abilities were already automated with technology. Everyone then received a universal income, but it wasn't enough credits to live on Earth, causing most of the humans to relocate to shelters on other planets, some that were less protected than others. Although, even after Fex had heard Vorden's explanation, this True Dream person still didn't seem like a big deal to him. Even if Fex's ability did get taken away, there was nothing he could do about his vampire powers. Also, it seemed like True Dream himself was very weak, so he didn't understand the fear associated with his powers that the others had. After the boys finished talking, it was time for them to split up and head for their combat classes. Before doing so, Peter changed his number from an ability level of 2 to a 3. This way Bones could see he was progressing and report back to Duke. As usual, during the combat class the group was going through their kicks once again. It was expected since the theme for the lesson would carry on for a week. Only this time Leo demonstrated how to block using your legs and counter certain moves using the palm of your hands instead. Fex and Quinn weren't really in the mood to practice all out. They were too busy thinking about the plan they had to initiate. So they were casually kicking and blocking each other's attacks at a normal speed. They had a lot on their minds as the plan wasn't perfect. It couldn't be perfect, because they didn't know what True Dream was going to do, so the only thing they could try was improvising and plotting around a few things they did know what was going to happen. In the middle of their practice, Fex asked Quinn a question. Hey, that ghoul, he evolved, right? So I'm guessing you sorted everything out. Do you know what he evolved into? You mean you can't tell? Quinn replied as he palmed away a kick. I can tell he smells different from before, but I don't think I've smelled his type. So what is he? He's something called a white. When Quinn spoke those words, Fex had suddenly stopped kicking. Seriously, what a rare evolution. He must be quite powerful then. Maybe even stronger than me in terms of physical abilities. What makes you say that? Quinn asked. Well, a white's strength is mirrored by his creator's strength, and his creator has to be a leader, Fex explained. Which makes me think why he even left the ghoul in the first place, or why he hasn't come back to pick it up. Well, it doesn't have to be a leader, right? Quinn said nervously, hoping to throw Fex off this dangerous trail. Any vampire can turn someone? Quinn had made sure to check this fact with the system beforehand, and it was true that most vampires could turn someone. However, depending on their power, it limited how many people they could turn. At most, a regular vampire could only turn one person. Are you serious? Did they really teach you nothing here? Fex said as he let out a sigh. Although it's true that a vampire can turn anyone, it is against the laws. The only person who has permission to turn someone is the leader of one of the 13 families. If anyone else was to turn someone, that would be classified as an illegal. The vampire, and whoever created it, would be taken back to be executed. Quinn gulped at hearing this piece of information. Is this what the system meant when they said they would now be coming after him? Was Quinn and Peter both considered illegal in the eyes of the vampire families? After all, Quinn was an unusual vampire, as the system had stated, as he was busy thinking and taking it all, and the system had interrupted. Don't worry, you are not illegal, the system said. However, I didn't want to tell you this so soon, for you still are not strong enough and don't have the classifications of one. But ever since you turned Peter and created your own family name, you too are now a vampire leader. But as I stated before, if you want to live, never reveal this information to anyone. Although Fex didn't say anything else, he had kept a few things to himself. Whites were known to only follow one person. Otherwise, their natural nature would take over, and they would go on a rampage. Many of them had to be destroyed once their masters had been slain, otherwise they would attack everyone in sight. The fact that Peter hadn't done that meant whoever had turned him was still Closeby. Fex was no fool, judging by the frightened look on Quinn's face. He could only assume Peter was created by him, and perhaps Quinn's leader wasn't aware of this certain event. Fex didn't know how close to the truth he was, and how far away he was at the same time.